Chapter 1554. As the sun set in the west, Transverse Water City, the northernmost city of Ji Province, was about to close its gates. Red lanterns were being prepared to be hung on the city walls. Right at this moment, a cavalry scout drenched in blood galloped over. When the soldiers on the city walls saw the scout's face clearly, they shouted at the top of their lungs to have the half-closed city gates rise again. The scout with 2 arrows stuck in his back rushed in and shouted with all his might, "Urgent enemy report! Bei Meng's army is attacking!" Not long after, smoke signals were lit within Transverse Water City as a warning to the neighboring Silver Sparrow City. The smoke billowed. It was actually 50,000 Bei Meng cavalry. Very quickly, the beacon towers to the south of Transverse Water City and Silver Sparrow City were lit one after another. In less than an hour, the entire northern part of Ji Province knew of the shocking news of 50,000 Bei Meng cavalry invading the south. The newly appointed garrison general of Transverse Water City was a fat, middle-aged man. His surname was Gao, and his given name was Ying. This man had been a prominent member of Ji Province since the time of Northern Han. He was one of Ji Province's foot soldiers under Grand General Yang Xinxing, and a significant portion of his soldiers came from the Gao family of Ji Province. Gao Ying didn't even have time to put on his armor. Surrounded by his personal guards and retainers, he hastily arrived at the top of Transverse Water City, his face pale. It wasn't that Gao Ying didn't want to run, but rather, according to the reports from the scouts, Bei Meng's vanguard cavalry was already within reach. In addition, a large number of horse fences were circling the city south to block his path. Gao Ying's teeth chattered. He was truly regretful. He originally thought that after Wei Jingtong's death, Ji Province's General Yuan Tingshan, who had the 7,000 to 8,000 personal cavalry from Li Jiayan Castle, had won several battles here in succession. In addition, the great pillar of Liaodong, Gu Jiantang, had also received frequent reports of success. Gao Ying reckoned that since the Bei Meng barbarians were having a hard time fighting Beiliang, they wouldn't send troops to Ji Province to take advantage of him. As a result, he had spent 300,000 taels of silver to establish relations with General Yuan and the capital. Relying on his relationship with Yang Xinxing, he was able to snatch the position of garrison general of Transverse Water City from the son of an aristocratic family in the capital. Currently, there were 5,000 garrison soldiers in the city. However, in Ji Province, it was even harder to find a general who didn't want to take an empty salary than a 3-legged toad. However, with Yuan Tingshan keeping an eye on them, their table manners were much better. Most of them only dared to take 10 to 20% of the empty salary, or at most 30%. However, Gao Ying wasn't the legitimate son of the main branch. He had spent 300,000 taels of his second branch's private savings to become an official. Therefore, the actual military strength in Transverse Water City was less than 3,000. Furthermore, they were all inexperienced soldiers transferred from southern Ji Province. However, could Gao Ying be blamed for this? Although the archers from northern Ji Province were more familiar with bows and horses, they were also more expensive. A single archer from northern Ji Province was equivalent to 2 of the southern Ji Province's infantry, who were known as the unrivaled beneath the heavens a few years ago. The old foundation of Ji Province had been taken away by Yang Xinxing. In the end, they suffered a great defeat at Guangling Pass. Now, even the elite southern Ji Province's infantry, whose combat strength was only slightly inferior, were under Yuan Tingshan's control. If Gao Ying wanted to earn back his capital in 3 years, other than putting up a show in Transverse Water City, what else could he do? Gao Ying turned his head and looked at Silver Sparrow City. The garrison general, Wei Quanxiao, had a similar character as him. He had just bought the official hat and had not even gotten used to it yet. When they were young, both of them were a pair of scoundrels who indulged in debauchery. In the past, they were even called the 4 young masters of Ji Province. It was said that Wei Quanxiao's Silver Sparrow City was almost emptied out, and all of them were sold at a low price to a few powerful armies in northern Ji Province. 2 days ago, when Wei Quanxiao invited him to Silver Sparrow City to drink with prostitutes, Wei Quanxiao, who was a bastard who only cared about money, actually spent a fortune to invite 2 popular courtesans from the city to drink with him. When both of them were having sex on a big bed and 2 rouge horses, Wei Quanxiao even suggested this to Gao Ying. It was said that money could be earned very quickly. With 50 carriages fully loaded with bows, armor, and spears, one could earn at least 10,000 taels of silver. And it was guaranteed that the journey would be smooth and unimpeded. Gao Ying was puzzled at that time. Although the general of Ji province, Yuan Tingshan, did not manage the border affairs well, he had always been very strict. Wei Quanxiao laughed and scolded him for being a pig-headed man. With his thick fingers, he wrote the surnames of the two patrons on the back of the courtesan, Li and Han. Gao Ying immediately understood what was going on. It was the Li family of Wild Goose Castle, who was on the same side as Yuan Tingshan, and the Han family of Valiant Bravery, who was once exterminated, and the Han family of Valiant Bravery, who had made a comeback. One of them had the support of the Great Pillar State, who was in charge of the military affairs of the two Liao provinces, and the other one was the Deputy General of Ji Province, Han Fong, who was promoted by the Emperor without restraint. Gao Ying and Wei Quanxiao knew nothing about managing an army, but under the influence of their families, they could not be too bad as officials. No matter how many military achievements Yuan Tingshan had, he could only be the general of Ji Province at the border. Otherwise, if his father-in-law was already in charge of the two Liao provinces, and his son-in-law was not enough to manage just one Ji province, how could he manage the whole river province? Therefore, he needed the only son of the Han family in Ji province to keep him in check. No matter how much the emperor rewarded him, no matter how much military power he gave him, his foundation was still shallow. For the next 5 years, the deputy general of Ji province, Han Fong, would still be a trusted general at the border. Before he could see him, he could hear his voice. Gao Ying felt like the entire city wall was shaking. With the help of the last remaining light, at the end of Gao Ying's vision, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon. Gao Ying's heart was like dead ashes. The Ji North defense line was completely finished. This fatty who originally came to Horizontal Water City to eat empty pay didn't seem to have the time to earn any money from smuggling at the border. Gao Ying looked around in a daze. Apart from the personal retainers he brought from Gao family, the other guards on the city wall were all young and immature. He heard that in northern Ji province, as long as they wore armor and held a spear in the city, they would be able to obtain a decent salary. Then they all came to Horizontal Water City. They didn't even know that the previous general, Wei Jingtang, the former Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu's student, was once forced to leave the city to fight against Bei Meng's cavalry. 800 horizontal water cavalry, and 4,000 elite infantrymen all died in one battle. They also didn't know that even earlier, the 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry that quietly crossed 1,000 li to ambush Bei Meng was already here. This horizontal water city actually wasn't peaceful at all. Many of Horizontal Water City's soldiers still held onto a fluke, naively believing that the majestic Bei Meng cavalry was only here to show off their strength, that perhaps Ji Province's General Yuan Tingshan would soon lead his army to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, or that the Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang was currently leading troops over from Liaodong. In one go, Wang Sui gathered 50,000 elite cavalry from Bei Meng's eastern border army. Qiu Zhemo Great Ru Zhishiwei and Dong Zhemo Great Wang Jingchong each had 10,000 cavalry, as well as 3 young generals who braced themselves and ignored the tactful advice of the 2 Bei Meng great generals. 50,000 men, compared to Bei Meng's eastern border army that was gradually increasing from the biting grasslands to nearly 300,000, didn't seem like a serious injury. However, in deciding the direction of a large-scale war, the number of people was important, but it wasn't absolute. Bei Meng's newly appointed eastern border commander Wang Sui took away 50,000 elite soldiers, pretty much the same as taking away half of the eastern border's essence energy. The 2 generals on the eastern border who were comparable in seniority to Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan, 1, their authority was lower than Wang Sui's. 2, the 2 of them couldn't control the 3 grassland-born generals at all, let alone Great Ru Zhishiwei and Wang Jingchong, these type of children of influential families. They could only watch as these 50,000 people ran to Ji province. If this was the Liyang dynasty, this was naturally something unimaginable. Great Ru Zhishiwei was riding on an ink-colored steed from the grassland. He raised his head and looked at the outline of Horizontal Water City. With a ferocious smile on his face he said, "Once we enter the city, we can still have dinner." There was still some distance before they could launch their assault. Wang Jingcheng didn't ride his steed to join his personal army of 10,000 soldiers. Instead, he stood beside Wang Sui with Qiu Zhemo on his left and right. He frowned and said, "According to the spy, both Generals Gao Ying, Wei Quanxiao, and Wei Quanxiao are good-for-nothings. But, if they fight with their lives on the line, it will be disadvantageous for us to fight at night. Furthermore, all 50,000 soldiers are cavalry. Although they can dismount and fight, they don't have any siege weapons. Can we really take down these two important towns in Ji province so easily?" Chapter 1555. Wang Sui sneered and said, "When leading troops to war, other than paying attention to the changes on the battlefield, you also have to pay attention to the situation outside the battlefield. When you have the chance to go to the Central Plains in the future, it will be even more so. Wang Jingcheng, why do you think Yuan Tingshan would let two idiots guard horizontal water Silver Hawk? Is it because he doesn't have any spare troops? Even if we take a step back, Li Jiayan Castle, which is on the same line as him, has 8,000 private cavalry. Their cavalry battle isn't weak, so what problem can they have in defending the city? Isn't this clearly giving way to us? Otherwise, if we continue to win battles, how long do you think he will be the general of Jizhou? The Guangling Road War is so unbearable. If an imperial edict is sent to the general's mansion of Jizhou, the imperial court wants him to be the general of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang. Will he dare to say no? Even if he dares, that kid's father-in-law will be the first to take care of him." Great Ru Shiwei said impatiently, "I don't believe that Gao Ying and Wei Quanxiao have the courage and insight of Wei Jingtang, and don't have the ability of Wei Jingtang. After taking down the two cities, whether we go south to Jizhou, west to Hezhou, or finally back to the east, we will have great prospects. General, just give the order to attack the city. Wang Jingcheng shouldn't fight with me for the merit of horizontal water city." Wang Sui sneered and said, "Attack the city? Attack my ass. If you want to die in battle, die in Yuzhou." Great Ru Shiwei was stunned. "What do we do there?" Wang Sui looked at the border city shrouded in twilight and said, "Tell them that if they surrender, we won't kill them. Give them an hour to think about it. Also, we only want the food and armor in the city. As for the people, as long as they are willing to take off their armor and leave horizontal water city empty-handed, we will let them go." Great Ru Shiwei muttered, "Boring." Wang Sui turned to Wang Jingcheng and said, "Go and tell those three brutes that horizontal water city will belong to you and Great Ru Shiwei. Silver Hawk City will belong to the three of them." Wang Jingcheng nodded and was about to leave when he heard Wang Sui say indifferently, "When the soldiers of the two cities retreat to the south, it will be up to the five of you how to earn merits. Remember, leave some alive to pass the message to Yuan Tingshan, so that Ji province will know that we are heading south. After that, according to the arrangement, horizontal water and silver harrier cities will each leave 3,000 soldiers behind to guard their cities. The rest will follow me to River Province." After Wang Jingcheng left, Wang Sui asked with a smile, "Lord Qiu Zhemo, I heard that you want to have dinner with us?" Great Ru Shiwei, whose eyes were burning with passion, chuckled and said, "There are 2,000 to 3,000 people in horizontal water city. It's barely enough for me and my children to have a meal. It's not enough to fill our stomachs, but it's enough to keep us from being hungry for a while." Wang Sui was expressionless. He raised his head and silently looked at the horizontal water city that had resisted countless grassland cavalry since it was built. At the end of the summer of the first year of Xiangfu, Heng Shui and Yinyao fell into the hands of Beimang. It was rumored that Beimang's main force on the eastern front was going to bypass the two Liao defense lines and use Jizhou as a breakthrough point to invade the south. Everyone in Liang was shocked. Not long after the newly appointed Huainan Dao administrator Han Lin took up his post, he was given the title of Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court. Huainan Dao Jidushikai Nan was given the title of Primary Grade 2 West Protecting General. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan was given the title of Primary Grade 3 West Protecting General. Jizhou Deputy General Han Feng was given the power to expand by 10,000 troops. Along with this imperial edict, there was another secret edict delivered personally by Song Tonglu, the chief eunuch of the ceremony directorate. The Battle of Jizhou had to be limited to Jizhou North. The sound of the bugle horn rang out across the vast land around Qingsong City. Liuzhou finally welcomed the first battle that involved almost all of the troops on the Western Front. The 30,000 infantrymen of the Longguan nobles were the main force of the siege. They slowly spread out and attacked Qingsong City. The cavalry of the four towns within the tiled gentleman's pavilion protected the south of the infantrymen, facing off against the Longxiang army. The commander of the Western Front, Lu Gui, sat on the back of his horse, personally supervising the siege. Behind him were the 30,000 Lu family troops and the 10,000 personal guards that Tuoba Bodhisattva brought. A noble general from Longguan didn't care about the success of the siege at all. From time to time he would turn his head to look at the large group of northern Liang black-armored soldiers 3 li away. Could the cavalry of the four towns of Gusai Prefecture really block the charge of the Longxiang army? If the Longxiang army broke through their cavalry formation, and even the infantrymen attacking the city, they would only need 2 rounds and there would be no need to fight this battle. Did he have to give the Beiliang the biggest victory since the Battle of Liangmang? Did General Lu not understand that the Battle of Liuzhou was not just about a small Qingsong city? Was it worth the risk of the entire Western Front to take down Qingsong City? He finally could not hold it in anymore. He rode his horse to Lu Gui's side. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Gui coldly said, "I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say anything more." This Beimang general with a good background was also angered. However, he still suppressed his anger and tried to speak calmly to this old man who was highly regarded by the emperor. "Great general, to split up the cavalry formation like this is too risky. It is not difficult to take down a small Qingsong city. Even if we hide 20,000, no, even 10,000 heavy armored infantrymen among the 30,000 infantrymen waiting for the Longxiang army to charge, it is still fine. To stake everything on one throw and underestimate the strength of the Beiliang cavalry formation, great general, this is not right." Lu Gui did not say anything. This general finally said angrily, "Great general, you are treating the lives of 30,000 Longguan soldiers as a joke just for your own position." Currently, there were undercurrents in the western capital of the Southern Dynasty. The generals of the Western Front who came from the Southern Dynasty naturally heard about it. Saying that Lu Gui did not live up to his name was already being polite. Those who were not polite would directly request for the emperor to change the commander. Even the candidates were very clear. Other than Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was already at the border of Liuzhou, even Zhongtan, who shone brilliantly at the eastern front of Heluku, was brought out. If it was said that the military god Tuoba Bodhisattva was pushed out, it was still acceptable. However, to use Zhongtan was simply slapping Lu Gui's old face. How long had Zhongtan been in the army? How long had the great general Lu Gui been in the army? The king of the old southern court, Huang Songpu, had returned after his retirement and replaced the useless Lu Gui as the commander of the Western Front. There was no doubt that he had the most support in the Southern Dynasty. Therefore, the Eastern Front army that had been stationed in Liuzhou for a long time had all sorts of rumors circulating. At this moment, the general's expression changed drastically. A horse slowly approached. The man wearing light armor on the horse's back said in a deep voice, "Scram back to the battle formation." The general swallowed his saliva and turned his horse back to the infantry formation without another word. Lu Gui looked at the person who came and asked with a smile, "King of the Northern Court, do you think that the Longxiang army will dare to take the bait? 30,000 infantry soldiers who are at the mercy of others, and the cavalry of the four towns who are not strong enough. The bait is big enough." The person who came was Tuoba Bodhisattva. He glanced at Qingsong City and said, "Wang Lingbao might not be able to see through the great general's intentions, but Li Mofen, who is also the deputy general of the Longxiang army, will most likely be able to see through it. It's just that Yang Guangdou and Qin Shiliang are in that city. If Li Mofen is smart enough, he will also take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, he can forget about being promoted in the Beiliang Frontier Army. Even if Li Mofen is cold enough, as long as the Longxiang army is in a stalemate, Li Mofen can't just stand by and watch them die. I believe that he isn't that cold-hearted." Lu Gui chuckled and said, "On the surface, an old fellow whose position is in danger, need to try anything. Beiliang's Huta City and Xiaoguang City are fighting fiercely on 2 fronts. Lu province also needs a great victory to raise the morale of the people, so the time has come for both sides. Lu Gui restrained his smile and said, "Speaking of which, if it weren't for the king of the northern court's 20,000 soldiers rushing over, even if I, Lu Gui, lost my position, I still wouldn't have fought this battle. In Lu province, if I can't take down the entire Longxiang army in one go, small fights are meaningless. The Battle of Liangmeng was originally going to be won in Lu province. Now, it's just going around in a big circle." Tuoba Bodhisattva hesitated and said in a low voice, "After this battle, General, you will most likely be summoned back to the southern court." Lu Gui smiled and said, "It's fine. Just treat it as making space for Fatty Dong on the central line." Tuoba Bodhisattva chuckled and said, "General Lu, don't worry. In the future, you and I will enter the Central Plains hand in hand." Lu Gui nodded. The old man sighed and said, "I feel sorry for these brave men of the southern court. They came from the desert, but in the end they died in the desert. They didn't even get to see the prosperity of the Central Plains. Even a glimpse would have been good." PS1. Yesterday, writing that Ancestor Gu and Li Yishan met was a slip of the pen. PS2. Every Alliance Master will be given a set of physical books in the snow. I definitely didn't forget this. When the books are finished, they will be given out together with a signature. However, they won't sign every book. They will only sign one book, but they will write a message. As for what to write, the Alliance Master can suggest it in the book review section. Chapter 1556. In a military camp of Yuzhou province less than 200 miles away from the mouth of the gourd, a thin, one-eyed old general slowly walked onto the reviewing platform. Before the old man showed up, Chen Yunchui, the deputy commander of the infantry of Beiliang province, Huang Fuji, the general of Yuzhou province, and Hu Kuei, the provincial governor of Yuzhou province, were already standing on the platform. The old man then walked to the center of the platform. Strangely, even laymen who were not familiar with the army of Yuzhou province would consider it reasonable for the old man to be the head of the army. Standing there with his hands on his saber, the old general in iron armor remained silent for a long time as he watched those officers and soldiers who remained still under the hot sun. The old man remained silent, as if he wanted to look over all the tens of thousands of infantrymen who were going to set out for the battle, and identify all the flags of the old camp of the infantry of Yuzhou province. With a gloomy look, the old general finally opened his mouth slowly. "The general has passed away. The Lord is not in Yuzhou province. Even if I, Yan Wenwan, don't die on the battlefield, I don't have many years left. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to say something that I've been hiding for almost 2 decades. The old general picked up his saber and pointed at Chen Yunchui, the deputy commander of the infantry of Beiliang province, on his side. "Old Chen, you must know our deputy commander. I remember that this guy accompanied me to drink in Lord Qingliang's mansion 16 years ago. At that time, Chen Yunchui was just a Class 3 general. The general joked that it was a waste of talent for you to lead 40,000 to 50,000 infantrymen in Yuzhou province. Why not go to the border of Liangzhou province and give you 30,000 cavalries?" Yan Wenwan didn't look at her best friend who had known her for most of her life. She just pointed at the embarrassed Chen Yunchui with the cold knife. "This old bastard can't hold his liquor, and his behavior is even worse when he's drunk." He was pretending to be drunk at that time, but as soon as the general said that, he immediately stood up. His eyes were so bright. Guess what the deputy commander of the infantry of Beiliang said? He said, "Do it." Why didn't he do it? Of course the general didn't succeed in poaching him. Why? Did Chen Yunchui regret? No, I, Yan Wenwan, was too anxious and almost fought with the great general. I still remember clearly what I said at the time. As soon as I smashed my wine cup, I stood up and told the Grand General that Beiliang's infantry only had this much strength. For the past 2 years, the Liangzhou cavalry had swindled and stolen so many of them. They had picked out most of the old ones, and even some of the young ones weren't spared. How could I, Yan Wenwan, still be the commander of Beiliang's infantry? It's not impossible for Chen Yunchui to join the cavalry of Liangzhou province. However, you have to throw Yuan Zuozong, Chu Lushan and Qi Dangua into our Beiliang infantry. The veteran General Chen Yun lowered his head as if he had turned a deaf ear to Yan Wenwan's words. However, he probably wanted to dig a hole and hide in it after being exposed so mercilessly by Yan Wenwan. Yan Wenwan then pointed at Yozhou's provincial governor, Hu Kuei, with the cold knife. This provincial governor is the founder of our Bailiang's crossbowmen. He is the most legitimate cavalry general. When Lord Hu replaced Wang Peifong as the provincial governor of Yuzhou, he came to me, Yan Wenwan, to establish a relationship with me. According to the rules of the officialdom, he said some polite words to an old man like me. Then I asked him a question. How did he feel about being an official in Yuzhou, which had fewer war horses than Lingzhou a few years ago? Provincial governor who is an honest man, so he told me honestly that he felt quite sullen. He said that he thought he had a chance to be Lu Jinu's assistant in Huta City. Otherwise he could have gone to Liuzhou's Longxiang army to work with his old subordinate Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao. That's not bad either. Yan Wenwan leaned on the knife with both hands again, and looked at the more than 10,000 infantry soldiers. Our Bailiang has 300,000 border soldiers. Therefore in Liang I've always heard that Bailiang's 300,000 iron cavalry are the best in the world. I found it strange. Bailiang's cavalry has never made up more than half of the border army. How did it become 300,000 iron cavalry? Does Liang think that our Bailiang infantry doesn't exist? It seems like Bailiang doesn't take our infantry seriously either. The one-eyed old general tilted his chin to the east and sneered. There's a fellow in Jizhou named Yang Xinxing. He's the idiot who was later toyed with by a few youngsters at the Guangling Road. Back then he wasn't even fit to carry my shoes. Heh, under his command are tens of thousands of infantry soldiers left behind by the old Northern Han. They've come up with the nickname Southern Ji Infantry. Afterwards, for the past decade or so, they've been called the unrivaled in the world in all of Liang. In addition, there's also the Wufeng army led by Wang Tongshan, the #1 general under the command of the King of Yen from the southern border, and Wu Zhongshuan's Dejia. Their reputations aren't small. The old man paused for a moment. If that's all, I Yan Wenwan can tolerate it. After all, we can't go to Jizhou or Nanjiang to fight with them. Besides, we Northern Liang people are not good at talking. However, let's not talk about Bailiang. Let's talk about our Bailiang. Let's not talk about Liangzhou, Lingzhou, or even Liuzhou. Let's talk about our Yuzhou. In Luanhe City, our infantry battalion was stripped of its battalion number. Who was it that crossed Hezhou and entered Jizhou, and in the end, at the mouth of the gourd, reduced 10,000 soldiers to only 3,000? We traveled 1,000 li, fought a series of battles to the death, and killed nearly 30,000 enemies. We almost completely paralyzed the Beimeng barbarians' eastern supply line. Yan Wenwan mocked himself. What? Do you think that our Yuzhou army also has heroes? Yan Wenwan laughed. Of course. However, it's a pity that the no-retreat battalion of 3,400 soldiers is Yozhou's 1st Cavalry Battalion. The prince who fought alongside the 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry is an ordinary soldier in the no-retreat battalion in name. Haha, it has nothing to do with you, a bunch of pitiful creatures who don't have war horses and only have 2 legs. The old man's face turned ferocious. Let's not talk about Yu Luandao, the deputy general of Yuzhou cavalry, or Shi Yulu and Fan Wenyao, who were promoted to general of Vao cavalry and general of Agile cavalry. Let's talk about Tian Heng, the newly appointed chief general of 30,000 Yuzhou cavalry. At that time, this old man despised the prince for not daring to fight to the death, and even said that the prince had used up all his courage after resisting the imperial decree. Therefore he had long retired and returned to his farm. That was why Yu Luandao was appointed as the deputy general of 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry. Tian Heng, a bastard who never went to Jibei or outside the mouth of the gourd, is the only one who dares to slap his chest and say, "Old Yan, don't worry, I Tian Heng promise you that I'll create another cavalry battalion for you." The old man placed the cold saber on his waist again and rubbed his cheeks. He took a few steps forward and asked with a deep voice, "Since when did the Yuzhou infantry fall to such a state?" The entire place was silent, but everyone's eyes were red. Yan Wenwan pointed at herself and said, "Ever since I, Yan Wenwan, joined the Su family's army, I've been following the great general for 36 years. From the very first day, I was a foot soldier, and today, I'm a major second-grade general. In the end, I'm just an old foot soldier." I don't dare to say that I'm the leader of the entire Bailiang infantry, but I, Yan Wenwan, am the one who raised all your Yuzhou infantry." The one-eyed old man casually pointed in the direction of Xiaoguang City behind him and said, "Over there and to the north, you'll see the Beimeng barbarians. They claim to have an army of 200,000. Both Crouching Bao City and Wanhe City are gone, and the Beimeng barbarians say that Xiaoguang City will fall soon." The old man turned around and said, "But I, Yan Wenwan, will not agree to it." At the northern border of Yuzhou and River Province, a huge scarlet flag was flapping in the wind. The chief general of Yuzhou Cavalry, Tian Heng, his deputy general, Yu Luandao, general of Vao Cavalry, Shi Yulu, and general of Agile Cavalry, Fan Wenyao, were all riding their war horses in a line. Behind them were 30,000 light cavalrymen from Yuzhou. The old general, Tian Heng, had a simple appearance. He didn't look like a general with great power. If he wasn't wearing armor, he would look more like an old farmer. At that time, this old man was resentful of the young vassal king's inaction. In a fit of anger, he resigned from his post and returned to his hometown. He used the excuse that he was old and his body couldn't withstand the torment, so he could go home and play with his grandchildren. Only then did Yu Luandao have the chance to lead an army to Jibei. But in fact, the entire Yuzhou knew that the old general had no children. They had all died outside the pass. Later on, Su Fengnian and Yu Luandao appeared outside the mouth of the gourd together. Out of the 10,000 cavalrymen, only 3,000 of them returned. When the old men, whose experience was not much inferior to Yan Wenwan, Chen Yunshui, and the others, heard the news, they rushed to Yan Wenwan's tent that very night. Tian Heng was waiting outside. Even when the Huayang Pass Protectorate issued an order to restore Tian Heng's status as a general, Yan Wenwan still refused to accept it. In the end, Su Fengnian was forced to write a letter to Yan Wenwan personally. Only then did Yuzhou reluctantly admit Tian Heng as the chief general of Yuzhou Cavalry. The old man pressed the hilt of his saber with one hand and turned to Yu Luandao with a laugh. "Old Yan must be furious with me this time. But you can't blame me for this. This guy didn't even care about our friendship for half a lifetime and refused to see me." Chapter 1557. Yu Luandao and the others smiled knowingly. Tian Heng and Great General Yan Wenwan were old brothers who had exchanged their lives for each other. In the early years, one of them was a captain of the infantry, while the other was a captain of the cavalry. In order to save Yan Wenwan, who was trapped in the enemy formation, Tian Heng disobeyed orders and took the initiative to rescue him. In the Great General's rage, Tian Heng was demoted from a captain to an ordinary cavalryman. In the fierce competition in the Su family's army, Tian Heng was one step behind. Those of the younger generation, such as Su Pu, Wang Fei's brother Wu Qi, Yuan Zuozong, and Hu Kuei, had all surpassed Tian Heng at that time to become the leading general of the cavalry. By the time the Su family died, Tian Heng had only become a fourth-ranked general. It was only when Yan Wenwan personally asked the great general for him that Tian Heng was promoted to a rank and moved from Liangzhou to Yuzhou. However, after more than 10 years, compared to the likes of Wei Taizhan, who had retired from high positions and returned home with glory, or the current deputy commander Jean Partridge Zhou Kong, Tian Heng could be considered an extremely depressed veteran of the Bailiang army. Tian Heng stopped smiling and said to Yu Luandao, "General Yu, Beimeng's 50,000 elite cavalrymen on the eastern front said they were going to attack Ji province, but we all know that these barbarians are heading straight for Yuzhou. They want to cooperate with Yang Yuanzhan at the mouth of the gourd to take down Xiaoguang City and invade Yuzhou. Our original plan was for you and me to split into two groups. One group would intercept those 50,000 at the border of the River of Spirits, while the other group would continue north along the outer edge of the mouth of the gourd. Before we set out, we said that you and Shi Yulu would lead 15,000 cavalrymen here to wait for the Beimeng army, while Fan Wenyao and I would lead 15,000 cavalrymen north, with General Yu's no-retreat camp as the vanguard. But I thought..." Yu Luandao interrupted with a smile. "General, no buts. Since we agreed to use the troops this way, there's no reason to change it at the last minute." Tian Heng glared. "Yozhou's 30,000 cavalrymen. Am I, Tian Heng, the leading general, or are you, Yu Luandao, the leading general?" Compared to the scholarly Fan Wenyao, the new Bailiang's first general, Shi Yulu had a rougher temperament. Yu Wandao felt somewhat helpless. Tianheng looked at the wind and sand in the distance and said, although our superiors didn't say it clearly, Lu province is facing such a great crisis. Even His Highness has gone there in person. All the other garrisons in Bailiang also followed His Highness to Lu province. Therefore, it's definitely not simple for our Yuzhou cavalry to do the opposite at this critical moment. In Fan Wenyao's words, it's a great scheme? Beimeng has 50,000 elite cavalry. Not to mention Dongyue's consort Old Wang Sui. The Qiu and Dong generals on the eastern front are not simple either. Tianheng suddenly laughed. Yu Wandao, don't think that you can look down on me just because you won 2 great battles in Jizhou and Heluku. When I picked up the first-generation Su family saber, you were still drinking milk. Shi Yulu was brought to the position of general of cavalry by the old general Tianheng, so he did not have any taboos in his speech. He joked, old general, you can't say that. Although General Yu is young, he is not careless at all in war, unlike you. Tianheng suddenly raised his voice. Shi Yulu hurriedly swallowed the word inferior, and laughed. Not as good as you, old general. Tianheng snorted coldly, but there was a smile in his eyes. Then it settled. Yu Wandao, Shi Yulu and Fan Wenyao, you 3 will take 20,000 men and go out of Heluku. I will take 10,000 men to guard here. I don't expect to defeat the enemy cavalry, but I want to delay them from entering Yuzhou. Fan Wenyao frowned. He wanted to say something but stopped. He gave Shi Yulu a look. The latter understood and whispered, old general, you can't change the marching strategy so carelessly. Tianheng waved his hand. The mouth of the gourd is the most important. Whether or not we can catch the turtle in the jar will depend on whether your 20,000 cavalry can hold on to the mouth of the pocket. Although the Huayang Pass Protectorate had only sent a secret military order to the Yuzhou cavalry, everyone present could guess the truth. Although they were shocked, who wouldn't feel their blood boiling? If your Beimeng Dongzhuo wants to use Liuzhou as a breakthrough point, then our Bailiang cavalry will wipe out your eastern Heluku army in one fell swoop. Gazing at these faces that were far younger than his, Tianheng softly said, we're all on the same side, so I won't beat around the bush. Of the 30,000 Yuzhou cavalry, most of them were young people. Why is that? Because after fighting Wang Sui's army to the death and surviving, even if they have military merits, they won't be great and definitely can't compare to going to Heluku. It's enough for me, Tianheng, to be a third-ranked general in this life. When I joined the army, I didn't have the spirit of a scholar like Yu Wandao. Back then, I wanted my whole family to starve to death. I really couldn't live anymore, so I tied my head to my belt and joined the army. How could I have imagined that I would become a general one day? Who would have thought? Tianheng laughed happily. Don't talk nonsense with me. Don't you know what kind of temper I, Tianheng, have? Don't talk about old Yin not being able to change my mind. Back then, even in front of the great general, I would still act as I should. At this time, a group of scouts galloped over. It was a group led by Commandant Fanfan. The rider riding alongside Fanfan was actually a child. There were 2 disproportionate Bailiang sabers hanging from his waist. He stood on the horse's back with his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking very much like an expert. Fanfan reported to the generals that there was no sign of Beimeng horses within 50 li of them. Tianheng called out to the scout who was about to turn around and head north. He smiled at the child and asked, are you the little general of our Yuzhou cavalry, Feng Long? I heard that you alone killed several hundred Beimeng barbarians outside Heluku? The child nodded with a straight face. Fanfan couldn't help but say, General Tian, this child is actually thin-skinned in front of outsiders. Didn't he just ask me if he could become an official scout after paying off his debt and making a meritorious service? This child has 2 cold sabers. One was given to him by someone else, and the other was temporarily lent to him by us. Isn't he thinking that he can legitimately have a second cold saber? Tianheng laughed heartily. From now on, you are the corporal of the 8th Yuzhou Cavalry. Yu Dilong asked, does your words matter? My master said that I have to follow the rules. Otherwise he won't let me stay in Yuzhou. Tianheng was suddenly speechless and somewhat embarrassed. He dared to act shamelessly in front of Yan Wenwan, who was his sworn friend, But he really didn't dare to play dumb with that young prince. Yu Wandao smiled and helped him out. General Tian's words are effective in all military affairs of the Yuzhou cavalry. And don't forget, your master is still an ordinary soldier of No Retreat Battalion. So even without General Tian's words, I Yu Wandao, as the commanding officer of No Retreat Battalion, and Yu Dilong as the corporal of the 8th Yuzhou Cavalry, will still be effective. The child standing on horseback clenched the cold saber at his waist and said seriously, Generals, please be at ease. I will definitely kill more enemies this time than last time. Tian Heng smiled and waved his hand. The child and the scout captain, Fan Fun, and the others rode away. Then Tian Heng said to the three sternly, I Tian Heng, am an old man who fought his way out of the spring and autumn war. My strength is not as strong as it was back then, so Bailiang will depend on you in the future. Tian Heng lowered his head and looked at the 6th generation Su family saber at his waist. After looking up, he suddenly said, General Yu, I didn't leave anything behind in my life, just a rundown house that isn't worth much. But there are still 5 sabers at home. If then I'll leave them to you, Yu Wandao, to keep them for me. If you have the chance in the future, tell the younger generation about the story of that Yuzhou veteran. How about it? Yu Wandao, Shi Yulu, and Fan Wenyao were all silent. Tian Heng clasped his hands and laughed. Goodbye. The battle to attack and defend Huta City was in full swing. A cavalry army of only about 10,000 quietly left the encampment and headed east like a lion hunting a rabbit. The leader of the cavalry was the commander of Bailiang's cavalry, Yuan Zuozong. His momentum was like a rainbow. Almost at the same time, there were 2 cavalry armies that had never fully appeared on the battlefield. They separately headed to the 2 dangerous passes at the junction of the cold and dark north. The 2 passes were heavily guarded, all of them elite Yuzhou infantry. The area around the pass was heavily guarded. There had always been an iron law that if unrelated people appeared, they would be killed without mercy. A few months ago, as a large number of sealed items were added to the 2 passes, a large number of Bailiang's top crossbowmen began to secretly roam around these 2 places. The 2 cavalry armies added together only had a little over 9,000 people. It was not weird for one person to have 2 horses, but what was shocking was that each of these war horses were Bailiang A-grade war horses. One must know that in the entire Bailiang, only 3,000 dragon elephant cavalry could be equipped with A-grade war horses. Yuzhou only had 300 to 400 of them. Lingzhou did not even have a single one. These strange horsemen clearly didn't carry cold swords or crossbows, but every one of them was an elite of the border army with outstanding physical strength. Their robust physiques and their swift and fierce aura were intimidating even if they didn't even wear light armor. One was the Rouge Cavalry. The other was the Wei Bear Cavalry. When they were on the battlefield, all of them wore armor. That was the Rouge Cavalry, the Wei Bear Cavalry. During the Battle of Huta City, when Lu Zhou was in a state of emergency, when Yan Wenwan had to move 10,000 death warriors to reinforce Xiaoguang City, 20,000 Yuzhou light cavalry, 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, the Iron Cavalry of the Bailiang Cavalry, 9,000 true heavy cavalry. They would all appear outside the mouth of the gourd. Chapter 1558. Liangzhou's Huta City had become the second fishing island of the Central Plains. However, that time, it was the Su clan's Iron Cavalry that was obstructed in the Central Plains. This time, it was the Northern Mang's horseshoes that were densely packed together in the Dragon Eye Plains outside the city. The great king of the southern courtyard, Dong Zhuo, personally led a crow's pen, patrolling a troop of infantry that was ready to attack. Beside this fatty was a young man and woman of noble status. Among them, the sickly-looking young man had many identities. None of them were simple. He was Chun Jinzhou of Northern Mang's 4 Great Jinzhou, the leader of the Southern Dynasty's strategist, the chess, sword, and music school's divination operator. Of course, his most fundamental identity was Tuoba Bodhisattva's eldest son, Tuoba Qiyun. The woman who had just been officially taken away by Zhong Tan of the Calabash Vanguard was called Yelu Yuhu. This man and woman almost succeeded in scheming against Su Fengnian outside the Calabash Vanguard. Unfortunately, Yuan Zuozong led 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry to the battlefield, making them and that Taiping commandant's efforts go to waste. Dongjua pointed at Huta City with his horsewhip and said, Huta City, which is said to be able to support 10 years of war, has run out of winches and wooden bales in less than half a year. We've also used up more than half of the bricks and clay bales. We've also cut down countless iron bales, spears, and battering poles. There are only 3 crossbows left on the city wall that are still intact. The broken ones have piled up into mountains. Of course, there are still many small and medium crossbows and light crossbows in the city. There are still hundreds of thousands of arrows in the warehouse. However, compared to Xiangfan City, which had less than 100,000 soldiers but 300,000 civilians, Huta City has a fatal flaw. There are too few people. Crossbows are dead. If they are broken, they can go to the warehouse and get new ones. The Bailiang Frontier Army in Huta City is not immortal. Their arm strength is far inferior to the early stage. If you too have the opportunity to watch the battle, you should be able to see that most of the archers on the city wall have bandages on their arms. To put it bluntly, if you give me another 3 months, I, Dongjua, will be able to stand 100 steps away from the city. I reckon that not many archers will be able to pierce through my armor and kill me. Tuoba Chi-yun, whose body emitted a faint medicinal smell, had a solemn expression and did not comment. Because His Majesty had personally deprived Xia Zhemo of his position, Yelu Yuhu came to Tiger Head City in a fit of pique to relax. She glanced at the fat man with a playful expression. He was a 35-year-old king of the southern courtyard, and he had millions of soldiers in his hands. He was almost as powerful as the old Prince Liang, Su Xiao, and the 2 Liao Gujiantang. It was this guy who had insisted on attacking Bailiang first, and had caused such a big commotion, causing His Majesty and the Taiping Commandery to bear great pressure. In the end, other than Yang Yuanzhan on the Eastern Front, whose merits could barely offset his faults, the other 2 fronts were overshadowed. Especially Fatty Dong himself, who was forcibly blocked outside Liangzhou Pass by Huta City. Even Lu Gui, who had only lost a few thousand men, had been cursed as an old dog in the Western Jing court. For the time being, no one had the courage to impeach Commander-in-Chief Dong Zhuo. Yelu Yuhu was very curious about how long this fat man, who privately called His Majesty Sister Emperor, could last. Dong Zhuo seemed to casually mention 3 months, but Yelu Yuhu, who knew the rules of the court very well, sneered in her heart. Had he fallen to the point where he needed her, and to Oba Chi-yin to help him pass on a message to some people? Or was it that His Majesty and the Taiping Commandery, who had placed great expectations on Dong Zhuo, could no longer hold back? Tuoba Chi-yun finally said, General Dong, I have been to the northwest camp on the Longyan Plain. Dong Zhuo grunted in acknowledgement. When she thought of the so-called northwest camp, Yelu Yuhu suddenly felt somewhat disgusted. What camp? It was just a place to pile up sick and dead bodies. Pile up. The strength that the Southern Dynasty had accumulated over the past 20 years was all focused on offense, especially on siege materials. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pull out nearly 1,000 catapults of various sizes in one go. However, Bei Meng had never been good at treating the wounded on the battlefield. Under the scorching sun, Yelu Yuhu, clad in a gorgeous golden armor, was already dripping with sweat. She had a natural yearning for war, yearning for the thrill of exchanging lives on horseback, yearning for the piercing feeling of an arrow piercing through the enemy's skull. Yelu Yuhu was used to seeing dead people, but even someone as determined as her almost couldn't help but vomit when she arrived at the Northwest Barracks. Carts after carts of corpses were dragged down from the battlefield and thrown into large pits that had been dug. Wounded soldiers lay not far from the pits, wailing in pain. Many of the wounded soldiers, who had been badly mutilated by the city defense equipment, begged for a quick death. At the time, Tuoba Chi-yin was standing at the edge of a new pit with 700 or 800 corpses piled on top of it. She asked the soldier in charge of sprinkling the lime for a basin. Yelu Yuhu, with a thick cotton cloth covering her mouth and nose, watched as the spring basin expressionlessly sprinkled out handfuls of lime. She suddenly realized that she, who had been more cold-hearted than the men of the grassland since she was a child, actually felt sad for the first time after seeing this scene. Tuoba Chi-yun's thoughts jumped around quickly. She changed the topic and said slowly, General Dong was anxious when fighting Bailiang, but he slowed down when fighting Hutu. The resilience and fighting habits of the nomads made Bei Meng's low need for food far exceed the imagination of the Central Plains cavalry. At least Bei Meng still did not lack food. However, if they could send their troops down south during the autumn season, Bei Meng would be able to handle the situation more easily in a stalemate. Tuoba Chi Yun didn't want to speak too much belated advice. Besides, there was a reason why Dong Zhuo and the Taiping Order wanted to go down south at the beginning of spring. What Tuoba Chi Yun really wanted to say was the second half of the sentence. If Dong Zhuo's eastern front had attacked the city without thinking of the consequences, and took Hutu in one go, the current situation would not be so difficult to get off. This was not Tuoba Chi Yun criticizing Dong Zhuo for not putting in effort when fighting Hutu. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Dong Zhuo's deployment. However, since Dong Zhuo was the king of the southern courtyard and the commander-in-chief of the million-strong army, he should have done more. Dong Zhuo nodded and said, "At first, I suspected that other than the thousands of elite cavalry reported by our spies, there was another group of armored cavalry hidden in Tiger Head City. For example, the 6,000 iron Buddhas that were later given to the Qidong Kingdom. I even suspected that at least one of the two groups of Northern Liang's heavy cavalry, which totaled about 9,000 people, was hidden in Tiger Head City. Because I felt that since Chu Lushan dared to place the Huayang Pass behind Hutu, he must have wanted to fight me head-on. He wanted to fight with me south of Hutu and north of Liuya, and fulling in a big battle, where both light and heavy cavalry would appear." Dong Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Until that ambush where everyone had their own schemes. I first used 4,000 cavalry at Yislope as bait. As expected, the Fuling Army's commander-in-chief Wei Liang was greedy for merit and advanced prematurely. His formation was disrupted by the 8,000 cavalry. If it was not for that Beiliang's junior commander-in-chief Wei Liang, who ruined things at Qifulong Pass, and was too brave to help the Fuling cavalry break through, the Beiliang's ambush should have entered the battlefield on time. My Dong family cavalry would also have moved. In the end on that battlefield, I could lure out Fuling and Liuya, the two commanders-in-chief Huayang Pass, and even the Huta City cavalry. In this way, it would have become a situation where both sides' cavalry swapped places. Even if I, Dong Zhuo, suffered more losses, as long as I could destroy the mobility of the Beiliang cavalry's defensive line south of Huta City, it wouldn't be a problem whether Huta City was conquered or not." Dong Zhuo said self-deprecatingly. "Perhaps many people in the Beiliang Protectorate are cursing that junior commander-in-chief of Qifulong Pass for using his strength in the wrong place. But in reality, Liangzhou was lucky enough to escape a calamity. A single Huta City isn't scary. What's scary is the nimble cavalry behind it that doesn't seek to kill the enemy, only to restrain them. Right now, I Dong Zhuo, I'm not sure if I'm thinking too much, or if Chu Lushan's luck is good, or if he's actually thinking more than I am." Yelu Yuhu frowned and said, "Can't we just press forward with all our forces and attack Fuling and Liuya together? In any case, we have the absolute advantage in terms of military strength. It would be a waste not to fight." Dong Zhuo dismissed it with a laugh and didn't explain anything. Tuoba Chi Yun shook his head and said, "It's not that we can't stake it all in one throw, but there's not much point." Just as Tuoba Chi Yun was about to explain the specifics to Yelu Yuhu, Dong Zhuo rode along the edge of the infantry formation toward a group of dusty carriages. When the 1,000-man commander in charge of supervising his subordinates moving the corpses saw the king of the southern courtyard, he quickly dismounted and reported the battle situation to Dong Zhuo. It turned out that these corpses had all been dragged out from the tunnels leading into the city. Bei Meng's catapult attacks had intervals in between, but this unpresentable method of attacking the city had never stopped. However, there were still no obvious results. Apart from a group of 500 soldiers who entered Tiger Head City at the beginning, but they were quickly intercepted and killed by the armored city guards. The rest died in the narrow paths of the tunnels, or were easily killed by those waiting for rabbits to appear at the cave entrances. It was reported that City Guard General Lu Jinu had long made preparations. He had dug out more than 10 holes that were 3 zhang deep in various strategic locations within the city beforehand, allowing the soldiers with sharp ears to stay within. As long as Bei Meng's cave masters and armored soldiers made any movements within several hundred or even 1,000 steps, they would be able to immediately seize the opportunity. Afterwards, whether it was digging holes horizontally to set up an ambush, or using windmills to fan the smoke and lime. All of this was easy. That 1,000-man commander had only taken up this post because he lost an arm in the formation charging ant-attached army. After the single-armed man finished reporting the general battle situation and death toll, his eyes became slightly red. After lowering his head, he said quietly, "Great General, there have been 16 tunnels in total. Including this wave, the number of our brothers who have died underground has already reached 5,000. Is it worth it? To be able to die on top of Tiger Head City's city walls is also good." Dong Zhuo said calmly, "You all should head to the northwest camp." The single-armed 1,000-man commander raised his remaining arm to wipe his eyes. After getting on his horse, he led the carriages piled with corpses into the distance. Chapter 1559. Yaluyu was inexplicably enraged. He took a deep breath and asked the king of the southern courtyard. When Bailiang attacked Qingzhou and Xiangfan City, they were experts at digging tunnels. Since they know how to attack, they're no newbies in defense. Moreover, the thousands of Bailiang cavalry in the city have clearly been on the city walls. Even if a few hundred men make it to the surface alive, what can they do? Dong Zhuo smiled, as if he didn't want to mention the 5,000 dead soldiers who didn't make any contributions. He said, 2 days ago there was a group of cavalry in the city, and they were forced to climb up the city wall to defend it. They were much stronger when they dismounted from their horses than when they were exhausted. 2 of my Kiliarchs had already led their men to the top of the city wall. They were only 400 steps away from each other, and they almost gained a foothold on the city wall. Dong Zhuo pressed his thumb and forefinger together. Just a little bit. Tuoba Tianyan said helplessly. This little bit of opportunity was obtained by General Dong's order that every Kiliarchs must suffer 400 casualties before they can retreat. This is a huge price to pay. Dong Zhuo laughed. It's not even half over yet. Yaluyu asked rudely, almost interrogatively. Dare I ask, General, how many grassland men have died to the blades of our own people? Dong Zhuo gave it some serious thought before replying. There are 3 Kiliarchs and many centurions. Including the ordinary soldiers, there are 2,700 of them as of yesterday if I'm not mistaken. Yaluyu said angrily. Aren't you afraid of triggering a mutiny? Dong Zhuo asked in return. You want a mutiny after killing so many cowardly trash? Yaluyu sneered. Indeed, General, you have 100,000 Dong family private soldiers who haven't suffered any casualties. You're also a general who commands troops with divine precision. You can definitely nip the bud in the bud. Tuoba Tianyan said, say no more. Yaluyu wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing Chun Jemo's displeased expression, she finally decided not to provoke this king of the southern courtyard who didn't live up to his name. The 2 riders bid farewell to Dong Zhuo and left. Yaluyu turned his head to look at the sturdy figure who had stopped his horse. He said in a low voice, this fatty, so this is how he leads his troops. As an official, he is really capable. The war has already reached this point. Yet he still doesn't forget to follow someone's wishes and beat down the forces of the grasslands little by little in front of Tiger Head City. A Chiliarch had consumed the direct troops brought from the tribe, but where would the rest of the troops come from under the rapid rotation? Either they were replenished from the southern dynasty's military towns and mixed with sand, or they were simply mixed up with the remnants of the 2 armies. Yaluyu's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of the people of the central plains of the southern dynasties. The Zhao clan of Liang used the Guangling Road to take back military power from the local vassals and generals. We're not bad either. The grassland people are all hurt here. Even if we break through Bailiang and enter the central plains in the future, how many of our own people will be left? Tuoba Tianyan laughed. You complaining too much will cause your intestines to break. Yaluyu glared at him. You can still laugh. Do you think your Tuoba surname can stay out of this? Tuoba Tianyan shook his head and smiled without saying anything. The fat man who stood alone in the crow's cage looked at Tiger's Head City. In his field of vision, the attacking infantry was like an unending tide, and then the tide surged up the city walls, creating waves that spread upwards. He waved his hand to call over a young strategist who was accompanying him. He said, pass down the order. First, stop digging the tunnel from today onwards. Second, increase the intensity of the attack. During the day, more than half of the infantry will be killed. During the night, the attack will not be based on casualties. Each Chiliarch only needs to attack Tiger Head City for 2 hours. Third, send a message to the western capital. In the entire southern dynasties, no matter their surname, as long as the family is on the ranking list, they must take out all the wine in their cellars to treat the wounds of the Eastern Front Army. Remember, this is all the wine of all the families of the southern dynasties. If someone secretly hides a jar, once exposed, the family's ranking will be downgraded from first to second, and so on. Fourth, tonight I want to summon all the generals and Chiliarchs on the Eastern Front who are not on the battlefield. The strategist quickly left to pass down the order. Dongjua said in a low voice, Yelu Chukai. A burly officer who was temporarily acting as the leader of the Crow's Pen hurriedly urged his horse closer. This time, this general who was both a member of the Beimang imperial tent and the brother-in-law of the great king of the southern courtyard did not dare to smile. As long as his brother-in-law called out his real name, it meant that something big was about to happen. Yelu Chutsai's sister was Dongjua's eldest daughter-in-law. They both had the surname Yelu, but compared to Yelu Yuhui, she was much more noble. However, compared to Yelu Yuhui, who was said to have gone to the central plains of Liang to do nothing, the brother and sister were further away from the throne. Yelu Chukai had never had such an extravagant wish. Since he was young, he wanted to be a pure general who galloped on the battlefield. After having a brother-in-law like Dongjua, who was very much to his liking, he had been like a fish in water in the Dong army. However, in this southern expedition to Beiliang, his brother-in-law, who had always been easy to talk to, refused to let him be the vanguard. This made Yelu Chukai feel very hurt. Even when the Dong army went to Liuzhou not long ago, he had nothing to do with it. During this time, Yelu Chukai was as bitter as a widow. Dongjua glanced at his brother-in-law and smiled. I'll give you a job, but it's a bit far. Do you want to take it? Yelu Chukai asked carefully. Will I get any military merits? Dongjua said. Not necessarily. Yelu Chukai said decisively. Then I won't go. Dongjua smiled. It's fine if you don't go. You still have a chance to attack the city tomorrow. I'll just switch people. Yelu Chukai was confused. Attack the city? Dongjua nodded. The Dong clan has 12,000 soldiers. I'll leave them all to you. Tomorrow, we'll start attacking Huta City. Yelu Chutsai's mouth was wide open in shock. With his figure, it was really a big mouth. Compared to his sister's beauty, it was really a far cry. It really didn't look like they were born from the same parents. Yelu Chutsai's eyes suddenly burned. He did not call Dongjua brother-in-law, but respectfully called him great general. This general was born in the cavalry. If you want me to dismount and attack a city, forget it. This general has decided. I'll take the first job. Dongjua stared at him and said calmly, I'll leave the 80,000 Dong clan cavalry to you. Rush out of the gourd mouth as fast as you can. Although I've arranged for people to keep an eye on that place, I'm still worried. Also, before you leave, write a will. If you die, I'll have something to say to your sister. Yelu Chukai, who was famous for his playfulness in Beimang, grinned. He clenched his fist and pounded his chest. Great General, if this general doesn't come back and have no chance to see Great General and my sister's children, I'll tell them in the future that their uncle's only regret is that he didn't let them ride on his neck to play. Dongjua hesitated. If it's the same with or without you at the gourd mouth, don't force yourself. Since you like children, get a wife and have them yourself. Yelu Chukai nodded and left on his horse. Dongjua remained motionless. No one could hear this fatty muttering to himself. He was repeating a number, 3838. In Tiger Head City, the few towering watchtowers near the north of the city had become the main targets of the northern Mang's catapults. Meanwhile, the building where the main General Lu Jinu was located was even further back, so the threat posed by the catapults wasn't fatal. On the other hand, those northern Mang master archers who participated in the siege and were able to get close to the top of the city were all proud of themselves for being able to shoot down this building with their arrows. Even though this wouldn't be counted into their military exploits, they would still be treated as heroes after retreating from the battlefield. Lu Jinu stood beside the table with the map of Tiger Head City. The map had marked all kinds of details of the battlefield, such as the degree of damage to the city wall, the area where the ballistae were missing, and the dangerous battlements that had been hastily built several times, etc. Lu Jinyu stared at the northeast area of the city defense map. After the ballistae were destroyed in this area, Beimeng didn't give up on attacking the city from the north. They focused on increasing the density and thickness of their attacks in this area. A large number of siege weapons began to move from the northwest to the northeast. A city patrol officer walked into the building with large strides, laughing loudly as he said, "General, these northern Mang barbarians really don't have a good memory. Another 700 or so rats died today. A small half of them suffocated to death. When this general brought people down, they were all slaughtered without much effort. Same as before, that tunnel has been completely filled up. In addition, there will be 2 acupoint masters and a cavalry troop watching the nearby area day and night." Lu Jinyu nodded. He raised his head and asked, "Have you used up all the lightning bolts hanging outside the watchtowers?" Lightning bolts were a special type of soft curtain used by the Central Plains to deal with siege. They were tightly woven from coarse hemp and covered with mud to prevent fire. They were very effective against catapults and rockets. Although Tiger Head City's city wall was abnormally sturdy, if there weren't a large number of lightning bolts to reduce the impact of the flying rocks, Tiger Head City wouldn't be as easy to repair as it was now. A deputy general said helplessly, "That's right. I didn't expect these barbarians to be able to get so many catapults. Fortunately, General, you've already made preparations. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Besides, we're running out of water bags. Not only the city gate, but all the sections of the city wall are also having a headache. There's no problem with the water source. It's just that the water bags made from the fur and internal organs of cattle and horses can't keep up. Those barbarians are risking their lives to pour oil on the top of the city wall and fire arrows like a rain of fire. They're really crazy. Fortunately, our mud-stained brooms to deal with fire attacks can be used repeatedly." Lu Jinyu, who hadn't slept much for 2 days and 2 nights, picked up an arrow from the table and handed it to a captain beside him. "All of you look carefully." Chapter 1560. Lu Jinyu passed the arrow around and said, "In the past, Beimeng used this kind of arrow when they attacked the city, but it wasn't on a large scale. They only started to appear in large numbers in the past 2 days. Previously, half of the arrows matched the current configuration of Beimeng's elite cavalry. They used elongated arrowheads to penetrate Beiliang's armor. However, the other half were mixed with old-fashioned bronze arrows and iron arrows from the Dafeng dynasty. They were all flat and rectangular. Now it's different. They're more refined and finely divided. That's why even all arrows and iron spine arrows have appeared." Lu Jinyu put down the arrow. "The reason why I say this is because I think of the recent attacks by Beimeng. I dare say that Beimeng is taking a breather. It's a bit like a fight between masters in Jianghu. Before Beimeng launches the next wave of attacks, this will be an opportunity for us. Of course, it could also be a trap. But no matter what, we should give it a try. That's why I've purposely let the cavalry go up to the city wall to remedy the situation. While giving the soldiers a breather, we also want our cavalry to take the initiative to leave the city." One of the captains who was responsible for guarding the city gate, and who had been shot in the head by Beimeng barbarians 2 days ago asked, "Do we need the soldiers on the city wall to cooperate and fight more fiercely?" Lu Jinyu shook his head and said, "No need. We don't want to be superfluous." Lu Jinyu slowly closed his eyes. It wasn't clear if he was so tired that he had to rest for a while, or if he was looking for an opportunity in his mind. Lu Jinyu suddenly opened his eyes. He pressed his fists on the table and stared at the 2 captains who were eager to give it a try. Beimeng is responsible for protecting the cavalry on the 2 wings of the infantry. They've been watching the show for a long time and have slacked off. Tonight, 2,000 cavalry will be placed behind the north gate. After they leave the city, they'll charge at will. 1,000 cavalry from the east and west gates will attack the flanks. Remember, there is only an hour. I will only give the 3 cavalry armies an hour at most. No matter how many northern Mang soldiers you kill or injure, you must immediately return. You must not linger in battle without retreating. An hour later, My Tiger Head city will once again open its gates. Lu Jinu suddenly called out to the two captains who had left. Let me tell you in advance that Bei Meng might not even give us a chance to reopen Huta City. A tall, white-haired captain nodded and said, Understood. The two captains who were a generation apart walked out of the room. Of course, the young captain looked behind him. Then he said to the old captain, Old, what do you want to say? Do you really want to make things clear? The captain stopped the captain of the captains of the captains. Of the captains. And song, of the song of the song of beef of Bei Meng. Of song of beam off song. Beat captains captain. Of captains were captains was a S's. T captains captains of years. Of captain. Tites, S. Of the beasts. Of bean. Of course. The old man kicked the guy's butt and scolded softly, Get back here. And let me finish. When Captain Song turned around again, the captain pointed to the north and said softly, I only have a son and a daughter. My son died in Bei Meng in the first year of Yonghui. My son-in-law, who was also A's captain, died 8 years ago outside the Liangzhou Pass. Fortunately, I have grandchildren. The He family's bloodline hasn't been cut off. But it's not a good feeling to die before your own. The captain smiled. I know you fought with my son-in-law in the past. You also complained that I chose him as my son-in-law and not you. That's why you've been fighting with me all these years in Huta City. With my temper, if it was 30 years ago, I would have beaten you to a pulp. The captain rolled his eyes and muttered, Can't beat me. The old man couldn't be bothered to argue with this lad. He sighed with emotion and said, Not counting the years of fighting in the Central Plains, I've been living in northern Liang for almost 20 years. I have a home and I live a peaceful life. Even if my family members die, the children can still wear mourning clothes. It's not like the chaotic times when I was young. Living is more difficult than dying. I occasionally return to my hometown and watch the children practice writing every day. They look like they know how to do it. They're even more skilled at holding a brush than I am at holding a spear. I listen to their study outside the study room. The way of life in Beiliang today is really good. The captain patted Captain Song's shoulder. In such a good world, we'll live as long as we can. As for me, I don't plan to go back no matter if the city gate can be opened a second time tonight. You want me to get off my horse and fight Bei Meng barbarians at the city gate in the future? I can't kill many of them. It's better to kill more on horseback. Little Song, are you still going to fight with old Biao to get out of the city? The captain cupped his fists slowly, but there were many things he couldn't say. The captain laughed and walked away in big strides. In the end he was kicked in the butt by the guy surnamed Song. The latter ran downstairs like a gust of wind and said, Old Biao, if I didn't take your daughter away back then, I swore to kick you in this life. Don't be angry. The old man patted the armor on his back and laughed. You little bastard. Fortunately, I didn't choose you as my son-in-law back then. Bei Meng attacked the city day and night. Piles of orderly bonfires burned on the battlefield outside the city. Both Liangmeng and Huta City were used to it. At midnight, in Taoist alchemy books, it was regarded as the beginning of Yang, the time of fire. On each of the 3 plazas leading to the 3 gates of Huta City, a cavalry unit began to go into battle. Long spears hung from their saddles, cold sabers hung from their waists, and crossbows were not carried. The old general in the north stretched out his hand and grasped the long spear that he had snatched from a West Chu general of the West Wall. He smiled and said, Old man, after taking my surname, you haven't been wronged, have you? When the creaking sound of the gate slowly opening was heard, the captain suddenly squeezed his horse's belly and began to charge. In order to cooperate with the 3 cavalry units, especially the cavalry in the north, and not to reveal any signs prematurely, a rain of arrows at the north gate was aimed at the Bei Meng barbarians near the city gate. Therefore, when the Bei Meng infantry were caught off guard and realized that the city gate had opened on its own, they were stunned for a moment. Even the scouts responsible for supervising the battle and patrolling hundreds of steps behind the city gate didn't immediately come back to their senses. When they saw the cavalry rushing out of the gate with their own eyes, the scouts were a little dumbfounded. But soon, someone turned his horse around and whipped it madly. galloping through a gap that was deliberately left open by the 3 infantry formations. When they turned around to pass on this urgent military news, the Beimeng soldiers near the city gate had their heads smashed by the cavalry's spear, or were directly sent flying by the impact of the spear. When the cavalry faced the infantry that didn't set up a formation, killing them was actually like cutting wheat with a knife. If it were a frontal clash between fully armored cavalry, both sides could borrow the great inertia of the warhorse's charge to cause great damage to the spear and the rider's arm. But now, the captain, who couldn't be more familiar with fighting on the battlefield, had been paying attention to his breathing since the very beginning. He definitely wasn't like a rash youth who wanted nothing more than to kill dozens of enemies in one breath. The captain also didn't overly pursue the speed of the warhorse's charge. As the leaders of a cone-shaped cavalry unit, they should all be like this. Otherwise, they would ruin the entire cavalry unit's pace, and even cause the cavalry formation to break apart. Although this kind of situation was negligible in terms of cavalry battle steps, the old man was a true captain of Liang province's border cavalry. He had fought on horseback for most of his life, so it was natural for him to act this way. The 1,000-man Beimeng barbarians on the right side of the city gate were in the midst of climbing the city walls. The 1,000-man men behind them hadn't yet come forward to take turns attacking the city. On the left side, 2 Kiliarchs were in the midst of exchanging commands. The old captain said to his deputy, "Lead 1,000 men and break through the formation. You go around the city." The 2,000-man cavalry quickly split up to the left and right, like a stream slipping away after meeting a rock. The old man led 1,000 men straight for the 1,000-man Beimeng army that was still intact. The 6 or 7 Beimeng soldiers in leather armor saw that they couldn't escape. They clenched their teeth and brandished their blades as they charged forward. The old captain directly charged past. The tip of his spear slanted slightly downwards, aiming at the neck of a Beimeng soldier. The great penetrating force directly knocked this soldier who was raising his blade high off the ground. The moment the spear was about to pierce the enemy's neck, the old man's hands imperceptibly let go of the spear. In the next moment he quickly grabbed the spear shaft again. The position he grabbed only shifted by less than an inch. However, it was precisely this short inch of distance created by letting go of the spear that allowed the old man to remove 50 to 60% of the resistance brought about by the spear's charge. Chapter 1561. The old man lightly pulled his spear back, pulling out the spearhead from the neck of the corpse and continuing to charge forward. This was the precious experience the elder had accumulated as a member of the Su family's cavalry when he was young, galloping through the great lands of the Central Plains. The younger generation of Northern Liang cavalry knew this trick, but normally, they wouldn't use it. After all, Northern Meng was also a cavalry army, so they didn't need to use this type of flashy but useless trick. However, it was very meaningful right now. In this type of situation where a small number of cavalry faced a large number of infantry, the longer the spear left their hands, the more enemies they would kill. When those 6 or 7 Northern Meng soldiers were rushed through, they instantly died. The soldiers on the 2 sides who were further away were also unable to escape death after the 1,000 cavalry quickly spread out. The most tragic one was that after dodging the spear of the 1st cavalry, he was killed on the spot by the 2nd cavalry of Tiger Head City. In the eyes of the 1,000 infantry not far away, they saw the cone-shaped cavalry charge out of the city in a few blinks of an eye. They had already formed a line of 100 cavalry. The Beimeng lieutenant hollered, "Front row, raise your shields. Archers, get ready." The old lieutenant burst out into laughter. Without a spear barricade formation, and without heavy armor, you want to block the charge of my Beiliang cavalry with just 2 to 3 rows of scattered shield soldiers? I, Helianshan, am a Beiliang soldier who has even charged past Westchu's great halberd soldiers. Didn't you all put in a lot of effort in sieging the city? Today my Tiger Head City cavalry will teach you all a lesson. When he suddenly increased his speed. First, this row of elite Beiliang cavalry used the corners of their eyes to increase their speed. Very quickly, they continued to maintain a perfectly straight line. The cavalry behind this row did the same. The 1,000 cavalry were all the same. This was the Beiliang cavalry. The old lieutenant casually brushed aside an arrow that was flying towards his face. As for the one that was flying towards his shoulder armor, he did not even bother about it. The moment the cavalry touched the arrow, the heavens and earth seemed to have stopped. One by one, the Bailiang horses jumped high into the air. Above that line, above the heads of the Baimang soldiers who were kneeling and raising their shields. It was a spectacular sight. When the horses' hooves finally landed on the ground, it was time for the dead. A Tiger Head City lieutenant with astonishing physical strength fiercely stabbed his spear into the chest of a Baimang archer in the back row. He dragged the corpse, which was bleeding profusely, and slid backwards. The spearhead that pierced through the chest smashed into the abdomen of a second Baimang soldier behind him. The cavalry lieutenant suddenly pushed his spear, and then let go. The moment the warhorse charged between the two corpses, the lieutenant bent down and grabbed the spearhead tightly. He pulled it out of the corpse in one breath. As if their hearts were connected, the Bailiang warhorse suddenly exploded with a shocking second charge. It fiercely knocked away the third Baimang barbarian who was trying to chop at his master's arm. The 1,000-man infantry formation, which only had a small number of shield soldiers, a certain number of archers, and a large number of city-climbing swordsmen, did not have any thickness to speak of. The 1,000-man and 1,000-horse charged through. The 900 cavalry from Tiger Head City did not stop at all. They did not care about the 1,000 Baimang men who were covered in dead and injured on the ground. They continued to rush towards the second phalanx that was 1,000 steps away from the first phalanx. Unlike the first phalanx, the archers in the second phalanx had more opportunities to shoot. The Chiliarch had even hurriedly borrowed nearly 100 shield men from the rear, and mixed in with a dozen or so spears that weren't very useful. It was really hard for this Chiliarch who had no choice but to make a last-minute effort. But further away, there was already a cavalry unit on the flanks that had begun to reinforce the infantry through the gaps. The old lieutenant who had the arrow nailed into his shoulder began to slow down his horse, whether intentionally or not. He breathed lightly with the rise and fall of the horse's back. The old man's gaze passed through the second infantry formation, and looked even further away. Out of the corner of his eye, he paid attention to the movements on his left and right. The cavalry unit on the Baimang's right flank that was fighting the fire from afar numbered about 2,000. The old lieutenant shouted loudly, "Break through the left half of the infantry formation in front, and then just charge to the left. Let that Baimang cavalry unit eat dust behind us." When they were less than 500 paces away, the cavalry began to accelerate their charge. The front line began to shift to the left. After several waves of dense arrow rain, half of the 700 Tiger Head City cavalry successfully charged to the left. This time, they ruthlessly crashed into the third formation without holding back. After this collision, apart from the 50 to 60 cavalrymen who were still holding spears, this cavalry unit that seemed to have entered a no-man's land began to switch to Bailiang sabers. But this time they abandoned their spears and switched to sabers. The damage inflicted on this Baimang infantry formation was even more exaggerated than when the Bailiang cavalry crashed into the second infantry formation. Most of those spears pierced into the chests of the Baimang infantry. The Liangzhou cavalry had an iron law. If the spears that left their hands before switching to sabers couldn't kill the enemy, they would be counted as having done nothing after the battle. In the firelight of the late night, this large expanse of dazzling snow-white sabers was particularly eye-catching. Even the commanding General Lu Jinu, who was far away on top of a tall building in Tiger Head City, could see everything clearly. This cavalry unit, including Lieutenant He Lianshan, had no intention of returning to Tiger Head City alive. Lu Jinu knew this very well. At this moment, Lu Jinu and the other lieutenants in the building were all standing in front of the railing. Lu Jinu didn't show any grief on his face. He only said in his heart, "Rest in peace. When we return, let's find the great general underground for a drink." Lu Jinu turned around and limped back into the building. He remembered that time when the young vassal king, who was covered in blood, led 20 or so Wu family swordsmen back to Tiger Head City. The young man casually asked Lu Jinu if the Central Plains couldn't be defended without Bailiang. Lu Jinu told the young man that the answer was no. In a short 20 years, the Central Plains was still unyielding. When the day came when there was no way to retreat, many people would realize that they could also face death without hesitation. Just like our Bailiang. In the end, Lu Jinu added with a smile, However, the central plains outside of Bailiang can be unafraid of death, but if they want to kill hundreds of thousands or even 1 million barbarians like our Bailiang, they can forget about it. At that time, Lu Jinu saw the young man trying to hold back his laughter. Lu Jinu suddenly turned around and ran out of the building. A tall but meticulous officer immediately grabbed the Tiger Head City general and said angrily, "General, we've already given a military order to His Highness. Tiger Head City has to be defended for at least 3 months. That's the minimum. What's wrong? General, you want to quit? Isn't it easy to die? Don't talk about going out of the city to kill the enemy like Officer He. General, you just need to stand on the city wall, and you'll definitely come back in 2 hours. Lu Jinu said unhappily, "I'm going to sleep." The tall officer was puzzled. Really? Several officers who were obviously worried about Lu Jinu said in unison, "I'll send you off, General." Lu Jinu thought about it and broke free from the tall officer's hands. "Forget it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Come, let's quickly discuss how to bring back the other cavalry units that went out of the city." Judging from the movements outside the city, the Baimang cavalry is trying to set up a net. It's faster than we expected. We have to think of a way in 15 minutes. If there's no other way, we should let them return to the city immediately. We can't wait until the first hour. The tall lieutenant couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Lu Jinu turned around but didn't stop walking. "Say that again?" The tall officer immediately shut his mouth. Lu Jinu stared at him. "Idiot." The tall officer turned around and curled his lips. "Do you think I'm an idiot? In any case, I was brought out by you. Idiot." Lu Jinu suddenly stopped and said in a deep voice, "That's not right. Bring me the map of the entire Liangmang border." When the map was spread out on the table, Lu Jinu fell into deep thought. The people in the building didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lu Jinu's gaze quickly moved around the borders of the 3 provinces. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and stared back at Tiger Head City. He slowly said, "Right now, Baimang's true goal isn't to eat up the Longxiang army in Lu Province. It's not to take down Xiaoguang City in Yuzhou, and it's not to take down our Tiger Head City." Everyone was puzzled. Could it be Lingzhou? But this was too preposterous. Lu Jinu extended a finger and pointed at a military town. "It's Huayang Pass behind Tiger Head City. To be more precise, it's the entire Liangzhou behind Protector General Chu Lushan." Someone asked, "But as long as Tiger Head City is still there, Huayang Pass is a dangerous pass that can be attacked and defended. On the surface, there are several Bailiang's most elite cavalry that can provide support at any time. Although we just received a secret report that these cavalry troops are already. The Baimang barbarians definitely don't know the whereabouts of the 20,000 people. Under these circumstances, what can Baimang use to attack Huayang Pass?" Someone said, "It doesn't matter if Lu Province is lost or not. As long as the Longxiang army can preserve half of its strength, with the addition of Yozhou's Calabash Pass, we can definitely form an encirclement. Then if we can defend Tiger Head City for 3 months, Bailiang can even counterattack the 2 provinces of Baimang." Lu Jinu was silent. Chapter 1562. When that sword flew from thousands of miles away to Wuxia town, before Mr. White Lotus had revealed the secret of heaven, Liuzhou was already on the verge of war. 3 Liuzhou officials, 2 civil and 1 military, walked on top of the city wall. Their position was closer to the side of the parapet wall, which was slightly shorter than the outer walls. Outside the city, small groups of Baimang cavalry constantly roared past. There were at least 30 to 200 of them. Occasionally, they would ride and shoot, but they did not cause any damage to the soldiers defending the city. In fact, it was like they were here to enjoy the scenery, filled with a strong sense of provocation. The only old man among the 3 of them was wearing the official uniform of a 3rd-rank official, embroidered with peacock patches. Just now, a few sharp arrows flew over the old man's head. The old man smiled and said, "Evil guests are at the door. You like to throw shoes at people's door so much. If I get the chance." At this point, the old man paused. He turned his head and smiled at the young man wearing the military robe. "General Ko, will I have such a chance?" The self-proclaimed Dragon King of the West, Kai Junchen, had been sent by the King of Bailiang to Lingzhou's Huangnam County to be the governor of the county. He and his wife, Yururu, lived happily together. The Dragon King's residence in Qingsong City had been changed to the residence of the governor of Liuzhou. This old man was the highest-ranking civil official in Liuzhou, the governor Yang Guangdou. The civil official beside him was the Gangnam-do scholar Chen Xiliang, who had taken root in Liuzhou and was unwilling to leave. When Qingsong City realized that Lu Gui's army intended to attack the city, the governor's residence had an intense argument that lasted through the night. As for whether to defend or to retreat, it evolved into two sharply opposing camps. The older officials of Liuzhou all advocated that as long as the Green Hills were there would be no need to worry about firewood. They might as well give up on Qingsong City and head to Linyao military town under the escort of the Longxiang army. As long as they were still alive, there would not be any problems with the military and political operations of Liuzhou. As for the younger generation of officials, regardless of whether they were from a general family or scholars from the Central Plains, they all strongly requested to defend Qingsong City to the death, fighting for the Longxiang army to have the best opportunity to battle Dinglu province. Originally, as long as the two of them reached an agreement, this quarrel would not become more and more intense. However, the problem was that the experienced and prudent provincial governor Yang Guangdou unexpectedly supported defending the city to the end. On the other hand, Chen Xiliang, whose prestige among the refugees of Liuzhou was even greater than that of the young vassal king, was the complete opposite. He suggested moving the provincial governor's residence to Linyao. As a result, the two sides were in a deadlock. Then, the newly appointed Lu province general entered Azure City at this moment. Ko Jianghuai stretched out his hand and gently pressed it against the rough female wall. He did not make any big statements, nor did he pat his chest and promise anything to the old provincial governor. The ancient military town under his feet was used by the Great Feng dynasty to control the vast western regions. As the #1 military town in Liuzhou, which was closest to Liangzhou, this little city wall was just a decoration. Even though it had been urgently reinforced after being incorporated into Beiliang's territory, it still made Ko Jianghuai, who was used to seeing the majestic cities of the Central Plains, find it laughable. This young Liuzhou general who had rushed here with several hundred cavalry was temporarily carrying out his duties in a residence near the provincial governor's residence. However, in the vast Liuzhou that was comparable to the entire old Beiliang road, there were only a handful of places that Ko Jianghuai could mobilize. For example, the current most intimidating military force in Liuzhou, the 30,000 Longxiang army, was directly under the jurisdiction of the Protectorate General. The main general, Su Longxiang, and his two deputies, Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao, were not people that he could order around. If Ko Jianghuai dared to interfere with the specific promotions and promotions of the Longxiang army, the Liuzhou general's position as general of Liuzhou could probably be counted on one hand. From start to finish, Ko Jianghuai did not recognize a single one of the generals and soldiers of Linyao and Fengxiang. Right now, he only had the 4,000 Qingsong army soldiers in Azure City and the 10,000 or so refugees that Chen Xiliang had gathered at his disposal. Even though they were not bad in individual combat and barely passable in defending a city, when placed on a large-scale battlefield, Ko Jianghuai did not know what else they could do other than give military merit to Lu Gui. Therefore, as a general of Liuzhou who was determined to achieve great things in the western regions, he was even worse off than a housewife who could not cook without rice. Right now, he did not even have a decent stove. Ko Jianghuai walked near the outer wall and looked at a group of Beimeng cavalry galloping away in the dust. He said softly, "The provincial governor wants to defend to the death because he feels that if he retreats, Liuzhou will go from being balanced to being in a disadvantageous position where he will have no initiative at all. A slight move in one part will affect the entire situation, causing a large hole to be torn in the connection between Liuzhou and Liangzhou. Beimeng's Nanchao military town and Dongzhua's central line will be able to send an endless stream of troops here, and thus affect the entire layout of Liangzhou. Mr. Chen wants to retreat because he is worried that the Longxiang army will fall into a trap and suffer great losses in the battle with Lu Gui's army outside Qingsong City. Once the Longxiang army loses the ability to pin down Beimeng's western line army." Chen Xiliang rudely interrupted Ko Jianghuai. "Although I can't say that I am familiar with military affairs, I know that Lu Gui was able to endure until now because he definitely wants to fight a decisive battle. Qingsong City is the bait. I can even be sure that when Lu Gui's army attacks Qingsong City, they will not be too swift and violent at first. They will only bait and force the Longxiang army to increase their forces bit by bit, until all 30,000 of the Longxiang army is trapped in a quagmire. Moreover, I am not advocating for Qingsong City to be abandoned, but rather for the provincial governor's officials to retreat to Linyao military town. Qingsong City will still be defended to the end by me and those 14,000 soldiers. This way, the Longxiang army will be able to attack and retreat, and will not be trapped in a quagmire. The current Chen Xiliang's skin was tanned, and he no longer had the elegance of the weak scholar from Baogua Temple. To put it simply, he used to be a handsome scholar, who could have caught the eye of a vixen in an ancient temple. Now, even if there were vixens in the world, they would not be willing to pay attention to a scholar with calloused hands who toiled all day. Young Guangdou, who had been filled with anger for the past 2 days, coldly snorted. Not just me, but almost the entire Liang knows that in the king of Beiliang's heart, you Chen Xiliang, are worth the entire provincial governor's mansion. Chen Xiliang frowned. Then tell the Longxiang army in charge of the escort that I, Chen Xiliang, will also retreat to Linyao military town. Yang Guangdou laughed angrily. Do you think that Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao, who can become generals, are idiots? They are all shrewd. It's fine if I, Yang Guangdou, die, but if you Chen Xiliang die in Qingsong City, under the nose of Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao, 2 dignified deputy generals of the Longxiang army, do you still want to climb up the ranks of the Beiliang frontier army? Ko Jianghuai laughed as he interrupted the two's argument. Those who are good at using troops should first consider defeat before considering victory. This is indeed a valuable advice in military books. In truth, Yang Guangdou was very curious about this young West Chu survivor, who had almost become a general. According to Ko Jianghuai's temperament during the series of battles in Guangling, he was not a general who calculated the gains and losses of one place. On the contrary, Ko Jianghuai, whose overall military strength was inferior, was best at large-scale long-distance raids. He always had the advantage in the battlefield, causing the Guangling army that had been beaten into a sieve to be badly battered. Zhao Yi's elite troops were so frightened that they did not even have the courage to go out of the city to help. They were afraid that they would take the initiative to walk into a trap again. After Ko Jianghuai wiped out all of Zhao Yi's main forces on the eastern front, they completely lost contact with the various cities and passes. Yang Guangdou had originally thought that after Ko Jianghuai came to Qingsong City, he would support Chen Xiliang and the other civil officials and advisors in the provincial governor's mansion, who were focused on stability. After thinking about it, Yang Guangdou was also worried that the young Ko Jianghuai was anxious to establish his prestige in Liuzhou, and wanted to use the Battle of Qingsong City to accumulate military merit for himself. Yang Guangdou hesitated for a moment, then decided not to hide anything. He directly asked, "How confident is General Ko? Can you give this official a hint?" Ko Jianghuai gazed at the Beimeng camp in the distance. If Qingsong City is just Qingsong City, and all the variables are only inside and outside Qingsong City, unaffected by outside interference, and the soldiers on both sides are just these people on the surface, then I only have a 10% chance of making the situation in Liuzhou better. Chen Xiliang smiled bitterly and said nothing. Chapter 1563. Ko Jianghuai continued. The situation in Lu province is different from the eastern front of the Guangling path that I was at. Over there, it seems that there are many cities and passes, but they are all dead, like chess pieces on a chessboard that do not move once they take root. The generals of the Guangling army of the Liang imperial court have all walked into a dead end. As if they do not have a city, they do not have a soul. In Lu province, it is very different. This is a battlefield that is destined to be decided by the cavalry. The 2 garrisons of Linyao and Fengxiang are a small variable, while the backup that Lu Gui has hidden is a big variable. Similarly, it is a matter of saving a nearby fire from afar. Ko Jianghuai pointed to the east, even further east than the camp of Lu Gui's army. The true variable is in the hands of Beiliang. As long as Liangzhou sends 10,000 cavalry to Lu province, they do not need to be the great snow dragon cavalry, or the 6,000 iron stupas of Qidong. As long as it is the most ordinary cavalry of Liangzhou, it will be enough. Yang Guangdou shook his head. Although I advocate defending Qingsong City to the death, I am also clear that the survival of Qingsong City cannot wait for the cavalry of Liangzhou to hear the news and arrive. We can only rely on the 14,000 people in Qingsong City and the 30,000 Longxiang army outside the city. At most, we can add on the 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry from Linyao and Fengxiang. Ko Jianghuai laughed. In any case, we are already defending Qingsong City to the death. It is not a bad thing for us to think a little more. Ko Jianghuai turned his head to the worried Chen Shiliang and smiled. In order to calm the people and prevent them from collapsing in one battle, I will have to trouble Sir and those youths of Lu province to make a false military report. Just say that Bailiang's cavalry is on the way. As long as Qingsong City is not broken through in 5 days, not even a single Beimeng barbarian will be able to stand in Lu province. Chen Shiliang's face was somewhat angry. Ko Jianghuai purposely ignored him and asked with a smile. What, sir, you can't bear it? Do you feel that it goes against your conscience? Actually, from another perspective, it was simple. Since they had to defend the city to the death regardless of whether or not there were reinforcements from the Liangzhou province, a high morale meant that fewer people would die than a low morale. Mr. didn't want Qingsong City to be breached in a day or two. How many times could the 14,000 people who were scattered in all directions withstand the killing of the Beimeng army? Sir, you are a proper scholar, so you might not know much about military affairs. The battlefield where the most people die the fastest is not during the siege, nor is it when the cavalry forces clash or when the cavalry forces break through the infantry formation. Instead, it is the massacre after the city is breached, or the pursuit of the defeated soldiers in the wilderness. Chen Shiliang then asked 2 questions. General Ko is willing to fight to the death with Azure City? Are you really willing to die here? Ko Jianghuai seemed to be avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. His tone was calm as he said, I, Ko Jianghuai, came to Luzhou as the general of Luzhou to win the war. I am not afraid of death, but at the same time, I cherish my life. Chen Shiliang said his goodbyes and left. Ko Jianghuai smiled and didn't take it to heart. Yang Guangdou didn't follow Chen Shiliang down the city wall. He sighed and said, General Ko should be able to see that Chen Shiliang has already treated Qingsong City as his home in Luzhou. Why are you still rubbing salt on his wound? Moreover, with Chen Shiliang's temperament, once he has a bad impression of someone, it will be difficult to change it for the rest of his life. General Ko is also not doing business in Luzhou. You want to make a name for yourself here. Since that is the case, why do you still want to become enemies with Chen Shiliang? Ko Jianghuai asked back. Is Chen Shiliang just a gentleman who would rather take the easy way out? Yang Guangdou shook his head and said, that is looking down on him too much. Chen Shiliang might not necessarily be the next Li Yishan. Compared to Su Beiji, who is successful in Lingzhou, I am more optimistic about Chen Shiliang. Ko Jianghuai stretched out his hand and slid it across the slightly hot arrow stacks on the wall. He said softly, the spy report that Luzhou sent to Liangzhou is just to leave the rest to fate. I am betting that Liangzhou has someone who can see through the situation. In short, this time, Luzhou will either lose completely or make a huge profit. Yang Guangdou sighed. If only I had half a year to create a rough beacon system on the southern line of Luzhou, I would not be so passive. Unfortunately, time does not wait for me. Ko Jianghuai's eyes were complicated. No one knew what this general of Luzhou, who had taken over a hot potato the moment he took office, was planning. The Longxiang army camp south of Qingsong City was different from Lu Gui's army, which was filled with resentment and undercurrents. It was also different from the hesitation in Qingsong City. From top to bottom, the entire Dragon Elephant army didn't have any distracting thoughts. Last year, they marched straight into northern Mang, practically sweeping through most of Gusai province, beating the 4 military towns of Tile-Building Gentleman's Pavilion, Ligu, and Maolong to the point where they wished they were dead. In the end, even Dongjua had no choice but to personally take the field. Yet they still lost around 5,000 elite private soldiers. At the beginning of spring this year, they had swallowed up over 8,000 Chong cavalry troops, known as the Desert Ghosts, in one go. The morale of the Dragon Elephant army had been accumulated through victory after victory in such tough battles. Before Su Longxiang took command of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry, Deputy Generals Li Mofan and Scarface and Wang Lingbao were already border generals. In these 10 years, when did they not fight a few battles with the Beimeng barbarians? The black-clothed teen sat on a small hill. Beside him lay the shockingly huge black tiger. It was lazily dozing off, occasionally shaking its body and kicking up a large cloud of dust. Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao each held their horses and stood not far away. The fierce-looking Scarface asked softly, looking at the situation, "The Beimeng barbarians are going to make their move tomorrow. We will definitely fight this battle, but how should we fight? Old Li, do you have any ideas?" Li Mofan's warhorse was like a mobile armory. Not only was there an iron spear hanging from it, there was also a riding bow and 2 light crossbows. There was also a pouch full of short halberds. Li Mofan himself was also carrying a sword. After hearing Wang Lingbao's question, this deputy general of the Longxiang army, who had a mixed reputation, said unhappily, "Ideas? The 30,000 Longxiang army is all cavalry. Isn't it just a cavalry versus cavalry? What other tricks can they play? That old man Lu Gui is clearly using Qingsong City as bait to catch a big fish like our Longxiang army. Then we will take the bait. However, we have to drag this fisherman into the water and tell them that it is not so easy to pull chestnuts out of the fire. It is very easy to play with fire and burn themselves." Wang Lingbao chuckled and said, "Our deputy general Li also has times when he is nervous. In the past, when you talked about how to use the troops, you were always clear and logical. You wanted to use every single cavalry on the blade. If I didn't interrupt you, you would be able to talk for a few hours without panting." Li Mofan's face was gloomy, but he did not refute. Wang Lingbao leaned over and asked quietly, "Are you worried that you won't be able to stop Tuoba Bodhisattva?" Li Mofan shook his head. Both sides together have about 150,000 soldiers. In such a large battlefield, a martial grandmaster is not that important. Tuoba Bodhisattva has no say in the Beimeng Western Front Army. Even if he joins the battle, although he can affect the situation to a certain extent, he cannot truly decide the outcome. Wang Lingbao rolled his eyes and said, "Then what are you worried about? It's not like you don't know what kind of crap the cavalry of Gusai Prefecture's 4 towns are. Unless that old man Lu Gui uses the heavy armored infantry as the central army and sets up a horse-repelling formation to the death, and then places all the cavalry on the 2 wings, using this kind of most inflexible turtle tactic to deal with the Dragon Elephant army, then we won't have any opportunity to bite them." Li Mofan still shook his head. If this Beimeng were to use a tactic that any mediocre general would use, then he wouldn't be Lu Gui. Wang Lingbao was also a bit irritated. He suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "That Liuzhou general surnamed Ko wants us to leave him 5,000 elite troops and not use them no matter what the situation is. What's the deal? Did we really agree?" Li Mofan said helplessly, "In any case, the general has already agreed. Just do as he says." There was a long silence. Wang Lingbao suddenly laughed and said, "Old Li, I didn't think that in the end, not a single one of those civil officials from Qingsong City went to Linyao. Do you think that in this world, only our Bailiang has this kind of situation? But it's not that I, Wang Lingbao, don't have a conscience. Whenever I think of this group of civil officials appearing on the city walls to learn how to draw a bow and shoot an arrow, I really want to laugh." Li Mofan's face also had a hint of a smile. Wang Lingbao subconsciously touched the scar on his face and asked, "Old Li, how many years have we fought side by side?" Li Mofan was taken aback and only replied, "I forgot." Wang Lingbao laughed loudly. "I also forgot." In short, it had been many years. Chapter 1564. Beimeng's iron hooves passed by Crouching Bao City and Wanhe City before being stopped outside Yozhou's pass by Xiaoguang City. If they couldn't break through this pass and successfully enter Yozhou's territory, all of Beimeng's cavalry troops on the eastern front would be useless. Outside the city, 2 Beimeng officers on the eastern front were closely guarded by no less than 1,000 elite soldiers. They were inspecting the situation at the top of the city walls. Commander Yang Yuanzhan sighed emotionally. "The ancients really didn't lie to me. Apart from this city, the mouth of the bottle gourd is already in my hands. However, as long as Xiaoguang City is not broken, We will never be able to fight to the death with those 30,000 Yuzhou cavalry troops. Zhong Tan, the vanguard general who had just been conferred the title of Xiajubo by the emperor, laughed. It's really hard on you, great general. It's like you're leading a nest of baby birds, crying piteously for food. It's so noisy every day. The old general laughed. Once we pass through Xiaoguang City, the entire Yuzhou will be under our hooves. At that time, it'll be easy to fight. There will be opportunities and military contributions everywhere. However, how much we can stuff into our pockets will depend on our own abilities. Zhong Tan, who had personally gone up to the city to fight yesterday, was covered in a bloody aura. He said softly, "Now we just have to wait for Yan Wenwan to bring his Yuzhou infantry to fill the gap in Xiaoguang City. Otherwise, Xiaoguang City will fall in 3 days at most." Yang Yuanzhan sneered. Xiaoguang City is not Huta City. The city is only so big. How many people can stand on the city walls? Yan Wenwan will at most send 6,000 people to Xiaoguang City to participate in the defense. Any more and they'll only be able to squeeze into the city to watch the show, let alone go to the city walls. Yang Yuanzhan looked at Xiaoguang City in the distance, whose defenses were already stretched to the limit. All of the large ballistae had been destroyed, especially after their infantry had almost destroyed Crouching Bao City and Wanhe City. During this period of time, hundreds of catapults had been madly hurling boulders at Xiaoguang City. As a result, during this summer, there was a lot of rain above Xiaoguang City. Apart from the fortresses on the two sides of Xiaoguang City and Wanhe City, all of the other strongholds had already been cleaned out by the Beimeng cavalry troops who were crazed for military contributions. The beacons at the mouth of the bottle gourd were undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt of the attacks, and had long become the best hunting targets. Some of the larger fortresses with slightly more soldiers were also broken through after a few, or even a dozen private cavalry troops converged. This action had saved Yang Yuanzhan a lot of trouble. Right now, after Crouching Bao City and Wanhe City had been destroyed, the mouth of the bottle gourd was actually very suitable for cavalry to gallop over long distances. It could be said that as long as Yang Yuanzhan's army on the eastern front took Xiaoguang City, not only would Yuzhou be wide open, given the absolute disadvantage of the Yuzhou cavalry, the eastern front of Beimeng would be able to attack and retreat all the way to the mouth of the bottle gourd to the north of Xiaoguang City. No matter how outstanding Yan Wenwan's infantry troops were, how could two-legged infantrymen outrun four-legged cavalry troops? As a result, even though Zhong Tan's infantry troops suffered astonishing losses, with 2,000 or 3,000 man squads collapsing miserably every day, the old general who was frowning on the surface was actually not too worried. In the depths of his heart, he even secretly rejoiced in the misfortune of his old friend, Lu Gui, who was in charge of the Western Front. Back then, Xi Jing wanted Lu Gui to go to Lu Province, where the Beiliang Frontier Army did not have any strongholds to rely on, but wanted Yang Yuanzhan to attack Yuzhou, wanting him to lead his troops through the mouth of the bottle gourd, a terrifying region that was said to be capable of burying 150,000 Beimeng soldiers. How could Yang Yuanzhan not have any complaints? However, looking back now, fortune and misfortune truly came hand in hand. The will of the heavens was hard to fathom. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhong Tan caught a glimpse of the old general's confident expression. This vanguard general with illustrious military achievements wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. In the end, he swallowed the words back into his stomach and did not voice his conjecture. The reason why he was able to squeeze out Yelu Yuhu and become the new Xiajubo with less than a year of military service was because of the words of an A-ranked tycoon in the imperial court of Xijing. Zhong Tan alone has caused the deaths of 50,000 soldiers of our Eastern Front army at the mouth of the bottle gourd. It's no different from having 50,000 more brave infantrymen, who are adept at sieging cities and raiding strongholds. How can I not become Xiajubo? Logically speaking, as a member of the Zhong family who had leaped to the same level as Xia of the Central Plains and Ko Jianghuai of the Western Frontier, and Songli of the Central Plains should be the most complacent. However, Zhong Tan always felt that the situation in Yuzhou was not so simple. Yang Yuanzhan suddenly pointed at the city wall where the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Instead of being alarmed, he laughed out loud and said, "Zhong Tan, look, Yan Wenwan finally can't sit still." I thought this old man had dug a big hole for us in Yuzhou. Unexpectedly, he only has this little willpower. I'm disappointed, truly disappointed." When Zhong Tan saw the desperate situation at the top of Xiaoguang City, he finally felt relieved of a heavy burden. Xiaoguang City's geographical location could be said to be blessed by the heavens. It occupied the only pass at the mouth of the Bottle Gorge that could allow a large-scale cavalry army to pass through. As a result, the battle here could only be fought head-on. It was impossible for either side to launch a surprise attack. Zhong Tan's troops on the Eastern Front had recently been able to continuously pour into the city wall. Yesterday, Zhong Tan had personally led 800 deathsworn onto the city wall and fought fiercely for less than an hour before they were chased off the wall. When the main battlefield of a siege changed from being ants clinging to the city wall to a melee battle, it often meant that the city was not far from being breached. Most likely because they knew that Xiaoguang City was in imminent danger. This was the first time Yan Wanwan's old battalion had appeared on the battlefield at the mouth of the Bottle Gorge. Zhong Tan urged his horse forward. Without the threat of the ballistae on the city wall, with Zhong Tan's martial cultivation and armor, he did not fear the arrows of the scattered master archers on the city wall. Zhong Tan raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, a large wave of Yozhou's old battalion infantry had arrived at the top of the city wall. They were wearing the classic swallow armor, which was meticulously crafted by Bailiang's official craftsmen. This kind of swallow armor was composed of 1,500 pieces of refined iron armor leaves, which were then connected with tough leather strips and nails. It weighed more than 60 jin, and was not in any way inferior to West Chu's first-rate heavy infantry. Moreover, Bailiang men were naturally superior to West Chu soldiers in physique. The Yen clan's infantry wore heavy armor, and held spears in their hands as they stood in formation. During the Spring and Autumn War, they had once caused the West Chu cavalry to be flabbergasted. The birth of heavy infantry in the Great Feng dynasty, and the formation of the Spring and Autumn Nine Kingdoms, was originally the result of large-scale cavalry gradually becoming the main characters of the battlefield. This was especially true after the grassland cavalry became increasingly unstoppable. Since the infantry could no longer compare to the cavalry in terms of agility, they might as well completely abandon mobility and use inaction to suppress the enemy. Of course, heavy infantry were originally not a precious soldier type used to defend a city. It was not purely because fighting infantry with infantry was a waste of talent, but because heavy infantry were simply too heavy. It was not wise for them to engage in close combat at the top of the city wall, where every inch of land was worth its weight. However, the 400 Beimeng daredevils who had already reached the top of Xiaoguang City were practically wiped out by the swallow armor in a single exchange. Zhong Tan turned to a messenger and said in a heavy voice, "Have Zheng Lin lead 2,000 cavalry to support the retreating infantry." On the top of the city wall, life and death were decided immediately. The Beimeng infantry were already pretty much exhausted, but one of them still managed to deliver a ferocious blow with his blade. In the end, the well-armored Yen family heavy infantry raised his left arm and casually swung his blade aside. That old battalion Yen family elite continued to charge forward. The cold blade in his right hand instantly pierced through the chest of this leather-armored Beimeng barbarian. Relying on the tremendous momentum, he directly knocked this Beimeng soldier against the outer wall. After quickly pulling out his blade, he raised it up with both hands, ripping out a bloody gash from the waist to the shoulder of a Beimeng barbarian who had been waiting for an opportunity to hack at his face. Scarlet blood splattered all over this heavy infantry soldier's face, making him look especially sinister. A Beimeng soldier was knocked out of the city through a crack in the wall. On the top of Xiaoguang City, metal armor clanged. One after another, the bloody heads of the Beimeng soldiers were tossed down from the top of the city wall by those burly armored soldiers. Apart from the soldiers who had climbed up the city wall, no one was spared. When the Beimeng siege soldiers heard the drums of retreat, they hurriedly pulled down their scaling ladders. Above them, heads and corpses constantly fell down, as well as a rain of arrows from the archers who had returned to the top of the city wall. This rain of blood and arrows was Xiaoguang City's most powerful answer to the rain curtain created by the Beimeng catapults. Xiaoguang City, whose gates had been tightly shut all this time, opened for the first time. A large group of heavily armored soldiers charged out. On the top of the city wall, the heavily armored Yuzhou soldiers slid down the scaling ladders and began a one-sided slaughter of the Beimang soldiers who could not retreat in time. Like a flood pouring out of the city, Beimang soldiers constantly drowned in blood. Chapter 1565. When the 2,000 Beimang cavalry closest to the city walls received Zhong Tan's orders, they began to accelerate their charge, launching wave after wave of mounted archery in an attempt to suppress the formation of Xiaoguang City's infantry as much as possible while assisting their own soldiers in their retreat. At the same time, the foot archers on the city walls, which had a longer range than the mounted archers, decisively gave up on killing the Beimang infantry and turned toward the Beimang cavalry that were currently making their way out of the city. The cavalry commander, Zheng Lin, raised his arm and paused. The cavalry no longer advanced and began to slowly retreat 50 paces. The vast majority of the arrows from the city walls landed within these 50 paces. Zheng Lin turned around and surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat depressed. Apart from the infantry that were urgently retreating from the flanks of the cavalry, the main culprits that were preventing their cavalry from rushing to the battlefield just so happened to be the infantry formations that were supposed to be in charge of following up on the siege. Otherwise, as long as they had 2,000 cavalry to block the city gates, given the current number of crossbows in Xiaoguang City, they wouldn't be able to pose too much of a threat. Then, even if the 4,000 cavalry couldn't completely stop the infantry from leaving the city, they would at least be able to make it impossible for them to spread out their formation comfortably. Zheng Lin's cavalry could be considered the elites of the Eastern Front. Apart from the fact that they hadn't brought any spears because they hadn't expected to charge into the enemy formation, they had all sorts of mounted bows and foot archers. Lassos, axes, and all sorts of other weapons were also present. They were all clad in uniform chainmail, which was even more extravagant than the leather armor of ordinary grassland cavalry. Zheng Lin's unmoving cavalry seemed like a crane among a flock of chickens amidst the fiercely retreating Beimang infantry. Very soon, several cavalry reinforcements arrived with great difficulty, making their way through the infantry. Altogether, there were about 3,500 cavalry. However, opportunities on the battlefield were always fleeting. Under the skilled assistance of nearly 1,000 auxiliary troops in charge of transporting supplies, the Yuzhou infantry had already calmly formed up outside Xiaoguang City's gates, their numbers as dense as hedgehogs. However, for some reason, this infantry did not place the 3 axes, antler wood, caltrops, or barricades in front of their formation. Zheng Lin couldn't help but find this rather strange. For better or for worse, Xiaoguang City was the last strategic town on the Heluku defensive line. Even if they had never thought of going out of the city to control cavalry by foot, the city should still have these common military items stored up. Zheng Lin chuckled. It was better that there weren't any. Those large barricades with 4 slanted logs and holes for metal spears, as well as those simple barricades that the strategist had explained countless times, truly made a cavalry commander like Zheng Lin feel his scalp go numb just from hearing about them. Zheng Lin carefully observed the division of troops among the Yuzhou infantry. Sure enough, it was just as those scholarly strategists had said. The sturdy shieldmen with the strongest physical strength raised large shields almost as tall as a person at the front, while the sharp spears in the back thrust out from the shields. Above the rattan walls, there were many rows of spears that made the cavalry feel a chill even in the middle of summer. Behind them were the axemen who gave up on cold blades and wielded large axes. Behind them were the archers who could draw their bows and kill the enemy before the cavalry, as well as the waist crossbows and rear crossbows, which had a longer range than the infantry bows. Zheng Lin subconsciously raised his butt off the back of his horse, trying to get a clearer look. However, it was very difficult for him to discover any more of the profundities of the Yan clan's old battalion. 1,000-man commander who had come from the grasslands of Biting to the Heluku asked with a smile, "General Zheng, what do you say? Why don't you let me lead the troops in a charge first? It's not a bad idea to test the waters." Zheng Lin looked at this young 1,000-man commander. He was the eldest son of a certain clan that occupied a large area of fertile grasslands in the north. He was young and full of vigor. Previously, he had accomplished quite a number of military exploits in the beacon fort around Wanha City. Now he was just waiting to break through Xiaoguang City and go on a killing spree in Yuzhou. It was said that this kid had already discussed with a group of biting nobles of similar background. When they entered Yuzhou, they would ignore everything else and work together to set their sights on that place called Yanji County. The women there were so beautiful that even the men of the central plains of Liang would drool over them. When the time came, they would pick out a few hundred of the most beautiful women to enjoy alone, while the other women of Yanji County would be sold to the nobles of the grasslands. Not only would they earn money, but they would also earn favors. Zheng Lin, as the son of a noble clan of the Southern Dynasty, did not have a good impression of these nobles of biting. Over the past 20 years, there had been countless examples of minor nobles of biting abusing their power in western capital of the Southern Dynasty. However, Zheng Lin still shook his head and said, "That 4,000 infantry is the old battalion of Yanwenwan of Yuzhou. They are the direct descendants of the direct line of descent. We shouldn't rashly charge into their formation. General Zhong only asked me to cover their retreat. We can't be greedy and advance prematurely." That 1,000-man commander chuckled and said, "Whether or not I'm advancing prematurely will have to wait until I lose the battle. Every one of the 1,000 men under my command is an elite cavalry that can drill into the belly of a horse like playing with a toy. General Zheng, since you don't dare to charge into the formation, you can just wait on the side and watch me provide support." Zheng Lin said expressionlessly, "Oh, then this general will quietly wait for the report of victory." The young 1,000-man commander laughed out loud and took the lead to rush into the heavily guarded phalanx of infantry. 1,000 cavalrymen were divided into 2 rows of 200 cavalrymen. There was a large gap between the 5 rows. The first 2 rows were mainly composed of short and tall, heavy cavalrymen. Everyone was holding their original spears or iron spears seized from Bailiang's Fort Wu. Their armor was also better than that of the last 3 rows. Thus they quickly advanced forward. This kind of cavalry charging formation that the grassland people were very familiar with. The formation was simple but flexible. At the end of the Dafeng dynasty, they had achieved great results against the Central Plains infantry, causing the Central Plains to be filled with smoke. Every time they were about to clash with the Central Plains infantry, the last 3 rows of light cavalrymen would suddenly speed up and charge out from the gaps between the iron cavalry. They would either shoot out a dense rain of arrows or throw out short spears. If the enemy's phalanx of infantry could maintain a stable formation, then the heavy cavalrymen would not rush into the formation. Instead, they would make an arc and slide out from the 2 wings of the phalanx. If they could not find an opportunity on the 2 sides of the phalanx of infantry, then they would return to their original spot and repeat until a hole appeared in the phalanx of infantry. Then the iron cavalry would launch a truly lethal charge and create a gap for the light cavalry behind. In the past, the grassland cavalry that galloped freely on the territory of the Dafeng dynasty had greatly improved both their armor and weapons due to the various benefits that Hongjia brought to the north. Unfortunately, the enemy this 1,000-man cavalry was facing was the heavy armored infantry of Yanwenwan, the Bailiang frontier army. It was not the embroidered pillow dynasty that was boasted by some rich and powerful people that all the dynasties died because they were weak. Only the Dafeng dynasty died because they were strong. When they realized that there were only 1,000 cavalry charging alone, this infantry square formation made a shocking move, going against the common sense of the art of war and putting down the shield wall and spear forest that were the essence of the horse-repelling formation. It was only between 300 and 100 steps. Under the sharp arrows of the large number of crossbows, the 1,000 cavalry that were shouting were thrown off their horses. A total of 600 of them lay down. What happened next was also completely different from what was written in the military books. The infantry formation didn't continue to fire arrows at a large scale. Instead, they shot down the dozens of mounted soldiers who tried to escape from the battlefield. The front line readied their shields and spears. It was like saying, "Cavalry charging formation? Then please come." After realizing that their 1,000-man commander had an arrow pierced through his chest, the remaining 300 Baimang cavalry charged over without caring about their lives. They charged towards those sharp horse-repelling spears. After one charge, the entire infantry square formation was still as stable as a rock. In front of the shield, in the spear, The 300 Beimang warhorses, without exception, were all pierced through by the 2.5-foot-long spears. On the walls of Xiaoguang City, a short, one-eyed old man was accompanied by Yuzhou General Huang Fuqiong and Provincial Governor Hu Kuei, the two Beiliang border officials. From start to finish, the old man did not even glance at the 1,000 Beimang cavalry seeking their own death. Instead, he looked even further north, outside the gourd. He muttered to himself, "In 3 days, the 4 cavalry armies will be able to enter the gourd, right?" Outside the mouth of the calabash, the 20,000 Yuzhou cavalrymen were divided into 2. Commanding Cavalry General Shi Yulu and Agile Cavalry General Fan Wenyao each led 2,000 cavalrymen, and continued north. They were in charge of destroying the grain transportation of Longyao Province and intercepting those wandering cavalrymen. The Deputy General of the Yuzhou Cavalry, Yu Luandao, personally led 16,000 cavalry to welcome the arrival of the 2 cavalry armies. When the time came, the Yuzhou cavalry would act as guards for the latter. Even though the 2 cavalry armies added together only amounted to more than half of the Yuzhou cavalry, but Yu Luandao was not angry at all. 2 days later, a group of 10,000 cavalry broke away from the main army and charged into the gourd. There were dilapidated fortresses and unmanned beacons. It was a scene of devastation. A gust of wind blew past the city of Crouching Bao City. These 10,000 cavalry did not stop at Crouching Bao City. When they circled around the city, all the cavalry took out their Beiliang blades and raised them high up. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. They silently headed south. Chapter 1566. In the darkness of the night, a group of carriages quietly entered Liangzhou City and passed through the tightly guarded city gates without any obstructions. Mount Qingliang opened its E-gate, and the Northern Liang Prince's mansion opened its doors to welcome guests in a manner that was normally reserved for the emperor. There were 3 carriages. The white-robed monk's family of 3 and the little monk Nanbei sat in the first carriage. Master White Lotus of Mount Longhu, Baiyu, and Han Guiqing of Mount Qingshan Monastery of Mount Wudong sat in the second carriage. Chang Sui, Su Huang, and the others from Shangyin Academy sat in the last carriage. Su Weisheng led a large group of people out of Mount Qingliang to welcome the guests. Behind Song Dongming, the deputy administrator of Beiliang, stood a group of curious advisors. Song Dongming's official residence halfway up the mountain was known as the Dragon Gate of Beiliang. Su Fengnian's residence in Wutongan was known as the Phoenix Pavilion. It was clear that Song Dongming had an extraordinary position in Beiliang's officialdom. Only Li Dongbei and the little monk Nanbei could be counted as revisiting old haunts. Li Dongbei's eyes were sharp. She immediately spotted Song Yu, the chief steward of the prince's residence. She trotted over and greeted him warmly. Song Yu, who had been the steward of the Su family for most of his life, was also very happy to see this little girl. This rigid old man, who was privately called the cold-faced Yama by the officials of Liangzhou, actually squeezed out a smile for the first time. Probably because he was not used to greeting people with a smile, his face was slightly stiff. However, the old man still smiled and said that he would personally accompany Miss Li to the cosmetics store tomorrow. The little girl was very happy. Lu Chunyan and Wang Chudong did not show their faces in public. After all, the 2 girls were future princesses. It was not proper for them to go out and greet guests. Su Weisheng greeted the white-robed monk and Master White Lotus first, then walked to Chang Sui and the others. Chang Sui raised his empty wine gourd and shook it. He smiled and said, "Green ant wine, no more and no less. 1 pot a day. Junior sister, you have a big family business. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" Su Weisheng nodded and said, "Drinking is not a problem. Just don't go to Tide Hark Lake to drink in the middle of the night. If you fall into the water, you will be fed to the fish." Jean Baogu's eyes were red as she called out to her senior sister. Su Weisheng smiled gently and said, "It's only been a few years since we last met and you've already grown up. Do you want me to be your matchmaker?" Although the men of Beiliang are used to drinking the northwest wind and eating the yellow sand of the desert, and are not as well read as the scholars of the Central Plains, after interacting with them for a long time, you will know that they are more capable of shouldering burdens than the scholars of the Central Plains. Especially the men over there. They ride the best horses, carry the best sabers, drink the strongest wine, and kill the Beimang barbarians. I'm sure Junior Marshal's sister will like them. Jean Bauscher grabbed Su Weisheng's hand and held it in her arms. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Senior sister, you're not married yet. Why should I be in a hurry?" Su Weisheng turned to greet Su Huang, Sima Can, and Lu Duanmao. She did not say anything extra and just called them Senior Marshal Brother and Junior Marshal Brother. The white-robed monk stood next to his wife and watched as Bai Yu and Song Dongming hit it off at first sight. One was a Taoist immortal who was highly regarded by the late emperor. The other was a scholar who had a high chance of becoming an important official in the imperial court. These two were among the few scholars in the entire Liang dynasty. They chatted happily. But when Li Dongxin recalled the secret conversation about Leader Zhao on Mount Wudong, the white-robed monk felt a little tired. He sighed softly and no longer paid attention to Bai Yu and Song Dongming's conversation. After entering the palace, he looked around at the scenery. In the early years of the Liang dynasty, there was a saying, "Millions of families have suffered, but one family has become rich." In other words, the Su family, who occupied a mountain and sat on tide-listening lake, wantonly collected the wealth of the people in Beiliang. Their wealth was comparable to that of a country. Soon, the aides of the Dragon Gate lined up to Li Dongxin. Probably because the deputy administrator had warned them beforehand, these Beiliang officials who had admired the white-robed monk for a long time did not dare to open their mouths and talk about their daily lives. They all respectfully introduced themselves, and at most added a few compliments. The white-robed monk smiled and nodded in return. The latter did not think that the abbot of the two Zen temples was putting on airs. Everyone knew that when the white-robed monk returned to Tian City after traveling thousands of miles to the west, he only put his palms together and saluted the emperor, who personally led the horse for him. He did not even turn over and dismount from the horse. This group of officials who had leaped over the northern Liang Dragon Gate had already achieved a certain level of attainment in the official field. Hence they did not want to give the Wudong Mountain's great Jinren Han Gui the cold shoulder. Very sincerely, they asked for advice on the Taoist school's health maintenance technique. Forget about other things. Han Gui, who had the highest chance of becoming the next Wudong sect leader, could not be considered cold shoulder anymore. In the future, he would be a minister of the same rank as the Six Ministries minister. Who would dare to slight him? In addition to the white-robed monk and his wife who led the chief butler Song Yu to a house to stay, the east and west girls and the north and south monks had already left the group and wandered around with familiarity. Along the way, she could accurately call out the names of the maids she met. She also had an elder sister. The clever maids of Mount Qingliang certainly remembered this little girl clearly. She was someone who was doted on by His Royal Highness as his own sister. The little girl had a good temper, so it was hard not to like her. Bai Yu and Chang Sui followed Su Weisheng and Song Dongming to the unique official residence halfway up the mountain. Although it was called the Deputy Administrator's residence, it was actually a continuous series of short courtyards. A deputy administrator and more than 30 assistant officials dealt with government affairs and basic necessities of life here. Those Dragon Gate officials, who were like the male servants of the Liang imperial court, sensibly dispersed and went back to their own homes. They continued to deal with the affairs gathered from the governor's mansions of the three provinces of Beiliang. In the last room, except for Su Weisheng, who was in a wheelchair, Song Dongming, who was an important minister of the border area and had to be admitted by the Liang imperial court, Bai Yu and Chang Sui, who were temporarily in Mount Qingliang as the top guests of the prince's mansion, Su Huang, who was a master of the art of war who was about to go to Huaiyang Pass, Sima Can, who was already the governor of Taiyu County in Lingzhou, Lu Duanmao, who was about to enter the governor's mansion of Lingzhou as an assistant to Su Beiji, and Jin Baoshu, who wanted to enter Wutongan, all sat down. Chapter 1567. Su Weisheng went straight to the point. Just as Mr. White Lotus predicted, the situation on the Western Front is extremely unfavorable to our Beiliang. His Highness has already personally headed to Liuzhou. According to the latest reports from our spies during the day, all the cavalry stationed in Liangzhou have received the order and are moving out urgently. However, apart from the 2 units of 6,000 cavalry that were originally stationed in the western part of Liangzhou, they only need to wait where they are and do not need to travel long distances. apart from the 1,000 Horned Eagle cavalry led by Luo Hongkai, who was near Mount Wudong, and the 2 captains who passed by later, a total of 2,300 cavalry. The fastest unit of Liangzhou cavalry will arrive at the border between Liangzhou and Liuzhou one day after His Highness. The slowest will take 4 days, and this is under the premise that they completely disregard the horse's stamina, because the Tianjing horse farm in Beiliang is only second to the Xianli horse farm in scale, and it just so happens that it is not far from where His Highness is located. They are able to transfer 600 A-grade warhorses and 4,000 B-grade warhorses. This is probably the only good news we have. Su Weisheng paused for a moment, then said with a grave expression, "To tell you the truth, Wang Sui has already led 50,000 cavalry to easily take down Ji Bei and Heng Shui. This elite cavalry that is confronting the Liangyang Liao is currently heading for the eastern gate of Yuzhou. Their goal is to cooperate with Yang Yuanzhan's army in the gourd mouth, attempting to destroy half of Yuzhou in one go." Su Huang slowly asked, "Even if Great General Yan Wanwan's Yuzhou infantry were to send a unit north to reinforce Xiaoguang City, given that Yuzhou already has 30,000 cavalry, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to simultaneously defend the last line of defense at the gourd mouth and the eastern border, right?" Su Weisheng smiled bitterly. "It was originally like this, but we encountered 2 whimsical leaders. Under their insistence, not only were the 30,000 Yuzhou cavalry sent north from River Province to the gourd mouth, even the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry and 2 heavy cavalry units left their garrisons and rushed to the gourd mouth. As a result, not only is Liangzhou's Huta city in a critical situation, the rear areas of Huaiyang Pass and Liuyafuling are practically empty. In addition, the cavalry in Liang Province is rushing to Lu Province to put out the fire. Once Huta city falls, Liang Province will be in an unimaginable and terrifying situation. The 2 deputy commanders of cavalry, He Zhonghu and Zhou Kong, as well as the deputy commander of infantry, Great Ancestor Gu, do not have enough soldiers to support the situation of Huta city being lost. Therefore, the other deputy commander of infantry, Chen Yinshui, has already led 30,000 elite infantry to Liangzhou. Su Huang's expression changed slightly as he began to quickly calculate the gains and losses in his mind. Chang Sui's wine gourd was already filled to the brim with green ant wine. Song Dongming sat upright, while Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Su Weisheng sternly said, "Right now we can only hope that Lu Province will not lose and that Huaiyang Pass cannot be lost. This way, Beiliang will be able to smoothly engage in an encirclement and annihilation of an unprecedented scale. Otherwise, even if Huaiyang Pass falls, let alone Huaiyang Pass, we won't be able to endure a one-for-one trade between Beiliang's Lu Province and Beimang's Gourd Pass. In the end, Beiliang is only using the strength of one land to fight against the strength of one country. Beimang can afford a war of attrition, but we can't." Su Huang softly said, "In this case, whether or not Your Highness's reinforcements from Liang Province can change the situation in Lu Province is of utmost importance. Whether or not Protector General Chu can protect Huta City and Huaiyang Pass Liuyafuling as the first line of defense on Beiliang's border is of utmost importance. Whether or not Commander Yuan and the Yuzhou cavalry can block and finish off the army of more than 200,000 soldiers in the Gourd Pass is of utmost importance." Su Huang repeated the 3 words of utmost importance. This meant that if Beiliang wanted to win this shocking gamble, they had to do it step by step. There could not be any major mistakes in each step, otherwise they would lose everything. Chang Sui wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth, asking with a smile, "Then I'll only ask about the battlefield that Beiliang has the most confidence in. At the Gourd Pass, Yuan Zuozong's Great Snow Dragon cavalry, those 2 heavy cavalry that have disappeared for 20 years, and the Yuzhou cavalry of Tian Heng and Yuan Dao. Just how confident are they that they can capture that old turtle Yang Yuanzhan?" Su Weisheng smiled and extended a hand. Chang Sui rubbed his chin, saying regretfully, "Only 50%, then it's difficult. I have to think of a way out for myself. Otherwise, before this chair under my butt of Mount Qingliang has even warmed up, I might be able to hear the hoofbeats of the Beimang barbarians." Su Weisheng once again slowly flipped his palm. The corners of Bai Yu's lips curled up. Chang Sui stared. "Junior sister Su, are you playing with me?" Su Weisheng smiled. Although the number of soldiers blocking the Gourd Pass is not many, for better or for worse, it's almost half of what my father has accumulated for most of his life. If they still can't win, then where does Baoyang's confidence come from to confront Bei Meng's million-strong army? Chang Sui suddenly laughed. Why don't I go to Xiaoguang City in Yuzhou right now, and junior sister let me command a heavy cavalry? Su Weisheng laughed coldly. Senior brother, if you can stop drinking then I'll agree. Chang Sui said resentfully, then forget it. Su Huang suddenly frowned. I heard that Bei Meng has also spared no effort in building 2 heavy cavalry units named after the 2 surnames of Yelu and Murong. Su Weisheng said softly. It has nothing to do with the Gourd Pass. We just received a report from a spy at the border that one of them has already rushed to the Liuzhou border. This is where Lu Gui's confidence in wiping out the 30,000 dragon elephant cavalry lies. The entire room sunk into silence. Bai Yu, who had not interjected all this time, shook his head with a bitter smile. Jean Bauscher was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but ask, even if the cavalry reinforcements from Liangzhou can arrive in time, will they still be of any use? Su Weisheng said helplessly, if it were up to me, I'd just do my best and leave the rest to fate. Everyone in the room fell silent once more. For some reason, Su Weisheng smiled happily without any trace of dejection. However, if it were a certain fellow, he definitely wouldn't think this way. He would only say, losing is better than admitting defeat. Whether it's okay or not, let's talk after the fight. Liangzhou's Tiger Head City, inside the Gourd Pass, outside Qingsong City, Liuzhou's eastern border. Baoyang was fighting on all 4 fronts. Chapter 1568. Actually, this chapter is only one of the 3 chapters one originally planned to write. The other 2 chapters are about the movements in Liao Province and the Battle of Liuzhou. However, I definitely can't finish it today. I'm only halfway through the 2nd chapter. In order to keep updating, I have to upload it first. In the western capital of the Southern Dynasty, there was a mansion of a wealthy family whose threshold was so high that a child had to climb over it. The gate was as busy as a marketplace, and carriages and horses were like dragons. The guests were all here to congratulate the old master of this house for becoming a centenarian. In the entire western capital, there were only a few people who had lived to this age, and there was no one else who had such a good reputation as the old master. Even the big shots in the western capital, who had lived to the age of 70, didn't know the real name of this centenarian. They all called him Old Wang, and the younger ones could only call him Old Master Wang. The Wang family was one of the big families of the Southern Dynasty. Although the descendants of the Wang family who were 2 generations younger than Old Master Wang didn't amount to much, and they only had 1 assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights and 2 military town captains, and 2 of them were dead now, but fortunately, Old Master Wang's great-grandson was very capable. He climbed all the way from the bottom of the Bei Meng army, and became one of the 4 Jinzhou of the king's tent with real military achievements. Now that he married a noble from Longguan, the entire family's trend could be said to be thriving day by day. Today's birthday celebration wasn't harmonious from the beginning to the end. As the local tyrant of Bei Meng's southern dynasty, the Longguan noble family's internal affairs were complicated. There were marriages and feuds. Some people didn't get along with the Wang family, a big family from the Jia family, who became in-laws with the Wang family. Today was Old Master Wang's 100th birthday, and he was also implicated. Someone openly sent a piece of calligraphy that only had the 4 words, "Live a long life." Even the guests who came to visit couldn't stand this kind of unscrupulous slap in the face. However, Old Master Wang actually took the calligraphy with a smile, and didn't forget to ask the housekeeper to give the servant who sent the calligraphy a piece of silver for the celebration. After all, Old Master Wang was a centenarian, and couldn't entertain guests for too long. After greeting some important ministers and family friends of the western capital, he handed the task to his nephew who had been the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights for 16 years to entertain the guests. The old man returned to the quiet courtyard to rest. The courtyard wasn't small, and there were dozens of extremely rare plum trees. Old Master Wang called himself Wild Plum Forest Elder. In this noisy dusk, Old Master Wang asked the servants in the courtyard to move a rattan chair under the plum tree. With the careful support of a pretty maid, he lay down on the chair that was cushioned with a soft Sichuan brocade. The maid didn't dare to leave. She sat on a small bench according to the old rules. She respected this unimaginably good-tempered old man very much. Since she entered the courtyard as a maid, she had never seen old Master Wang angry. She clearly remembered that when she first came to the courtyard, one day she was sitting in the inner room and watching old Master Wang take an afternoon nap. Someone outside the room accidentally broke a teacup, and the old man, who was a light sleeper, immediately woke up. She was scared to death. She didn't expect old Master Wang to just smile and wave his hand at her after waking up, indicating that she should pretend that she didn't know anything. Later, she heard that someone in the courtyard had neglected their duty in the early years. One winter, several plum trees froze to death in the plum forest. The entire Wang family was furious and wanted to use the family law, 100 lashes, and the person's life was naturally gone. It was old Master Wang who spoke. He said that there were many valuable things in the world, but there was nothing more valuable than a person's life. If the trees were gone, then they were gone. It didn't matter. In any case, he wouldn't be able to see the new plum trees turn old in this lifetime. It was good to see the withered plum trees. The old man lay quietly on the chair and looked at the plum trees that were not luxuriant. He slowly said, "Little girl Chamie, summer is almost over. In my hometown, there is a period of time called the plum rain season. Because when it rains, it is when the plum trees in Jiangnan are yellow, so it is called plum rain. It is a very nice way of saying it, isn't it? If you aren't a scholar, you won't be able to think of such a name. When I was young, I often recited some proverbs that I heard from my elders. I didn't understand the reason, but it was easy to say. When the peach blossom water is exhausted, it must be the yellow plum tree in drought. When the rain hits the yellow plum tree's head, there will be no sun for 45 days. Now that I recite it, I feel that it is easy to say." The maid asked curiously in a soft voice, "Old master, why do you like plum trees so much?" The old man, who was too lazy to chat with others, took a deep breath and said with a smile, "In my hometown, there are all kinds of things to pay attention to. Some are interesting, some are boring. Not only are people divided into different classes, even the flowers are no exception. For example, crazy catkins, frivolous peach blossoms, and this plum blossom's strength of character." The maid, who had been poor since childhood and was not very literate, whispered, "Strength of character?" Old Master Wang smiled and said, "When a scholar writes poetry, his words are correct and he is in high spirits. That is why he is known as having strength of character. Then the strength of character of a scholar is probably what sage Zhang of the Confucian school said. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. This is very difficult. I just want to do it well, but I can't. However, there is one thing that I can do better than many people. Some people don't have a backbone, so they can't bear to see others have strength of character. Not only do they not feel ashamed of their inferiority, but they also spit and even make trouble for others. As for me, at the very least, I still have the mind to emulate others." The little maid scratched her head quietly. She was in a daze and didn't quite understand. Probably tired from talking, the old man began to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the courtyard. The maidservant hurriedly turned her head to look and was stunned. Not only was Master Wang, who had been the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, but had never been able to become the head of the Wang family, but when he entered the courtyard, he had been smiling slightly with his back bent. He was half a step behind the two unfamiliar men. When the maidservant raised her eyes to look, she couldn't move her eyes away. This was because the youngest girl among the three was simply too beautiful. When the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Wang Xianling, approached the rattan chair, he slightly quickened his pace and whispered to the old man who seemed to be asleep, "The crown prince is here." The old man opened his eyes and was just about to get up with the help of Wang Xianling and the maid, Chimie, when the tall man in the prime of his life hurriedly said with a smile, "Old Master Wang, you don't have to be so polite. Just lie down." Yelu Hongkai came empty-handed this time. He was in the wrong and rude. It is fortunate that old master doesn't blame him. Although the trembling assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had already received a signal from the Crown Prince of Beimang, he still couldn't dissuade the old man's insistence. After the latter stood up, he very laboriously but respectfully bowed. The Crown Prince, who was secretly visiting the Wang family mansion, said helplessly, "Old master, you are making Yelu Honkai feel ashamed. Sit, quickly sit." The old man tried his best to sit upright on the rattan chair. Wang Xianling and the maid in the small courtyard each brought over a yellow rosewood chair. When the assistant minister saw that the beautiful woman actually sat down almost at the same time as the Crown Prince, his eyelids suddenly twitched. The Crown Prince of Beimang, who had rushed back to the west capital from the battlefield of Huta City, said pleasantly, "Old master, you are famous for your essays. You are a pure gentleman that even His Majesty praises endlessly. This time, I suddenly heard that it was your 100th birthday and hurried over. At the moment, I couldn't come up with a suitable birthday gift, so I had to come empty-handed. I will definitely make up for it later. I hope old master will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." The old man laughed heartily and said, "This old man is honored by your highness, honored by this old man." Chapter 1569. Wang Xianling heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the old master, who had become less talkative over the years, was in a good mood and did not become muddle-headed. He thought that it was true that having an old man in the family was like having a treasure. Judging from the situation, he could only stand now. Was there a chance for him to sit on the minister's seat? Even though Yelu Honkai wasn't well received by those grassland great generals in Northern Mang royal court, not many of Northern Mang's most authoritative great generals and edicts clearly expressing their support for him. In the end, this person was still the rightful first in line to the throne. Among the Southern Dynasty remnant people who attached the most importance to orthodoxy, there were still quite a few nobles who thought highly of Yelu Honkai. In the past, the two previous great kings of the Northern and Southern dynasties, Huang Songpu and Su Huainan, were actually extremely close to this crown prince who had a gentle nature. However, following Su Huainan's sudden death and Huang Songpu's resignation, as well as the rise of Dong Zhuo, Hong Jingyan, Zhong Tan, this group of robust young generals, Yelu Honkai became more and more low-key. Wang Xianling, who was standing quietly on the side and holding his breath, was certainly not stupid. The reason why the crown prince came quietly this time was partly because of Wang Jingchong's identity as Dongju Bo, and partly because his old master had a prestige that could not be underestimated among the survivors of the Southern dynasty. This was especially the case after the Wang clan and the great clan were connected through marriage. This was equivalent to touching the true core of the Southern dynasty, unlike those ordinary, great clans who appeared to be well off on the surface and had people serving as assistant ministers and generals, but in reality, they were just a bunch of parasites attached to the Longguan clan. For a moment, Wang Xianling had mixed feelings. The land under his feet, the Merlin courtyard, the Wang family's mansion, the entire western capital, and even the entire Southern dynasty were all specially opened up by the vigorous old lady Morong for Hong Jia and the survivors of the spring and autumn period. Except for the bloody massacre that happened inexplicably years ago, where many peach trees that were moved from the central plains to the Southern dynasty were cut down, which made people tremble in fear, Empress Morong could be said to be quite protective of the survivors of the Southern dynasty. Some big families of the Norland went south to pick a fight, and afterwards, they would be punished by the Yelu king. Perhaps it was not too heavy, but it definitely could not be said that it was not painful or itchy. It was just like the Wang family that Wang Xianling belonged to. Although it was not a big family in the Central Plains, it was still a member of the Hanlin Academy for 10 generations. However, it was still in exile thousands of miles away from its hometown. It was even worse than a homeless dog rolling in the mud for food. How could it have imagined that it would return to being a court official in the Southern dynasty wearing a yellow and purple court robe? Yelu Hongsai's face suddenly turned gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Old master, I also heard about the calligraphy just now. The second family of Longguan is really unreasonable. When I return to the Grassland King's tent, I will definitely talk to His Majesty about this in person. There is no reason for old master to be wronged like this." The old man smiled and waved his hand gently. It's okay. Not to mention the meaning of this calligraphy, Just the words alone can be said to be worth 1,000 gold in our southern dynasty. Although there is no signature, it is obviously written by Yu Liang, one of the 4 calligraphy masters in the world today. I still have a good eyesight. It is indeed worthy of the title. The strokes are like dragon claws that appear in the clouds, and are full of the aura of gold and stone. If it was not that soldier advisor who was admired by the literary circle of Liang, no one could have written such an artistic conception. Besides, it is not easy for me to live to this age, so it is time for me to take advantage of my seniority. Naturally, many things can be treated as a child's babble and dismissed with a laugh, just a laugh. There are many ancient poems and books that say, a person's life is less than 100 years. This but is really accurate. Even if I can't get over it, what does it matter? So, Your Highness, don't worry about this matter. It is better to use it as a topic of conversation after a meal than to get angry. Hearing the old man's words, the arrogant woman also seemed a little surprised. For the first time, she looked at the old master of the Wang family seriously. Yalu Hongkai laughed heartily. The god of longevity is the most important. I will listen to old master. While the old man smiled, he quietly glanced at Wang Xianling. The latter was an old man in his 60s, but in front of the old master, he was still like a child who made a mistake. He immediately panicked and said, "It's not that I am talkative." Yalu Hongkai helped to explain. "Old master, it has nothing to do with Assistant Minister Wang. I heard it myself." The old man smiled. "In this courtyard, Your Highness is the most important. I will listen to Your Highness." Yalu Hongkai smiled knowingly. It seemed like a simple joke, but it made the crown prince swallow back many of the drafts he had prepared. Since the fire was strong enough, adding more firewood would be as bad as falling short. He chatted with the old man about poetry, calligraphy, and painting, but didn't mention anything about military affairs. Yalu Hongkai saw that the old master was unable to hide his fatigue, so he got up to leave. Of course, he wouldn't let the old man get up to see him off. Assistant Minister Wang, who had been watching the minister for many years, accompanied him out of the courtyard. The maid named Chai Mi secretly patted her chest. So it was the crown prince who came in person. She really couldn't tell. He didn't put on any airs at all. The old master of the Wang family, who had returned to his rattan chair, closed his eyes and leisurely patted the chair's armrest with one hand. Chai Mi tiptoed to fetch a round fan and gently fanned it for the old master. As the breeze caressed his face, the summer heat, which wasn't heavy to begin with, became even lighter. A smile appeared on the old man's face as he muttered to himself. Calmly sitting in the mountains and seas, pinching the world for 1,000 years. The maid didn't dare to speak. She only sincerely hoped that this century-old man could live another 100 years. The old man fell silent. After some time he said, "Chai Mi, if your hand is tired, don't fan." The maid smiled and said, "Old master, don't worry. This servant can still fan for a while." The old master of the Wang family said softly, "Since I'm in good spirits today, I'll talk to my daughter more." The maid asked cautiously, "Old master, aren't you tired?" The old man smiled and said, "I still don't feel tired." The maid secretly glanced at the entrance of the courtyard. "Then old master, please speak. This servant is listening." The old man slowly said, "Little girl, let me tell you. In the future, it's best not to marry a scholar, especially one with talent. If he's too talented, it's easy for him to use it on many women. His mind is the most erratic, and he can't stop on one woman. This year, he'll be whispering sweet nothings to each other. Maybe next year, he'll be with another woman. If you want to marry an honest man, it's not that there aren't honest scholars. There are, but there are too few. Take me, this old man, for example. When I was young, I was such a heartless scholar. By the time I truly calm down, it'll be too late." The young girl stopped fanning and covered her mouth to hide her laughter. The old man smiled and said, "You don't believe me? If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer." The young girl hurriedly said, I believe. The old man joked. "You answered so quickly. It's obvious that you didn't take it seriously. Little girl, you still don't believe." The young girl wrinkled her little face. The old man shook his wrist. "Go back to your room and rest. Let this old man be alone for a while. You can come back in 2 hours." The young girl grunted and took a small stool to sit under the eaves. It was neither too far nor too close. She couldn't hear the old man's words, but she could clearly see the plum tree and the rattan chair. In fact, the old man wasn't talking to himself. He just looked a little sad. In the blink of an eye, his old country was gone. In the blink of an eye, his teacher and close friends had passed away. In the blink of an eye, he had been in a foreign country for 20 years. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 years old. Then the young girl was shocked to see a scene. The old man tried to stand up, as if he knew that she was going to help. The old man didn't turn his head and waved his hand at her. The old man stood up with difficulty, and looked up at the branches and leaves of the plum tree in a daze. The old man smiled. Mr. Li, Mr. Naylan. I, Wang Du, haven't lost the strength of the scholars of the Central Plains. Chapter 1570. Watching the fire from the other side became playing with fire. This was the best description of the defense line at Liang North Pass. As the gateway to Ji Bay, Silver Sparrowhawk and Horizontal Water both fell at the same time. Beimang's 50,000 cavalry pointed at the south, causing everyone in Jizhou to feel threatened. For a moment, the imperial court in the capital was bustling. Some people suggested that the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, should take over the position left by Tang Taizuang, and assist Gu Jiantang in handling the military affairs in the north. Others suggested that Jiaodong's Prince Zhao Sui, who was in charge of Liaoxi, should reinforce Liaoxi and force the 50,000 cavalry to return to the east to prevent the situation in Jizhou from deteriorating completely. There were also people who accused Jizhou's General Yuan Tingshan of not managing the situation properly, causing the flames of war to spread in Ji Bay. He could not take up the heavy responsibility and should let the Deputy General Han Feng take charge of the military affairs in Jizhou. When the west line of Guangling Road was deployed by Xieshi, not only did they successfully stop the 100,000 southern border troops that had already crossed the river, they even sent a group of soldiers to attack a dangerous pass on the south bank of Guangling River, causing the southern border troops to have no place to advance or retreat. Under the pressure of West Chu's navy, the southern border infantry and Qingzhou navy almost shrunk into a ball and retreated. Under such an urgent situation, the civil and military officials of Great Peace City became more and more worried. They finally could not stand the two Liao border troops not moving. The Beimang barbarians were attacking the northwest with all their might. Gu Jiantang did not move at all. However, even the east line of Beimang that he was keeping an eye on ran to Jizhou. Obviously, they wanted to bypass the two Liao border defense lines that cost half the country's taxes to build. They wanted to use Jizhou, which was empty due to the absence of Jinan's old soldiers, as a breakthrough point for the south to enter the Central Plains. How could General Gu not do anything? Are you not afraid that Beimang's 50,000 cavalry will attack the west of Jingji? Although you, Gu Jiantang, are the only remaining pillar of the dynasty, your heart is really too big, isn't it? There was a town called Taiping near the border of Jizhou and Liaodong. Most of the residents in the town were from the border army, and some of them were officials who were exiled by the imperial court. Occasionally, there would be traveling merchants passing through the town, and they would do some small business on the way. In the past 4 to 5 years, the cheap and good green ant wine was in high demand here. Unfortunately, after Gu Jiantang left his post as the Minister of War, he held the title of Pillar of the country and served as the governor of the two Liao provinces. The border army knew that General Gu did not get along with the Beimang, so the green ant wine produced in Beimang was not sold by many merchants these years. Although Taiping town was small, it had all the essentials. There were 3 to 4 restaurants, and even a proper brothel. There were even more private prostitutes in the small kills. The generals of the border army also turned a blind eye to this. It was better to let it go than to block it. The Liaodong border army was known as the stabilizing force of the Liang dynasty. They were all young and strong men. However, they had been in a stalemate with the Beimang barbarians for many years. They had always lived in peace and rarely fought with each other. How could the soldiers of the border army vent their anger? Could they find other men for other men? Therefore, small towns like Taiping town sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Some of the generals of the border army who had a lot of connections had the ability to buy young women from the areas around the capital, and even the Central Plains and the Jiangnan area. They could bring hundreds of people to the two Liao provinces at one time. In Taiping Town, Changsha Restaurant was the most popular restaurant. It was the private property of a military officer with real power. Except for the green ant wine, almost all the famous Liang wine, such as Jiannan Chun, could be bought here as long as you had money. There were all kinds of women playing music and singing in the restaurant all year round. Their appearances were nothing more than average. However, it was a rare scene in the remote border. In the past 2 days, a pair of brother and sister came to Changsha Restaurant. The young woman held a pipa and told stories. The older brother was responsible for shouting and collecting money. This was not strange at all. However, the woman kept telling stories about the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian. She told stories about how Su Fengnian walked across the Liang River Lake, how he entered Beimang alone, and how he won the hearts of the soldiers in Beiliang. This angered the residents of Taiping Town. However, a group of people took the opportunity to bully the beautiful woman. They did not expect to be beaten by the ordinary-looking young man. Changsha Restaurant was happy to see this happen. They proposed that the woman be allowed to tell stories in the restaurant. They wanted her brother to fight in the arena every day. After 10 days, all the military experts near Taiping Town lost. The young man from outside won 10 rounds in a row. The Changsha Restaurant, which was good at making money, started to become the banker again. It was estimated that they earned at least 1,000 taels of silver. The prostitution business in the brothels in the town decreased sharply. In the evening, the battle in Changsha Restaurant was over. A group of distinguished guests walked into the restaurant. The 4 of them asked for a table by the railing on the second floor. The woman downstairs was preparing for the second round of storytelling. Her brother had changed into a new set of clothes that were washed to the point of turning white. They were mended very hard. The brother and sister had traveled from Liangzhou to Lingzhou, and then from Lingzhou to Hezhou. They passed through Jizhou and arrived at the small town. Unlike the blind storytellers commonly seen in Liang, the woman only had a pipa. When she was telling a story, she never shook her head, laughed, or cursed. When she talked about the characters' sorrows or the intense emotions, she only raised her voice slightly. Most of the time, she spoke in a flat tone, as if she was just telling a story. As for whether the audience liked to hear it or not, and whether they were willing to reward her, she didn't care at all. The 4 guests sitting by the railing on the second floor ordered a jar of Jiannan Chun wine, which was known as 1 caddy can break the throat and 2 caddies can burn the intestines. They also ordered a jar of ancient well immortal brew, which was easy to drink and had a small after effect. Only 2 of the 4 people sat down. The younger one had a simple and unadorned long saber on his waist. He looked around with self-satisfaction and was in high spirits. The man who looked like the elder of the young man had an indifferent expression. After opening the jar of immortal brew, he drank by himself. The other 2 standing had 2 Liao Border Army standard war blades hanging from their waists. Although they didn't have the same status as the 2 seated here, others could tell with a single glance that they were extraordinary figures who led troops all year round. Otherwise, the aura of the battlefield on their bodies wouldn't be so strong. The young man stretched his neck and glanced at the people downstairs. He was a little impatient and frowned. Why isn't that Ji guy here yet? Looking at his posture, he really thinks that he's one of the top 10 masters in Great Snow Plateau. The older man with gray hair on his temples did not bat an eyelid. A burly man who was standing seemed to dislike this arrogant young man. He said with a fake smile, "General Yuan, Ji Lu, and is one of the top 10 masters in Great Snow Plateau of Mount Hui. What's there to be proud of?" The young man called General Yuan drank a mouthful of liquor and sneered. Only a country bumpkin would take a martial arts evaluation made by a little girl seriously. In the end, only the old master of the Wu family's sword tomb can barely be called a master. As for the others, Chai Qingshan of the sword pool of Dongyue has little ability. It's fine if he can shut himself up in Guangling Taoism. As for this palace master of Nanjiang Dragon Palace who sneaked into Liaodong, who is he? The young man slowly spun the wine cup with 2 fingers. He glanced at the person who exposed him and said with a smile, "There's also that number 1 master of Nanjiao, Wei Miao, and the others. When they reach the Jianghu of the Central Plains, they will probably be beaten to a pulp. Haha, there's also that number 1 swordsman of Great Peace City, Qi Jiajia. He's the funniest. Flying swords for thousands of miles. What a great lineup. What happened in the end? The swords did reach Hezhou, but there's no more news of Qi Jiajia. Of these top 10 masters, even if the other 5 were added together, they would probably not be worthy of any one of the 4 people in the martial arts evaluation. The burly man was about to retort when his colleague pulled his sleeve. In the end, he swallowed his words and only snorted coldly. Chapter 1571. The young man didn't continue to criticize. Instead, he turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man 2 tables away. The man was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a green headband wrapped around his head. His calves were wrapped in leggings. He would only be mistaken as a mountain man who often walked the mountain roads. However, there was an extremely coquettish and plump woman sitting beside him. Her clothes were gorgeous, but it was not the brocade and satin of the rich families in Liang. Instead, it was tie-dyed and colorful. It was hard not to be eye-catching. It was clearly the Miao people's attire from the 100,000 mountains in the southwest. The plump woman had a string of silver bells on her hands and feet. When she raised her hands or feet, it made a pleasant sound. On the table beside her was a crescent-shaped knife with a snow-white scabbard. When she drank, one of her legs was casually placed on the bench. If one looked at her from the side, her slender thighs and round buttocks were extremely attractive. The woman also noticed the young man's gaze. She smiled charmingly and drank the whole cup of wine in one gulp. She raised her eyebrows provocatively at the young man. The young man put down the wine cup and made a gesture of holding something heavy in front of his chest. The plump woman was teased. Instead of being annoyed, she laughed like a flower. In front of the man beside her, she pushed the wine jar on the table with her palm. The wine jar moved like rolling thunder and hit the young man's back in an instant. The latter did not seem to move, but the wine jar deviated from its trajectory and brushed past him. It just happened to spin on the table, and then gradually stopped. The woman laughed with a clumsy Central Plains official's accent. "You look good. As long as you drink, I'll be your friend." The burly man who did not get along with the young man reminded softly, "This Miao couple is not ordinary Jianghu masters. The woman has already done something to the wine jar. The Miao people's goo is very strange and impossible to guard against. It's best not to touch it." At this moment, 2 people came upstairs. One looked like an old Confucian in a green robe. The other had 2 long and short swords hanging from his waist. Just by looking at the 2 scabbards, one could tell that they were precious swords. The man who had not interrupted and was about to raise his cup to drink gently put down the wine cup. The 2 people who were standing slightly separated to make way. The 2 guests who came as promised sat on the same bench. The old Confucian scholar looked respectful and said softly, "I am Cheng Baishuang from the countryside of southern border. Greetings to de Zhugua." The famous swordsman with a cold expression also said, "Dragon Palace Ji Lu, and is honored to meet de Zhugua." After the death of the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, there was only one pillar of the country in the whole world. It was Gu Jiantang, who held half of the Tiger Seal military power in the Zhaoshi dynasty. Gu Jiantang smiled and nodded. "It must have been hard for the 2 of you to come to Liaodong from the southern border." After the 2 top masters of Nanjiang Taoism sat down, the couple also got up and walked over to sit on the only empty bench. The burly man behind de Zhugua who looked like a door god wanted to stop them, but Gu Jiantang had already picked up the wine jar with the poisonous insect. The general, who became the commander of Liaodong's Duoyin cavalry after Tang Tai's Huang, quickly loosened his 5 fingers from the hilt of his sword. The woman first gave the young general surnamed Yuan a coquettish look, and then smiled at Gu Jiantang. "My husband doesn't know how to speak your Central Plains language, so a woman like me is here to discuss important matters. General, please forgive me." Cheng Baishuang frowned, and then relaxed in an instant. He asked with a smile, "De Zhugua this is?" Gu Jiantang didn't say anything. Aside from the young man beside him, he poured a bowl of wine for Cheng Baishuang, Ji Lu and the couple. At the same time, the young man who was ignored interrupted, "Cheng Baishuang, Ji Lu, what's wrong? My father-in-law is personally welcoming you, and you don't want to accept my toast? You want to drink as a punishment?" Ji Luan, who was not in a good mood, narrowed his eyes. He had traveled thousands of li to Taiping town. Cheng Baishuang calmly picked up the wine bowl, shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course not. I'm just curious." Probably because she was sitting so close to Gu Jiantang, the woman put away her coquettish look and went straight to the point. "My husband is called Wei Miao. He is somewhat famous in Nanzhao. Of course, he can't compare to Palace Master Ji and Sir Cheng. Originally, he would never set foot in the Central Plains, but there is no other way. The King of Shu and Sir Xie have spoken, so we have to make a trip." Gu Jiantang only had one daughter, so de Zhugua's son-in-law could only be Jizhou's general, Yuan Tingshan. Yuan Tingshan originally wanted to tease the woman, but unfortunately he heard the storyteller downstairs talking about the young king surnamed Su who traveled to Mount Hui. Yuan Tingshan, who had an irreconcilable enmity with Su, sneered and suddenly stood up. With one hand on the railing, he fiercely slammed into the storyteller's brother like a bolt of lightning. The young man, who had won 11 battles in Taiping town, crossed his arms in front of his chest, but he was still kicked by Yuan Tingshan. His slightly trembling hands put his elbows on a wine table. As a result, the entire table was flipped over. The wine and food splashed all over the man's body. The clothes he had just changed into were also affected. Yuan Tingshan stood on the spot and didn't follow up with another attack. He only laughed. "Not bad. You've hidden yourself quite well. You're almost at the second grade master realm. No wonder you're so powerful in this small town. I'm confused. The brother of a Bailiang storyteller? I think he's a master from Bailiang's Fushui room, right? Did he come here to spy on the military situation?" That ordinary woman who was just a storyteller stared blankly for a moment. The young and taciturn man turned around and gave her an apologetic smile. Then he nodded and then shook his head. The smile on Yuan Tingshan's face became wider. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes and the killing intent all over his body made everyone in the restaurant tremble with fear. The young man, whose real identity was a Bailiang spy, said in a deep voice, "It has nothing to do with Ariu. She's just a storyteller. I can die, but she can't." Yuan Tingshan laughed and said, "Whether you die or not depends on whether I'm in a good mood or not. But she can't die. Why can't she? With your mediocre skills? Or do you think you can scare me with your identity as a Fu Shui room's man of sacrifice?" The young man from the Fu Shui room wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and said, "Of course I can't." The young Bailiang man of sacrifice, who was determined to die, grinned and said, "In your Liaodong territory, you crazy dog Yuan can kill people. I can't stop you even if I risk my life. But do you dare to kill? Don't you find it strange that an ordinary storyteller can make me accompany her?" Yuan Tingshan put his palm on the hilt of the world's #1 talisman knife. "Oh, now that you mention it, I'm almost scared to death." The young man said indifferently, "Her name is Ariu. She's a guest of our protector General Chu." The young man added, "She's also a friend of our prince. Although I don't know what the consequences will be if she dies in Liaodong. I'm sure that our prince will personally demand an explanation from the entire Liaodong." Yuan Tingshan suddenly gripped the Nanhua saber tightly and was about to pull it out to kill. Su Fingnian was far away in the northwest. Even if he was the prince of northern Liang who had 300,000 cavalrymen under his command, even if he was one of the 4 grandmasters in the world, Yuan Tingshan still wouldn't dare to kill a lowly Fu Shui room's men of sacrifice and an insignificant woman who could only earn money by telling stories. The Su Fingnian could barely take care of himself. How could he have the leisure to care about the life and death of a woman? However, at this moment, the great pillar of the state, Gu Jiantang, who had not stood up to greet the 2 groups of guests, had unknowingly stood near the railing and said to Yuan Tingshan downstairs, "Enough." Yuan Tingshan did not turn around. The Nanhua saber was about to be unsheathed and draw blood. Gu Jiantang turned around expressionlessly and sat back in his seat. However, the famous saber he had given to Yuan Tingshan appeared in his hand. Yuan Tingshan strode out of the restaurant and left Taiping town and Liaodong, returning to Ji province. The woman sighed softly. The matter that the immortal-like scholar Xie Guaniying had personally told her was most likely a failure. The reason Gu Jiantang was acting like this was actually to tactfully refuse the couple, because Nanjiang and Western Shu treated Bailiang, or more accurately, Su Fingnian differently. Cheng Baishuang smiled and lowered her head to drink wine. The wine was not bad. Unfortunately, it was not the green ant wine that His Royal Highness talks about every day. Otherwise, it would be even better. Chapter 1572. The group walked on the grass of the courtyard ranch. The ground was soft, and puddles of water would occasionally seep out from around their boots. It was clear that the pastures of Longxi were fertile. As a breeding ground for horses on the Beiliang Road, second only to the Xianli Ranch, Longxi had a unique climate. Since ancient times, it had been an important source of horses for every prosperous dynasty. The Dafeng dynasty raised 300,000 horses around Longxi and set up the post of Longxi horse husbandry supervisor. Lu Zhe, who was said to be on par with the founding emperor of the Dafeng dynasty, had collected 160,000 war horses during his 2 expeditions to the north. The nobles of northern Meng's Longguan Pass were actually the survivors of the Qin dynasty, who migrated north during the chaos of war 800 years ago. If one traced their roots back, they were once the citizens of the Qin dynasty between Longxi and Tongguan. Among the group, the manager of the courtyard ranch, Zhao Luyuan, was particularly nervous. There was nothing he could do. The 5 or 6 people behind him who were temporarily acting as background had official positions, such as Horned Eagle Captain Luo Hongkai. Without exception, they were all the 14 captains of Beiliang. As for the only one who did not have an official position, he was the general of the Beiliang army, Shi Fu, who had been the general of Liangzhou for a few years. Unfortunately, he was dragged down by the label of the previous Beiliang governor-general. Before the new king of Liang could succeed him, Shi Fu had tactfully resigned. For some reason, he was brought up again. Zhao Liyuan did not know whether Shi Fu was going to be punished or make a comeback. Other than the young man beside him being Su Fengnian, the main reason for Zhao Liyuan's uneasiness was that the courtyard ranch had been given a critical order this time. They could only take out less than 5,000 warhorses, and only 600 A-grade warhorses. It was still a lot short of the king of Beiliang's request. However, Zhao Liyuan knew that if the king had come half a year earlier to ask for horses, he would have been able to provide 8,000 A-grade Beiliang warhorses, let alone 8,000 regardless of grade. Previously, the Governor-General of Beiliang had urgently transferred 10,000 warhorses from here. These 600 A-grade warhorses were the last of what he had left behind with great difficulty. The imperial envoy from Huaiyang Pass who had come to the ranch to ask for horses had been so anxious that his eyes had turned red. He had cursed that person for doing something shady, and said that what was so great about the Governor-General of Beiliang. Zhao Liyuan slapped the table, and declared that he would submit to the king's Wutong'an of Mount Qingliang. However, now that Prince Liang Su Fengnian was by his side, Zhao Liyuan did not dare to say anything bad about the Beiliang Governor-General of Huaiyang Pass to his face. He could only ramble on and on about how he was incompetent, and had failed to live up to his expectations. Zhao Liyuan was not stupid. Not just Beiliang, everyone in the world knew of the relationship between Protector General Chu and the new Prince Liang. It was just that they had different surnames and were truly family. Su Fengnian and Zhao Liyuan walked side by side on the grass of the ranch. Behind them was Shi Fu, who was in the prime of his life but was silent all year round. There was also Horned Eagle Commandant Luo Hongkai and the others. Among them was Longxi Commandant Zhao Rongguang, who was in charge of the security of Liangzhou's western gate. The courtyard ranch was vast and the scenery was beautiful. Longxi's winter was long, and there was no summer. It had a unique climate of 6 months of frost, so it was much cooler than other places. However, other than the expressionless Su Fengnian, Luo Hongkai and the others appeared to be burning with anxiety. Even Shi Fu, who had retired from the army for almost 2 years, was frowning. Su Fengnian looked at the lush grass in front of him, and was filled with emotion. Since Dafeng's territory extended to the western regions, half of the world's army and horses came from Lianglong. Many members of the imperial family, nobles, and generals raised horses here privately. They liked to use the number of horses they raised to compare their power. Li Gongda, the Beiliang Taoist administrator who was good at making money, had suggested early on whether or not they could lift the ban on horses and sell horses below, be classed to the officials and nobles of Great Peace City and the Central Plains. This would definitely be a huge income and reduce the tax burden on Beiliang. However, Su Xiao had directly rejected the idea. After the scholars passed away, there was no shortage of scholars who proposed the same strategy. They made a big deal out of the issue of colt horses. Without reducing the reserves of A, B, and C war horses, they could still give taxes and increase the soldiers' pay and provisions. They could make friends with the nobles of the capital and express goodwill to the Liangzhou clan. It could be said that there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Song Dongming's Dragon's Gate and Su Weisheng's Wutong'an didn't dare to make a decision on their own. After handing it over to Su Fengnian to make the decision, they also thought deeply and put the matter aside in the end. Su Fengnian stopped at the top of a gently sloping hill. He raised his eyes and looked out. There was lush greenery all around. Su Fengnian suddenly turned his head and smiled at Zhao Liyuan, who was almost 50 years old. Lord Zhao, this is actually the second time we've met. Back then, this king was still young and accompanied Su Xiao here to avoid the summer heat. I remember that at that time, Lord Zhao had just retired from the border army of Liangzhou and had just taken office at Tianjing Ranch. At that time, there were many things waiting to be done at the ranch. Lord Zhao patted his chest and promised Su Xiao that in less than 10 years, Longxi would become the largest ranch in Liang. I don't know if Lord Zhao still remembers that you promised Su Xiao that one day you would bring out the #1 divine steed in the world to celebrate His Royal Highness, coming to my coming of age? The old man who had dealt with war horses all his life was immediately moved. With a trembling voice he said, "Your Highness still remembers, you still remember. How could this lowly one dare to forget? Not to mention that Tianjing Ranch has been carefully and conscientiously cultivating fine horses. For all these years, they have been entrusted to the generals and crossbowmen of the border army. As long as you see that extraordinarily handsome king of wild horses on the plains of the desert, after capturing it, you must send it to Tianjing Ranch." In fact, for years ago, there really was a divine steed sent to the ranch, but when your Highness reached your coming of age, this old man mistakenly thought that your Highness had forgotten about it. I was also afraid that people would say that I was a disgraceful official who didn't do his job properly and only knew how to flatter others. After hesitating for many days, in the end, I still didn't send it to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. In the end, I couldn't endure the hundreds of pleas of our cavalry army's deputy commander Zhou, and could only send it. If only I had known earlier. Sigh, this old man really regrets it to death. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's all right. For our Beiliang cavalry to be where it is today, the Tianjing Ranch, Xianli Ranch, and all the other ranches, big and small, have contributed greatly. Up until now, this king has only been on the battlefield a few times. If we say that he has 2 B-class horses to ride, it's barely enough. If he has another A-class horse, it would be a waste of natural resources." Probably knowing that Zhao Weiyuan was going to fight for him, Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "You all go back first. I have something to discuss with General Shi." Everyone left, leaving behind Shi Fu, who was widely acknowledged in Beiliang to have a bumpy career as an official. This person and the Yuzhou provincial governor, Hu Kuei, were known as the twin jade annulus of Liangzhou in the past. Although they were young, they were both old men of the border army who had made great contributions to the military. The term twin jade annulus was first used to describe the 2 cavalry generals who first emerged in the Spring and Autumn War, Wuxia and Su Pu. At that time, Su Xiao was still fighting in the Spring and Autumn War, and had not yet been conferred the title of king. Therefore, the 2 of them were known as the twin jade annulus of the Su family. Today, one of them lived in seclusion in Dunhuang city of Beimang, while the other went to Xishan to assist Chen Jibao. Chen Jibao left Liangzhou and entered Xishan, while at the same time, Su Fengnian became the hereditary king of Beiliang. This was the dividing line between Shi Fu and Hu Kuei in the officialdom. Hu Kuei rose again and became a high-ranking official, while Shi Fu, who was of a higher rank, was overshadowed and retired to the countryside. But strangely, both Mount Qingliang and the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate headquarters ignored Shi Fu's resignation. Even when Chu Lushan later took up the post of general of Liangzhou, he did not explicitly inform the Liangzhou military that Shi Fu had retired from the army. Military reports would still be sent every half a day to the Liangzhou general Shi Fu, who was resting at home. Chapter 1573. Su Fengnian asked softly, "General Shi, this time, the Western Shu sect sent 10,000 elite soldiers to the Guangling sect. Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongniu were only appointed as deputy generals. An outsider, Huyan Ruanrua, was appointed as the main general. As for the border between Beiliang and Western Shu, Qin Jibao assigned a young man named Che Yi to guard the northern gate of Western Shu. Regarding these two matters, what do you think, General Shi? Shifu's brows furrowed even more, but he remained silent. Su Fengnian quietly waited for him to continue. It seemed that he was determined to wait for the former confidant of the king of Shu to open his mouth to prove his loyalty. However, Shifu gritted his teeth and remained silent. His expression became increasingly gloomy. If the young vassal king asked about Ji Liuzhou, Huda city of Liangzhou, or Gourd city of Yuzhou, Shifu believed that he would tell him everything he knew. However, he was indebted to Qin Jibao for nurturing him. Regardless of whether Qin Jibao was going against Beiliang or not, as long as Qin Jibao did not explicitly target Beiliang, Shifu would not turn against Qin Jibao. Even if he angered Su Fengnian today, Shifu would not hesitate to do so. Shifu actually admired this young man from the Su family. However, Shifu could not cross the threshold in his heart when it came to some matters that crossed his bottom line. That was why Zhong Hongguo, the great general of Huaihua, made an exception for Shifu and regarded him as a thorn in his side. Su Fengnian did not wait for an answer. He asked again, "If this king says that you can safely move 300 people to Western Shu, will you go there?" Shifu hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Unlike Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongniu or Che Yi who came from Beimang, my family is a big family in Liangzhou. Even if I am willing to go to Western Shu and Prince does not stop me, many elders in my family who are used to the customs of Beiliang will not agree to leave their home. This has nothing to do with whether I can become a high-ranking official in Western Shu again. To be honest, Prince, I have no choice but to take 10,000 steps back. In fact, if the Shi family really moved the ancestral tablets to Western Shu, not to mention others, the 3 people of my generation in Beiliang, and the 4 nephews serving in the border army of Liangzhou, will probably stay in Beiliang. In this way, before we even leave Beiliang, the Shi family will be torn apart." Su Fengnian put on a fake smile and said, "At least General Shi is honest with me." Shifu chuckled and said, "There's no point in hiding it. I know that the Shi family has spies planted in the Dushui chamber for many years. It's not that I have such discerning eyes, but that before Chu Lushan became the protector general of the northern Liang, he made a special trip to the Shi family to meet honestly with me. Therefore, in these 2 years, I have not been able to sleep peacefully. It is funny to say that in my early years in the army, even if I went deep into Beimang and rested on the horses, I would still sleep better than on my own bed." Su Fengnian did not comment on Chu Lushan's spies in the Shi family. He changed the topic and asked with a smile, "The courtyard pasture currently has 800 white horse guards, Luo Hongkai and the 2 captains 3,400 cavalry, plus the Longxi troops of the pasture, and the 2,000 cavalry left behind by Zhao Rongguang. There are still less than 8,000. This king can only wait for 3 days. One of the 2 captains of Liangzhou's Tongguan Pass, Xian Yinma, will also lead 3,000 elite cavalry over. Their numbers will exceed 10,000. General Shi, do you think that these 10,000 cavalry rushing into the battlefield of Liuzhou will be able to provide timely assistance, or will distant water not be able to quench the immediate thirst?" The stone talisman asked. "If the stone talisman speaks bluntly, will your highness really listen?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "Let's hear it first. You, Shifu, are not Yin Wenwan or Chen Yinshui, the famous generals of the spring and autumn period. You are also not part of the Su family like Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong, who have made great contributions. You do not have the right to make this king listen to whatever you say." Shifu sighed and said slowly, "In my opinion, the 10,000 cavalry of the king is not like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, but it may be beneficial to the situation of Lu province. It is no different from the situation of Beiliang. If I were the king, I would be more thorough. I would let the 2 deputy generals of Lingzhou, Wang Ji and Huang Xiaokuai, lead the troops, with the Yanxia commandant, Jiao Wui and the other commandants as the main force. Not only would the cavalry of Liangzhou enter Lu province to solve the urgent situation, but I would also decisively send the cavalry of Lingzhou north to Lu province. After defeating Lu Gui's army on the western front of Beimang, they would quickly fill the gap outside Liang'o Pass and south of Huaiyang Pass. Shifu suddenly felt the killing intent of the young king. He said calmly, "Originally, I did not know the situation. But since I came to Tianjing Ranch and heard about the number of horses in this ranch, Shifu can more or less guess the plan of the king and the protectorate general. There is no need for the king to think too much about it." Su Fengnian nodded. He squatted down and pulled out a piece of licorice and chewed it. Shifu continued. "In the final analysis, in the Battle of Liangmang, outside Liangzhou Pass, Liuzhou and Yuzhou, there will be victories and defeats. But the place that really decides the survival of Beiliang is only outside Liangzhou Pass. If we lose here, Beiliang will also lose the general trend of Beiliang that the great general and the king worked so hard to accumulate for 2 generations. In the spring and autumn period, there were many ridiculous battles where the great general won a great battle, but caused the king's country to perish. Before the final outcome of the Battle of West Wall was decided, everyone was optimistic about West Chu, who had won a series of small victories. However, the great general wanted to complete the siege of West Wall at the cost of rapidly consuming his troops. He did not hesitate to use a few troops in an important but not critical battle to lure most of the elites of West Chu to attack, just to create a small gap in the defense of West Wall. The Battle of Princess Tomb that Commander Yuan shone brilliantly is a clear proof. Su Fengnian suddenly stood up. "General Shi, I'll leave these 10,000 cavalry to you. In 3 days at the latest, you'll take them to Liuzhou to reinforce Qingsang City and Longxiang Army." Shifu was stunned on the spot. He did not understand why he could take on such a great responsibility, and also wondered why Su Fengnian did not personally lead the army. Su Fengnian spat out the chewed grass root and said in a low voice, "I received news this morning that Huda City has fallen. Beimang's army is pressing on Huaiyang, Liuya, and Fuling towns." Shifu's expression changed greatly, and he said in shock, "How could Huda City fall so quickly?" Su Fengnian turned and looked to the north. Dong Zhuo is a madman. Previously, he would send people to dig a tunnel every few days to their deaths. There were 16 tunnels, and as a result 5,000 people died. However, no one would have thought that this guy did not dig 16 secret tunnels at all, but a total of 38. 12 of them only dug to the outside of the city, and then with the cooperation of the ground siege. Su Fengnian did not say anything else. Shifu muttered, "This madman, this son of a B***tch. Su Fengnian turned and said to Shifu, "I'm going to Huaiyang Pass immediately. Shifu, from now on, you'll regain your position as general of Liangzhou. Not only the 10,000 cavalry, all the Lingzhou cavalry that will enter Liangzhou will be under your command." Shifu exhaled heavily and cupped his fists. "As you wish." Chapter 1574. Su had never thought that he would be able to live a life of both money and leisure. He still remembered that when he grew up in the small town of Beimang, he was only idle and idle. But after coming to Nanzhou, especially after this old man Zhao had formed an alliance with a certain white-clothed man, his life truly began to flourish. He lived in a summer residence that was said to have once belonged to the former Nanzhou royal family. He ate delicacies of all kinds, and even the latrine was more luxurious than the place he had lived in before. Occasionally, there would be guests in the night, each of them more frightening than the last. Su had seen 6 or 7 of the old nobles who had survived the old Nanzhou. More and more unfamiliar faces appeared around this old man Zhao, especially those old men who were about the same age as this old man Zhao, and liked to add something like minister or assistant minister in front of their names. Almost every time they saw Su, they would weep uncontrollably. Su knew that these people should be the old officials of the previous Western Shu dynasty, who had come after hearing the news. According to what this old man Zhao had said, Su should listen more and speak less. He should only silently cry with these old people. If he really could not cry, he should first rub a handful of Nanzhou's special little sparrow pepper powder on his palm, and pretend to lower his head to wipe away his tears. Once he wiped away his tears, it would be hard not to cry even if he did not want to. Su had tried it once, and did not want to try it a second time. His eyes were so red and swollen that they did not recover for 2 or 3 days. But at that time, the effect was obvious. In any case, he had moved the group of old officials of Western Shu to tears. The oldest one even fainted on the spot from crying. Today, Su Su had been thrown by this old man Zhao into a library called Mugung Lu. He did not want him to really read for pleasure. He only needed to pretend to cultivate his body and mind in the library. Su Su took advantage of the fact that no one was watching, and sat on the railing of the tall building. Beside him stood the blind female zither player Shuesongguan. After the two of them had almost died at the hands of Chen Jibao, Su Su no longer pestered the blind zither player to play the game of young hero and demon. It was probably that once bitten, twice shy. He was somewhat afraid of the so-called Jianghu. These days, Shuesongguan had been helping this old man Zhao with the matter of the 18 tribes of Nanzhao. She was very busy and had traveled to almost half of Nanzhao's territory. Su Su missed her very much. But when they really met again, he did not know what to say. The man and woman were silent like this. Su Su raised his head and finally spoke slowly. In the past, I loved to dream during the day. I thought that perhaps I was the posthumous child of some important person, or the illegitimate child of a large family that could not be seen in public. Perhaps one day, I would recognize my ancestors and return to the family and become completely rich. Only now do I realize that I really am the crown prince of a country. It is a pity that my dream has come true. Only now do I realize that even if I wear the dragon robe, even if I really am the crown prince, I do not look like one. Fortunately, the old master had taught me a lot about the ways of the rich and powerful in the past year, such as the Tang Dynasty tablet, the Qingtian yellow jelly, the banana leaf blue flower, and a bunch of other things. I don't know why, but I've always liked valuable things since I was young. But are these things valuable enough? Looking at them, in the beginning, I was very excited and wanted to hug them to sleep. But later, I became less and less spirited. How should I put it? It's like a poor boy rolling in the mud. One day, he foolishly married a beautiful wife. It's not that he didn't like her, but that he understood that in the end, he would not be able to protect her. She would have to leave him one day. The young zither player who had accompanied Su Su and Zhao Dingxiu from Beimeng to Nanzhao was blind, but her heart was connected. She smiled gently and said, "The Su family has been the ruler of Western Shu for a full 200 years. Although it was lost to your father for 20 years, with this old man Zhao Dingxiu's assistance and the promise of the king of Shu, then this family property actually has a chance to be protected. Just like what Chen Jibao said, in the future, although you cannot be the emperor of Shu, you can at least be the king of Liangshu. Like this, it can be said that you have not let down the ancestors of your Su family." Su Su sighed and said, "If not for Su Fingyan finding us in Beimeng, how could I possibly be where I am today? The books say that a good bird chooses a tree to nest in. The logic is quite reasonable. But for people like me, logic is never in the books. I can only rely on my fists or..." The crown prince of the previous dynasty, who had escaped from the Western Shu palace in his infancy, smiled bitterly and pointed at his heart. "Or it is here. Although I, Su Su, have always been at odds with Su Fingyan and have always spoken ill of him in front of you, but you should know that in my life, I only have one friend in Su Fingyan. Of course, what kind of person is Su Fingyan? He is the most powerful king in the world, one of the 4 great grandmasters. He is also so damn handsome, and is known as the Northern Su and the Southern Song. He is also so knowledgeable. Such a rare romantic figure may not necessarily treat me, Su Su, as a friend. But I really do treat him as a friend. In the end, when I came to Nanzhao, I received a great benefit. It was not easy for me to gain a firm foothold here. Just as I was about to repay him, that expressionless white-clothed man interfered. This old man threw Su Fingyan's Bailiang to one side. I also know that this is something that can't be helped, but in my heart, I really feel bad." Shuesongguan said softly. "You said it yourself, this is something that can't be helped." Su Su fiercely rubbed her cheeks and then held her face with both hands. She said indistinctly, "Yes, something that can't be helped. I am a person with no ambition and no real talent. Other than eating, drinking, sleeping, using, and acting here every day, what can I do?" She hesitated and then sighed. In reality, this old man also does not feel good in his heart. He often goes to drink with your blacksmith uncle to relieve his boredom. Once he got drunk and lost his composure. Su Su put down her hands and placed them on the railing. she said with a bitter smile. I have never blamed this old man. If this old man did not play the role of father and mother and raise me, there would not be me, Su. Furthermore, do you think I do not know what kind of temper the old man has? He is as smelly and hard as a rock in a latrine. If not for me, for the Western Shu dynasty that was long gone, this old man would not act against his will. Xue Songguan nodded. Su suddenly sighed emotionally. I have nothing to do all day, sometimes I feel tired. Then whether it is Su Fengnian who bears the life and death of 300,000 Beiliang cavalry, or that ambitious king of Shu Qinjibao, do these people really enjoy themselves, or do they also feel tired? The blind zither player shook her head and smiled. I don't know. Su turned her head and smiled brightly. If one day, I can really put down everything to accompany you in Jianghu. If I tell the new heroes and masters that Su Fengnian used to eat and drink with me, would I have a lot of face? The woman thought of the time when she was in Beimang and almost killed the young king in the rainy alley. She smiled. I can't have any more face. Su's smile was intoxicating. Although I am still very jealous of Su Fengnian, there are some people in the world. No matter what, as long as you know them, you can't hate them. Isn't that right? The blind zither player smiled and did not speak. Su carefully asked, You really don't like him? To tell you the truth, if I were a woman, I am afraid that I would not be able to forget him. She said helplessly, Why would I like him? Because Su Fengnian looks handsome? But I'm blind. Su scratched her head, and felt that there was something wrong with this reason. She leaned on the railing. If we go to Jianghu in the Central Plains in the future, should I play the role of a murderous female devil, and you pretend to be a chivalrous young hero? Su looked into the distance and her eyes were firm. No. We are immortal couples. The blind woman blushed for the first time. She turned her head and said softly, Su, I am blind. Su lowered her head and looked at the back of her head. She said gently, I know. The female expert in the finger Xian realm said softly and timidly, I am older than you. Su smiled. I know that too. She turned around and raised her head to look at Su. With a faint smile she said, If in the future when we go to the Jianghu of the Central Plains, where there are countless beauties, and I find out that you have taken a few more glances at the heroines and fairies, I, Shuesong official, will directly kill them. Su said resentfully, Well, I really didn't know before, but now I know. She smiled sweetly. I lied to you. Su put her palm on her forehead. Although I am not blind, I only have you in my eyes. In the back mountains of Beiliang, two old men, Mi Qiong and Peng He, sat in front of a simple thatched cottage. A small stool separated them by some dishes. Then another old man arrived as promised. He carried 2 jars of green ant wine that had been kept in the cellar of the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang for many years. This old man had a white face and no beard. Whether it was the way he walked or the way he spoke, there was a gloomy air. Mi Qiong and Peng He, as famous scholars of Beiliang, knew this very well. After they became familiar with each other, they never exposed him. This old man surnamed Zhao was a eunuch. As for why he came to Mount Qingliang for retirement, Mi Qiong and Peng He had no interest in finding out. At first, the 2 famous scholars didn't have a good impression of the old man named Zhao Siku. However, after the old eunuch came to the back of the mountain every now and then to give them a hand, and in addition to the fact that Zhao Siku was much older than the ordinary craftsman, his hands and feet were nimble. His speech and elegance were not inferior to the refined scholars, and he was especially meticulous in his work. Over time, the 3 of them were of similar age, and became good friends who could sit and drink together. Chapter 1575. Mi Qiong and Peng He smiled and gestured for Zhao Siku to sit down. The 3 old men, whose ages added up to almost 200 years, sat around a stool. The 2 Beiliang calligraphers, who hadn't even had time to change their clothes, were still covered in the fragrance of ink. They each gulped down the wine in their cups and exhaled heavily. Their faces were somewhat gloomy. Zhao Siku was a senior eunuch who had once been in charge of the Directorate of Credentials in the Liang Imperial Palace. Although he had taken off the red python gown that was still extremely eye-catching in the palace, his ability to read people's expressions was still as shrewd and ruthless. However, Zhao Siku didn't say anything. He took a small sip of wine and picked a relatively casual topic to start the conversation. I just came back from the Green Deer Cave Academy. The Yellow Mountain Lord asked me to ask two old friends for a few calligraphy pieces. I didn't dare to carelessly agree to it, and only said that I would pass on the message. Mi Qiong shook his head. Old Peng and I don't have the leisure to write calligraphy pieces these days. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Zhao and the Yellow Mountain Lord. How could Zhao Siku not see that Mi Qiong and Peng He, who had been inscribing tombstones all day long? At this moment, their wrists were still trembling as they raised their cups. Their mental and physical exertion was nothing more than this. So he smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. The Yellow Mountain Lord has already said that this matter isn't urgent. He can wait. He can wait a few years or even 10 years. Peng He smiled. As long as His Highness chases away the Beimang barbarians, let alone 3 or 4 calligraphy pieces, even 30 or 40 would be personally delivered to the Yellow Mountain Lord's Green Deer Cave Academy. But Brother Zhao, we're not outsiders, so I'll say the ugly words first. Old Me and I have heard that many foreign scholars in the academy are not good people. They criticize our Beiliang's military and political affairs. They always think that if they come to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang, or the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate Manor, they can turn the tide. These little bastards don't think that it's easy to just stand there and talk. Just because His Highness is easy to talk to, they can take a mile after taking an inch. Is Huang Chong not going to do anything about it?" He shook his head and said, "It's not that we can't do anything about it. It's just that if we don't do anything about it, we won't be able to do anything about it. Besides, the scholars in Beiliang have changed a lot compared to when they first came to Beiliang. Occasionally, there will still be some scholars who don't know the gravity of the situation. However, their original intention is for the good of Beiliang. Many of the young people who came to Beiliang with the mentality of moving trees and people alive in mind have unknowingly considered themselves to be Beiliang people. This is a great thing." Me, who had once smashed his precious inkstone in front of Su Fingnian, grunted in agreement. The seeds of learning, the seeds of learning. These young people have truly taken root and sprouted in Beiliang. Sooner or later, our Beiliang will also have towering trees that the scholars of the Central Plains look up to. It will become a towering scholar forest. Peng He raised his cup and paused for a moment. He couldn't help but sigh. "I'm just afraid that we won't be able to see that day." Me, who was more emotional, said angrily, "Let's not talk about Yao Baifeng, who went to the Imperial College in the capital. His morals and knowledge are the best in the world. He is indeed worthy of the title of eminent scholar. Even if he leaves Beiliang, I still hope that Master Yao can make a name for himself in the imperial court. However, this Yan Jieshi is really a good-for-nothing. He relied on his connections to become a grand secretary, and forgot his roots. After it was said that he had a chance to become one of the vice presidents of the next examination, he spread the word that the number of people who are qualified to enter Beiliang for the examination in the capital is going to be cut in half from the usual 40 people in the past. Only 20 people are allowed to participate in the examination. To think that I wrote so many calligraphy pieces and birthday couplets for this old thing in the past. I wish I could chop off my own hands." Peng He sneered. "That turtle Yen is just trying to avoid arousing suspicion. Let's count with our fingers. Master Yao of the older generation, Chen Wang and Sun Yin of the younger generation, are all top scholars in the imperial court. Even that assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, who is also a vice president, is also from Beiliang. Perhaps this time, the reduction of Beiliang's examination quota is a sinister scheme that Yan Jieshi and Jean Lanting, one old and one young, came from Beiliang." Zhao Siku smiled playfully. "Don't worry, my two old friends. From my point of view, this time, Beiliang's quota isn't going to be reduced. It's the exact opposite. It's very simple. More and more scholars are entering Beiliang. How can the imperial court not panic? At this time, Yan Jieshi and Jean Lanting's suggestion is just for show. Those high-ranking officials in the center of the imperial court won't accept them. On the contrary, they will increase the quota. Not only that, of these Beiliang scholars coming to the capital for the examination, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be a good number of lucky ones who are doing well in Great Peace City. The imperial court just wants to use this opportunity to tell us, the scholars of Bailiang, that if you learn both civil and martial arts, you can be of use to the imperial family. From now on, the imperial court will not give a low price. Flowers grow in the wall, fragrance grows outside the wall. Peng He paused and gritted his teeth. This imperial court is too shameless. Mi Qiong was even more direct. If I were the prince, I would just stop these scholars and keep the goodies within the family. Zhao Siku shook his head and smiled. Bailiang has never done such a despicable thing since the time of the great general. In the hands of the current prince, he probably still won't do it. Perhaps in the eyes of many Liang officials, this is a stupid thing to do. However, from my point of view, justice is in the hearts of the people. That's enough. Mi Qiong nodded. Yes, justice is in the hearts of the people. Peng He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He gripped the empty cup tightly and said with a hoarse voice, "The governor of Tiger Head City, Lu Jinu, is dead. Lieutenant Chu Hanqing is dead. Lieutenant Ma Jili is dead. All the infantry and cavalry in Tiger Head City are dead. Haluku of Yuzhou, Crouching Bao City, Wanhe City, Xiaoguang City, Qingsong City and Liuzhou. So many places, so many Bailiang frontier army, so many people have died. Does the Liang Imperial Court know? Do the people of the Central Plains know?" Peng He put down his cup and hammered his chest with his hand. He choked with sobs. "I don't care if they know or not. Mi Qiong and I, these two old farts, have personally engraved the names of so many young Bailiang men. Every day, the white-haired people have to send the black-haired people off. I'm so bored." Zhao Siku, who had once been a pawn of the Zhao family to watch over Deva Gaoshulu, was silent. "Young master, if you didn't die so young, if you could see this scene today, would you regret choosing Chen Jibao back then and not helping Su Fingnian as much as Mr. Li Yishan did?" It had not yet entered autumn, but Jizhou was already in a troubled state. At this time, Kai Nan, the newly appointed Jidushi of the Lianghuai Path, and Han Lin, who later became the administrator, quickly became the focus of discussion in the capital. The officials of the capital were not willing to speak well of this general, who had been Gu Jiantong's trusted aide in the past. However, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Han Lin, was a well-known civil official in Great Peace City. Thus, most of the officials of the capital held a sympathetic attitude. They all felt that it was a pity that Sir Han's life was full of misfortune. For some reason, during this period of time, no one mentioned a person surnamed Zhao who had entered the Lianghuai Path earlier than Kai and Han. Even though he was the third son of the previous emperor, although he could not compare to the great Prince Zhao Wu and the current emperor, his mother was still the legitimate daughter of the Peng family, the leader of the Northern Scholar Group. However, after Zhao Xiong, who had been given the title of King of Han and had taken over Jizhou, left the capital, it was like a clay ox entering the ocean. There was no news of him. It had to be said that this third prince had once been a well-known figure in Great Peace City. He had never stopped being a romantic. When Zhao Xiong was at his peak, the four young masters of the capital, led by Wang Yuanran, were still in some corner looking on with envy. Of the 6 sons of the previous emperor, the eldest, Zhao Wu, had taken over Liaodong. He was also the only prince who held the military power of the Tiger Seal. He was given the title of General of the North and assisted General Gu Jiantang, and the old king of the northern vassal, Zhao Sui, to guard the north. The second prince, Zhao Wen, had gone to Gangnam-do in the misty rain and lush forests. The fifth prince, Zhao Hong, had been given the title of King of Yu and had taken over the old Dongyue. The sixth prince, Zhao Chun, was still young and had not left the capital yet. There was a lake in the newly built King of Han's residence that Zhao Xiong named Hearing Wave Lake. Everyone knew that there was a Hearing Wave Lake in Bailiang Palace. There was a pavilion in the center of Hearing Wave Lake. It was surrounded by water, and there was no bridge. One had to use a lotus-picking boat to cross. In the pavilion, there was a rattan bed and a bamboo table. There were several plump peonies in a vase. Smoke rose from an incense burner. Zhao Xiong, dressed in plain white casual clothes, reclined on the bed with a wine cup in his hand. There was a female servant in front of the king of the northern vassal, holding an ancient book in her hand. There was also a servant girl standing behind Zhao Xiong, fanning him to get rid of the summer heat. Zhao Xiong drank a cup of wine when he read a page of the book. He did not talk to anyone and enjoyed himself. The afternoon passed slowly in the young king of Han's leisure. Zhao Xiong glanced at the sky outside the window. Soon, a servant girl helped him put on his boots. She came to the window and squinted at the motionless figure on the shore of the lake. Zhao Xiong said, "No wonder you can be the youngest general of a province in my dynasty. You really work hard." Zhao Xiong left the pavilion and took the lotus boat back to the shore. After going ashore, he walked to the Jizhou general, who was in a precarious situation. When the king of the northern vassal approached, the latter cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "This general Yuan Tingshan greets your royal highness, king of Han." Zhao Xiong casually waved his hand and said with a smile, "General Yuan, if you have something to say, just say it." Yuan Tingshan slowly raised his head. He stood on the shore for an entire afternoon, but his eyes were shining. There was no trace of depression on his face, and there was no flattery on his face. "I beg your royal highness to write a few bad words on the secret memorial that can reach the imperial study." Chapter 1576. Zhao Xiong pretended to be surprised and said, "How did General Yuan know that this king has the responsibility to submit secret memorials? And why did this king say bad things about you? This king has heard that you, Yuan Tingshan, are in a bad situation. Not only did you not get any benefits from your father-in-law, recently even some of the trusted aides that you managed to win over have gone to Ji Province's Deputy General Han Fang. Even Jidushi Kai has closed his door to you, not to mention Military Commissioner Han. Today, you came to this king's mansion and waited for an entire afternoon. Shouldn't you be waiting for timely help? Why are you adding fuel to the fire? Are you tired of being a general and want to be a prisoner to try something new?" Listening to the king of Han's sarcasm, Yuan Tingshan's expression did not change. He maintained a respectful posture of cupping his fist and bowing. With a sincere tone he said, "This time, I came to visit with 10,000 taels of gold and 10 chests of calligraphy and paintings." Listening to this young man who was privately scolded as a mad dog by some officials, Zhao Xiong became absent-minded for a moment. For some reason he thought of a scene. It was a scene that he had never seen with his own eyes, but he had heard of it many times. Many years ago, there was a young general who was similar to this, begging to give gifts to people in the Ministry of War of Liang. Zhao Xiong raised his head to look at the gorgeous sky filled with burning clouds and said to himself, "It's a pity it's not raining." Yuan Tingshan raised his head to look at the obviously absent-minded king of Han. He lowered his head and quietly bit his lips. Of the two fathers-in-law, Great General Gu Jiantang had clearly stated that he would not lend a helping hand to the rotten situation in Ji Province. As for the Li family's Yanbao, they had also vaguely revealed that the nearly 10,000 private cavalry of the Li family was the last of the family's assets. They would not be given to him, the son-in-law, to be squandered. Even if the 10,000 private cavalry were to fight, they would only fight in Ji Province. If permitted, they would even move to the north of Gangnam-do. They would definitely not let Yuan Tingshan bring them to the border of Ji Province to fight to the death with Bei Mang. As a result, the Ji Prefecture General's residence, which was originally flourishing with each passing day, was now plagued by both internal and external problems. However, Yuan Tingshan didn't care about these things. He could even take a step back in his official career and give up his position as Ji Province's general. However, Yuan Tingshan was extremely wary of one person. That was the young emperor sitting on the dragon throne in Great Peace City. Yuan Tingshan was afraid that he would become a useless general in the eyes of this ambitious emperor. Once this fatal impression was formed in the emperor's mind, it would be meaningless even if Yuan Tingshan won 100 battles. Therefore, Yuan Tingshan came to beg the king of Han Zhao Xiong, begging him to impeach him in the secret memorial. Only in this way could the young emperor feel that the entire Ji province, from top to bottom, was rejecting Yuan Tingshan, like a lonely official in the imperial court. Only then would he have the chance to rise again. Gold? This king's surname is Zhao. Does he lack such things? Antique calligraphy and paintings? This king has personally touched more things in his life than you, Yuan Tingshan, have seen. Zhao Xiong patted Yuan Tingshan's shoulder. Therefore, Yuan Tingshan, in the future, when you have a meteoric rise, Don't forget who it was that helped you when you were at the end of your rope. Yuan Tingshan's left hand tightly gripped the back of his right hand, his veins bulging. I swear I will never forget. Zhao Xiong bent down slightly and said softly in Yuan Tingshan's ear. In reality, no matter if you are a general in Ji province or going to Guangling province to lead troops to quell a rebellion, in someone's heart, you are not worthy of his trust. Only when your father-in-law is dead will you have the chance to rise up. These words are this king's return gift to you. Yuan Tingshan's body trembled. Zhao Xiong seemed to be slightly tired. He waved his hand and said, You can go. This king won't send you off. Yuan Tingshan continued to bend his back, and took a few steps back before turning and leaving. Zhao Xiong looked at that back and said with a smile, You're looking down on my third brother too much. Yes, you're also looking down on me, Zhao Xiong. Fine, I'll help you this time. Jiangnan Yangzhou had a scenic spot called the Scattered Flower Terrace. The mountain was not high, but there were no mountains within 100 miles, making it stand out. It was said that in the Dafeng dynasty, there was an enlightened monk who preached here, causing fairies to scatter flowers and rocks to nod their heads. In the twilight, the famous people of Gangnam-do gathered their friends and gathered at the Scattered Flower Terrace to admire the moonlight. Everyone brought their own cushions, wine, tea, chopsticks, incense burners, rice, and other things. They lined up on the peak of the mountain. Tonight, there were 900 people on the mountain. Under the guidance of a famous person, they stood up and loudly recited, My generation's writings are as high as the white snow. Close to 1,000 people sang the famous poem, A Journey to Jiangnan. For a moment, the sound was like thunder, and the wine flowed like a spring. Late at night, the pure white moonlight shone on the Scattered Flower Terrace. Chapter 1577. Among them was Lu Daolin, who had resigned from his post as the Minister of Rites a few years ago. He was the old master of the Lu family at Lake Pavilion. At the same time, he was the older brother of the former Minister of War, Lu Baijia. In a short 10 years, the Lu family had produced 2 ministers. It was indeed worthy of the former emperor's praise of, the Lu family's children are a dazzling array of dazzling jewels. Although Lu Daolin had retired to the mountains and forests and Lu Baijia had quietly left the capital, it did not diminish the Lu family's transcendent status in Jiangnan that suppressed the other 3 families. There was also the old head of the Su family, Su Yinsheng. After his eldest son Su Gong was conferred the title of Longxiang General, this old man peacefully lived out his remaining years. Although a few years ago, Su Shufei suffered an unexpected mishap and was banished to the Changchun Palace, causing the entire Su family to suffer a great loss, fortunately Su Gong did not disappoint. He entered the capital to serve as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War and supported the family. Su Yinsheng, who had previously closed his door and refused to receive guests, finally appeared. Sitting beside the old man was his youngest daughter, Su Huipeng. Dressed as a yellow-crowned Taoist nun, she and Tangxi sword immortal Lu Baijia had a grudge that was not fated to be together. Everyone in the Jiangnan Taoist forest knew about it. The middle-aged Confucian scholar, Yuan Jiangyan, was not only the mainstay of the Yuan family, but also a famous talker. Beside the old man with the white cat on his lap, sat a spirited young man. He lowered his head and bent his waist, gently waving the folding fan in his hand. However, he was not fanning his family's ancestor, but the lazy white cat. Behind the young man stood a green-robed swordsman who did not touch a drop of wine. When everyone was drunk, he was the only sober one. The 4 Gangnam-do families, the Lu family, the Yu family, the Yuan family, and the Gumusu family were the main forces in the south that contended against the scholars in the north. Once, the Green Party in Qingzhou was a natural ally of the 4 families. Unfortunately, they were not successful and were easily destroyed by the former Minister of War, Zhang Jiulu. Although the 4 surnames fought over every detail in the Jiangnan circuit, and generation after generation continuously fought both openly and covertly, in Great Peace City, in the imperial court of Liang, the 4 surnames were incomparably united. Su Gong was able to enter the capital from a local place and forcefully take down the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, the elderly head of the Yu family who raised a white cat, and Yu Jiankong who had not hesitated to personally make a trip to the capital, were all extremely important. Su Yinsheng looked at Yu Jiankong, who was a generation older than him, and sighed softly. Elder Yu, chaos is everywhere now. Take Yuan Guo for example. He finally made a comeback and became the Minister of Revenue in charge of money, but in just a few days, he was sent to Guangling Circuit next door to us to be a provincial governor. Because it is under the jurisdiction of a vassal king, he is only a deputy. If it weren't for the Grand Chancellor and Tantanon speaking up for Tang Shi and suppressing it, it probably wouldn't have been Kainan but Tang Shi who would have been the provincial governor of Lianhuai. Elder Yu, although Tang Shi is still the Minister of War, His Majesty has clearly moved his mind to change the position. In Elder Yu's opinion, where should Tang Shi go from here? We also have a target and can plan for the long term. Yu Jiankong smiled and pointed at Lu Daolin. The minister's brother is not in a hurry, so why are you Su Yinxing in a hurry? Lu Daolin said helplessly. It's not that I'm not in a hurry, it's that there's no use in being in a hurry. Fortunately, Kainan has already gone to Lianhuai Circuit, and Yuan Guo has gone to Guangling Circuit. As long as Tang Shi isn't sent to Nanjiang, she probably won't be doing too badly. Yu Jiankong stroked the white cat's head and said calmly, in the past, there was a battle between civil and military officials from the capital to the ground. Now both sides have become a thing of the past. Next will be the battle between North and South. Grand Chancellor Qi of Zhongshu Province is a classic Southerner. Deputy Zhao Yuling is a Southerner. Tantanon is a Northerner. Chen Wang is a Bailiang. They have fought to a draw. Let's count the 6 ministries of the Minister of State. The new Minister of Appointments, Yin Maochun, is a Southerner. The 2 successive Ministers of Revenue, Wang Xiongui and Yuan Guo, are all Southerners. If we add in Lu Daolin, the former Minister of Rights, and Lu Baijie, the current Minister of War, don't you feel that there are too many of us Southern scholars at the front of the court? In this way, if Su Gong is allowed to take control of the Ministry of War, and the former Assistant Minister of Justice, Han Lin, takes over as Minister of Justice, how will the Northern scholars survive in the future? Moreover, the number of scholars in recent years has been dominated by Southerners. Thus Han Lin went to Jizhou and Yuan Guo went to Guangling Circuit. These are all reasonable matters. There is no need to make a fuss. In the future, even if Tang Taihuang becomes the Minister of War, Su Gong can only continue to be an assistant minister for another 4 or 5 years. There is nothing strange about it. Yu Jiankong paused and smiled. What is interesting is that there is a new power in Taiyan City that cannot be underestimated. Grand Scholar Yan Jieshi, Left Chancellor Yao Baifeng of the Imperial College, Chen Wang of the Munxia Province, Assistant Minister of Rights Jean Lanting, Minister of Yellow Gate Yan Qiji, and the temporarily dormant Sun Yin are all from Bailiang without exception. However, they all have good reputations in the officialdom. There are not many of them, but each of their words carry a lot of weight, especially that Chen Wang. He is an extraordinary person. Even compared to Bai Yan's career back then, he is not inferior in any way. This is somewhat similar to the Green Party that interfered between Zhang Lu and Gu Lu. However, compared to the Green Party, this group of officials that can barely be called the Cold Party have never formed a party. Have you all noticed that although these people all come from Bailiang, their loyalty to His Majesty is something that none of the other civil and military officials in the imperial court can compare to? In the future, I am guessing that Chen Wang, whose future is limitless, will lead them and form a tripartite balance of power with us northern and southern scholars. Yuan Jiangyan sighed ruefully. Could it be another Bai Yan? Yu Jiankong shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's more than that. Lu Daolin raised his head and gazed at the moonlit night, lost in thought. For some reason, Su Huipu's expression was rather sorrowful. Perhaps she was thinking of Sword Immortal Tang Shi who was far away in the capital, or perhaps she was thinking of a certain woman surnamed Su who liked to wear red, and was already separated by Yin and Yang. Yu Jiankong smiled slightly and said, what our 4 families need to do now is take a step back. If Liaodong's Peng clan and the other northern families want to seize the seats in the capital at this time, we will pretend to be reluctant and give them all to them. As for when we will take a step forward, it's very simple. Wait until the Peng clan and the others are full of people. At the same time, we must wait until Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Fan Zhongho, and the others have truly matured before we act. Right now, let those northern barbarians and those young people have their own conflicts. They might be able to make things difficult for those juniors in the next few years, but sooner or later, they will suffer greatly. In this period of time, you people should take a step back. It's not like you really don't care about anything. You might as well add flowers to the brocade for those young people of Great Peace City, who have a bright future. Help them make a name for themselves in the literary world, boost their reputation, and occasionally sing poems. Treat it as sowing good karma. Yuan Jiangyan laughed and said, "What's so hard about that?" Then Yu Jiankong did a strange action. He raised his wine cup, turned to face the northwest, and toasted from a distance. "I, Yu Jiankong, represent the Central Plains in toasting your Bailiang. Toasting you and your father." Chapter 1578. Since the end of the Yonghui era, the yamen of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries of Liang, big and small, had changed drastically. Senior officials such as Zhang Jilu, Minister of War Gu Jiantang, and this old man of the Song family had either died or left the center of the capital. A group of people led by the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, had ascended to high positions in the imperial court. Among them, there were seniors like Chen Wang, the left-scattered cavalry of Wuxia province, as well as young scholars like Li Jifu Wu Tsongxian and Gao Tingshu, who had become famous in the Xiangfu Yuanyan imperial examination, whose qualifications were far inferior to Chen Xiaobao's. Tang Taizuang and Su Gong had also become assistant ministers. Among the old officials of the cabinet, there were also a lot of changes. A large number of Yonghui officials, including Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, had almost all changed their official positions. Yuan Guo, Han Lin, and Wang Xiongui had all been transferred to other places and became nominal border officials. Among them, only Huanwen was an anomaly. As an old official of 3 dynasties, no matter how the officials of the same dynasty changed, Tantanon had always been in charge of Wuxia province. Although it was rumored that he was not feeling well and had to make room for the second-in-command of the secretariat, Zhao Yuling, or Yin Maochun, the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel, to the civil and military officials of Great Peace City, as long as His Majesty did not give an explicit order, Tantanon was still the dominant figure who had great influence on the entire imperial court. Even if Huanwen really retired, as the only remaining senior official and literary leader of the Liang dynasty, the political affairs of Liang would inevitably be handled by this old man who was praised as the national treasure by the late emperor. No wonder the Huan family in Great Peace City would tease them out of kindness. As autumn approached this year, the emperor asked the imperial household department to carefully craft more than 40 ink slabs with auspicious talisman engraved on them and gave them to the important officials. Those who received them all thought that they were treasures. Only Huanwen received 3 slabs. Even Qi Yanglong, Yin Jieshi, and Chen Wang only received 2 slabs. Moreover, not only did Huanwen receive this honor, but he also received an old ginseng that could be said to be the best among all the tributes in Liaodong, and a jar of Chunling wine. As a result, the private discussions that speculated that Tantanon might not be able to survive the second year of the auspicious talisman vanished in an instant. Following the rise of the 2 provinces under the Hall of Secretaries and the relocation of the Hanlin Academy to a new location, as well as the establishment of the 6 pavilions, a large number of important civil officials were sent out. The Zhao family, which was originally a gathering of yamen offices, lived up to the grand occasion of all the officials of the imperial court gathered here, in the early years. On the first day of autumn, the emperor specially opened the Golden Autumn Garden, which occupied the largest area and had the best scenery among the 4 imperial gardens, and held a grand banquet for all the officials. Before the banquet began, the young emperor, who was quite interested, even set a new rule for Liang to welcome autumn. He had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, bring in a pot of Chinese parasol tree that had been planted long ago. When the time came, he had Chen Wang temporarily act as the grand historian and loudly shout, "Autumn is coming." Then, the emperor personally plucked a piece of Chinese parasol tree leaf, implying that the emperor represented the common people in reporting to the heavens for autumn. In this impromptu and elegant matter that had no precedent, Chen Wang, who became the first reporting to the emperor to welcome autumn, of Liang, was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Empress Yin Dongwu stood together with her younger brother Yin Qiji. After seeing this scene, This moving woman, who was the mother of the nation, said softly to her younger brother, "You must strive to become the person to report to the emperor for autumn next year." Yanqiji, who was most afraid of being in the limelight, said with a headache, "Sister, what is there to fight about this kind of thing? Besides, I can't fight for it." With Chen Xiaobao in front, next year, probably only the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, or the new chancellor of our Hanlin Academy can take on this role. Otherwise, Song Kelly, Fan Zhongho, and the others would be more justified than me. Yen Dongwu glanced at the civil and military officials with different expressions. The older ones, like Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, were, after all, old and had reached the top of the court. There was no need for them to add flowers to the brocade. Therefore, they all had an indifferent attitude towards this matter, and did not want to fight with the younger generation. However, the younger generation of officials, such as Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, were slightly different. They also did not need to fight for anything and were not suitable. However, when they looked at Chen Wang, who was a generation lower in seniority, there was still a hint of envy in their eyes. As for Gao Tingshu, Wu Zongxian, and the other young people who had just made a name for themselves in the court of Liang, all of them had burning gazes. These years Jean Lanting, who had been successful in Great Peace City, was unperturbed. It seemed that he already saw the person to report to the emperor for autumn next year as something in the bag. Yen Dongwu, who now had the bearing of a phoenix, did not look sideways. She did not whisper to her beloved younger brother, and said with an indifferent expression, "Your brother-in-law needs you to fight for it. However, he will not say anything to you directly. However, if you have the heart to improve, he will be very happy." Yanqiji sighed helplessly and said, "All right, then I will do my best." Yen Dongwu looked out of the corner of his eye at his father, Yen Jieshi, who was chatting happily with Wen Shouren, the Grand Secretary of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, and the other court officials. He changed to an unquestionable tone and said, "Our father has already helped you pave the way. The 6 Grand Secretaries of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, plus the 6 newly established Grand Secretaries of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy. These 12 people will be the most noble court officials of our dynasty in the future. You are still young and do not have enough experience. You do not have the extravagant hope that our Yen family will have 2 Grand Secretaries, but it will not be difficult for you to become a Grand Secretary of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy in 10 to 20 years. Moreover, Grand Secretaries of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy are an empty title, and will not be taken away just because an official leaves the court. In addition, in a few years, if nothing unexpected happens, father will be promoted from the Hall of Martial Meritocracy to the Hall of Martial Meritocracy." Yanqiji said timidly, "Sister, in the end, we are relatives. Shouldn't we avoid arousing suspicion?" Yen Dongwu turned his head expressionlessly, but there was clearly some anger in his eyes. He directly interrupted his brother's words and said in a low voice, "Can you really not see the undercurrent in the court? Even you, the brother-in-law, are not helping your brother-in-law. Do you want to place your hopes on those civil officials who are becoming better and better at being officials?" Yanqiji wanted to speak but stopped. In the end, he lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The emperor walked over to the side of the brother and sister. Seeing Yanqiji's embarrassed state, he smiled and joked, "What is it, brother-in-law? Were you scolded by your sister again? Every time Grand Secretary Yen sees me and occasionally mentions you, his son, it is always difficult to hide his proud smile. Your sister, on the other hand, scolds him every time she sees him. I can't help but feel indignant for you. No matter, no matter. Since your sister is not close to you, I am very close to you, the brother-in-law. In the future, if you are wronged by your sister, feel free to come and complain to me. We can drink together to relieve our boredom." Yen Dongwu smiled gently and asked, "What troubles does your majesty have to relieve?" The young emperor, who had been caught red-handed, was immediately speechless. This made Yanqiji, who was watching the fire from the other side, feel even more amused. The Emperor Zhao Zhuan reached out and pointed at his brother-in-law, who was rejoicing in his misfortune. "Ungrateful. I accidentally got into trouble because I wanted to help you." If a normal subject heard the words ungrateful from the mouth of an emperor, they would probably be scared out of their wits. It was unknown if Yanqiji was too slow or what, But he was not nervous at all and smiled apologetically. Although the young emperor snorted coldly on the surface, in the depths of his heart, he was not angry at his brother-in-law's arrogance. Instead, he felt very comfortable. If they were not family, they would not be so casual. Although the emperors of the previous dynasties called themselves emperors. Which emperor really liked the feeling of being alone? Yen Dongwu suddenly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the matter of the palace serving girls cannot be delayed any longer." Zhao Zhuan quickly laughed, and then found an excuse to go find the head of the secretariat to discuss military matters. Chapter 1579. After the banquet, the emperor allowed the officials to tour the Golden Autumn Garden on their own. Thus the civil and military officials spread out in groups of 2s and 3s. They seemed to be careless, but there were many things to pay attention to. For example, Qi Yonglong and Huan Wen, the two big shots of the court, walked side by side. Zhao Yuling of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, who had resigned from the Ministry of Personnel, pulled 5 or 6 officials with him. The current heavenly official, Yin Maochun, chatted happily with the group of Hanlin Academy scholars. A few newly appointed scholars with shaky foundations naturally walked hand in hand. After the death of the blue-eyed girl, the 6 officials of the Shangshu province, who had been leaderless, also had their own positions and did not stick together. Zhao Shixuan, on the other hand, stuck together. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizuang, walked with 2 great generals of the same generation as his benefactor, Gu Jiantang. One of them was the great general Zhao Cheng, who had not paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, and the other was Yang Xinxing, whose face had been covered in dirt for the past 2 years. On the other hand, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Liu Baijia, walked with the young officials from Jiangnan. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wen Tai, and the former general of Qingzhou, Hong Lingshu, who had recently been summoned to the capital, had just made it clear that they would not interact with each other for the rest of their lives. Today they met again. It looked like they had buried the hatchet and were on good terms with each other. It was hard not to wonder if the Green faction was going to make a comeback. As for the 2 Liao families in the north, led by the Peng and Lu families, the people in charge of the Great Peace City also stayed together. Qi Yonglong and Huan Wen, these 2 old men, did not walk slowly. Their steps were large, so they walked further and further away from the group of officials behind them. The 2 old men came directly to a famous spot in the Golden Autumn Garden. It was the Spring God Mountain built from nearly 100 pieces of Spring God Lake stone. Although the Spring God Lake stone had long been loved and revered by some famous scholars of Jiangnan, it was only in the past 5 years that it had truly become popular and known to all levels of society. Piece by piece, the stone was continuously picked up from the bottom of the lake. Last year, it even flew into the royal family and became a mountain overnight in the Golden Autumn Garden, becoming famous under heaven. The Spring God Lake stone was known to be thin and wrinkled. It was a high-quality Spring God Lake stone, was exquisite and had a natural aura. So it was said to be one gene of 1 or 2 tails of gold. Huan Wen did not climb the mountain. Instead, he stood a few dozen steps away from the Spring God Lake mountain and gazed at the short mountain that was said to be shrouded in mist. The sound of rain could be heard on rainy days, and the sound of conches could be heard in strong winds. Seeing that Tantanon had no intention of climbing the mountain, the head of the secretariat, Qi Yonglong, smiled and accompanied Tantanon where he stood. The atmosphere in Liang Imperial Court was very relaxed. Compared to the confrontation between Zhang and Gu, when Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang, these 2 serious civil and military leaders, were present, the civil and military officials could be said to be trembling with fear of making mistakes. Now that it was the good-tempered Qi Yonglong and Huan Wen, everyone was much more relaxed. In addition, they had coincidentally met Zhao Zhuan, a young emperor who had just ascended the throne and could not be considered to have accumulated great power. Therefore, the senior officials of Great Peace City liked to tease the younger generation that they were on good terms with. Compared to them, the old officials of Yonghui, they had met at a good time. Tantanon, who had drunk a lot at the banquet, burped. He turned to Qi Yonglong and asked with a smile, "Head of the Secretariat, do you know the origin of my nickname, Huan Wen Tantanon?" Qi Yonglong smiled and shook his head. Huan Wen laughed and said, "In the beginning, I wasn't called Tantanon. There was a guy who gave me the nickname of Wine Gourd. If I angered him, he would scold me as a wine bag and a good-for-nothing. The name Tantanon was something that happened much later. There was one time when I was on duty with that guy in the forbidden area. I couldn't control my mouth and secretly drank some wine. It just so happened that I was caught red-handed by the previous emperor, who had been reading books all night. I drank too much and spoke without restraint. I told the previous emperor that as long as I, Huan Wen, had wine in my stomach, I would be magnanimous. However, if there was a day when His Majesty did not give me wine to drink, I would be full of complaints. The previous emperor was amused and immediately had the head eunuch, Han Shengxian, bring over several jars of wine. At that time, there was a guy who had never touched wine who drank a cup for the first time. His face was as red as a monkey's butt. After I was drunk, I laughed at him and told him not to call himself Green Eyes, just red face. He replied, "Shut your mouth and be a good Tantanon." It was probably from that time onwards that I became the Tantanwang. Perhaps many officials felt that this nickname meant that I, Huan Wen, was a tumbler in Liang's officialdom. No matter how turbulent the court was, I would always sway along with it, but in the end I never fell. Qi Yonglong sighed and said, "Whether as a person or an official, Tantanon has never done anything that his heart could not get over. I'm not as good as Tantanon." Huan Wen rolled his eyes and said, "Head of the Secretariat, your words are too much of a bootlicker. If it were someone else who said it, I would even think that they were scolding him." Qi Yonglong smiled but did not say anything. He was in charge of the Secretariat of the Liang dynasty, which had been neglected for many years. A few decades ago, the Zhao clan of the old Liang dynasty, which was located in the northern lands and was divided by the vassal towns, had bestowed the titles of head of the Secretariat, left and right servant archers, and Shizhong to the vassal towns' military generals who were too powerful to get rid of, and the valiant military officials who controlled the court to show their favor. They were all empty titles, just like the Great Pillar State and the Great Pillar State later. However, today was different from the past. The Secretariat of the Secretariat, which had lost a lot of power, became a veritable important place of the court again. Qi Yonglong also took the opportunity to become the next Grand Secretary after Zhang Jilu. Some of the power that had been taken away by the Hanlin Academy long ago also returned to the Secretariat of the Secretariat. However, Qi Yonglong was well aware that as the head of the Secretariat, who was summoned to the capital to put out the fire, in the end, he was just a transitional prime minister. After helping Yin Maochun, Zhao Yuling, and the others to ascend to the throne, he had to retreat unscathed. However, Huan Wen was different. Whether it was the former emperor or the current emperor, they all regarded this Tantanon, who had a good personal relationship with Zhang Jilu, as a trustworthy teacher of the emperor. Qi Yonglong was very clear about the hubbub of Huan Wen's resignation this time. It was not that the young emperor was afraid of Huan Wen, but that Huan Wen himself had the intention to retire. That was why there was such a beautiful story that Huan Wen alone received 3 imperial inkstones. Huan Wen said softly, "Young people should be busy. When they are busy, they can shake off the floating air. Old people should be idle. Only when they are idle can they enjoy the rest of their lives." Qi Yonglong shook his head and said in a low voice, "At this time, everyone in the court can be idle except for Tantanon. The Guangling Road, the Baliang Road, and the Liangliao Road are all not peaceful. The court needs Tantanon to help make decisions. Many times in many things, even if Tantanon does not speak, as long as you sit there, even if you are dozing off, the hearts of the people in the court will not be in chaos. An old man in the family is like a treasure. This is exactly what Tantanon means." Huan Wen continued to look at the small mountain for a while, then slowly turned his head and smiled. "In terms of age and seniority, the head of the Secretariat and my teacher are of the same generation." Qi Yonglong quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't give me that. Your teacher and I were famous for not getting along well in the past. As for the conflict between Confucianism and legalism, the two of us could never come to an agreement. After I came to the capital, I was already very lucky that Tantanon did not make things difficult for the Imperial College and the Secretariat." Huan Wen no longer used the head of the Secretariat's respectful and unfamiliar title. He said sincerely, "Although Mr. Qi does not have the same political views as my teacher, My teacher admired your scholarly skills very much. In Huanwen's opinion, the reason why people say that it is better to hide in plain clothes than to hide in official clothes is actually a hypocritical way of saying that either one has done enough as an official, or one can't be an official. It is far inferior to Mr. Qi, who can hide in plain clothes and help the world. Qianglong smiled. Tantanon, oh Tantanon, it is one thing for us two old men to flatter each other here, but the problem is that no one is listening to us. How can we pass on and leave our names in history? Speaking of this, Qianglong said with a hint of sarcasm. When I was young and studied history, when I first read about someone or something, I always felt that my blood was boiling or moved. Later, when I thought about it, I realized that it was an extreme case of fishing for fame. Their intentions are punishable. Huanwen laughed heartily. Mr. Qi, you are right. I also had the same feeling when I was young. Qianglong sighed for no reason. The writer of the past, the flipper of the future. Huanwen also sighed and suddenly asked, Mr. Qi, have you never met that Su Fengnian? Qianglong nodded. That king of Bailiang has been to Shangyin Academy, but unfortunately, I have never met him. Huanwen laughed and said, my teacher and the old King Liang have scolded each other many times. As a student, although I have only met the young king twice, the feeling is really not enough for outsiders to know. Qianglong said in a bad mood. What's there to show off? Huanwen smiled happily and hard, not hiding his mischievous meaning. Huanwen asked again, Mr. Qi, do you know the two things I like to do the most since I became an official in the capital? Qianglong replied. I'd like to hear the details. Tantanon narrowed his eyes. First he raised his left arm and waved his sleeve. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently tapped in the air with his index and middle fingers together. Every day in the court, I watch civil and military officials come and go, dazzling and dazzling. I listen to the jade pendants on their waists tapping, tinkling, tinkling, crisp and pleasant to the ear. I'll never get tired of watching and listening. Qianglong laughed and said, I didn't feel it before, but I have to pay attention to it in the future. Huanwen raised his head, not looking at the mountain, but at the higher sky. Heaven and earth are like a big jade plate. Large and small beads fall into it, crackling and shattering. They all die. Qianglong closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, as if listening attentively. He murmured, yes, the most brilliant bead in the world in the northwest is finally about to shatter. You and me, and those yellow and purple high lords behind us, are the culprits. Huanwen laughed and said, we are the scholars who are ashamed of the classics. Qianglong still closed his eyes and laughed softly. It turns out that the real scholars don't read books. Chapter 1580. The sudden fall of Huta City allowed the northern Mang army to unfold an extremely comfortable offensive posture at the southern end of the Dragon Eye Plain, leading to the emergency of Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling towns. At this critical moment, the deputy commander of the Northern Liang Infantry Army, Great Ancestor Gu, stood his ground against the opinion of the masses and did not disperse his troops to reinforce the front line. Instead, he gathered in the area of Zhongzhong military town behind Huayang Pass and urgently converged with the large border cavalry army, led by the deputy commander of the cavalry army Zhou Kong. In this way, Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling towns, as the base of the northern Liang Protectorate manor, imperceptibly replaced Huta City as the second Huta City. However, because Chu Lushan, the nominal number 1 commander of the northern Liang border army, insisted on personally guarding Huayang Pass, Great Ancestor Gu's action of not lending a helping hand pushed this foreign old general from the old southern Tang to the heart of the storm. Not only the cavalry generals, even the interior of the border army infantry system, had a lot of complaints about Great Ancestor Gu, especially after Chen Yunshui, who was also the deputy commander of the infantry army, temporarily led troops from Yuzhou to reinforce Liangzhou province. The two northern Liang infantry generals who had the same rank also had a lot of disagreements. In addition, Jean Partridge Zhou Kong himself was a typical aggressive commander in the northern Liang army. For a moment, Great Ancestor Gu was deserted in Zhongzhong military town, and Great Ancestor Gu, as the base of the northern Liang Protectorate manor, imperceptibly became the second Huta city. However, because Chu Lushan, the nominal number 1 commander of the northern Liang border army, insisted on personally guarding Huayang Pass. Great Ancestor Gu's action of not lending a helping hand pushed this foreign old general from the old southern Tang to the heart of the storm. Within Grave Tomb Military Town's temporary General Manor Discussion Hall, another dispute that almost completely tore apart all pretenses erupted. Those officers and captains whose official positions weren't that high were already a bit numb. Right now, Grave Tomb and Huayang Pass defensive line behind Tiger Head City had already completely lost contact. Before this, there were already no less than 100 elite crossbowmen who died in battle while delivering military intelligence. In reality, Huayang Pass and Liuya Fuling towns could already be considered isolated outside the pass, submerged under Northern Meng Great Army's armored cavalry. In the meeting hall, there were originally more than 10 chairs. Great Ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, Chen Yunshui who came from afar, Qi Danghua, the commander of the 6,000 Iron-Footed Cavalry, Yuan Nanting, the commander of the White Scale Guards, and the others all had their own seats. However, the day before yesterday, Zhou Kong stood up angrily in front of Great Ancestor Gu, kicked a chair and left the meeting hall. Today Zhou Kong and Great Ancestor Gu had an irreconcilable dispute about the location of Zhongzhong town. This cavalry general, who had the reputation of brocade partridge, stood on one side of the table with a sand table. He punched the table with his left hand and pointed at Great Ancestor Gu with his right hand. He said angrily, "Defend. Do you only know how to hide and defend? Is this all you can do, Great Ancestor Gu? I really don't know why His Highness invited you from the Central Plains to our Bailiang Frontier Army. If it wasn't for the fact that you wrote Collection of Ashes, and if it wasn't for the fact that the great general and Surly praised you endlessly back then, this general would have suspected that you were a spy for the Northern Meng barbarians." Hearing this, not to mention the young generals like Ningame, the deputy general of the Iron-Footed Cavalry, who could only be regarded as a rising star compared to the old generals. Even the silent Chen Yunshui's eyelids trembled. Zhou Kang's words were obviously too much. Chen Yunshui glanced at Great Ancestor Gu from the corner of his eyes. Great Ancestor Gu was still indifferent. However, Zhou Kang didn't show any sign of mercy. He pointed his finger at Great Ancestor Gu even more fiercely. Huayang Pass can't be defended if you can't even defend Huta Town? Liuya and Fuling Town rely on the flexibility of the cavalry to actively seek opportunities. Can they defend it? Great Ancestor Gu, you are the commander of the infantry, but I am the deputy commander of the Bailiang Cavalry. I can't bear to see the tens of thousands of cavalry in Liuya and Fuling Town have to dismount and fight on foot because of your opinion. In the end, they can only die on the city wall. I can't bear to see the tens of thousands of cavalry under my command crowding around the heavy tomb every day, watching their comrades die in the front line every day, but they can't fight. In the end, Zhou Kang's eyes were almost burning with anger. He reprimanded, "Great Ancestor Gu, it's fine if you are afraid of death. I don't care if your infantry likes to be cowards. But why do you want our cavalry to wait for death here?" Great Ancestor Gu said indifferently, "Because without the support of Commander Zhou's cavalry, the heavy tomb can't be defended. The city is dead. Without the restraint of the cavalry, there is no city in the world that can't be broken. Similarly, without the cooperation of a stable city, the cavalry is like water without a source. It's not hard to win a few battles, but it's unrealistic to win the entire battle." Zhou Kang sneered. "Then your infantry should just obediently wait in the heavy tomb. It's enough as long as you cooperate with our cavalry and watch us kill the enemy. This request isn't too much, is it? Right now, Dongzhuo's army has yet to truly gain a foothold, but our cavalry can roam through our own defensive line with our eyes closed. Not to mention charging and attacking, even if it's a night battle, we can fight cleanly and efficiently. The disadvantage in numbers can be made up for by our familiarity with the geography. Great Ancestor Gu, you keep saying that you want to wait for news from the two battlefields of Qingsong City and Xiaoguang City in Yuzhou, and that it's best to delay until the new city on the border of Liangzhou is built. But for better or for worse, you are someone who has led troops in battle. How can you not know the principle of fleeting opportunities on the battlefield? What, you can't be thinking that after Protector General Chu dies at Huayang Pass, you can go to that new city and become the next Protector General, right?" Great Ancestor Gu's expression did not change. He only stared at this Bailiang's third-in-command who spoke without thinking. He slowly said, "Zhou Kong, there is no joking in the army. There are some words that I can tolerate, but there are some words that can't be treated as a fart." Zhou Kong narrowed his eyes and laughed sinisterly. "You finally can't tolerate it anymore? There are 30,000 Bailiang's right army outside the city. Do you still dare to kill me in the heavy tomb?" Then, Zhou Kong laughed and pretended to look around. In the romance novels, there's an interesting joke about throwing a cup as a signal. It's said that as long as a wine cup is thrown, several hundred executioners will rush out and chop the person into mincemeat. It's just that you, great ancestor Gu, don't have a wine cup in your hands. These generals and lieutenants in the room don't seem to listen to your orders, do they? Great ancestor Gu smiled. You and I both know that in the military town of Heavy Tomb, you, Commander Zhou, put me under house arrest. Now all the generals here more or less don't like me. The veteran General Chen Yinchue, who was afraid of adding fuel to the fire, sighed. How did things come to this point? It would be good if Chu Lushan was here. Otherwise, Yin Wenwan or Yuan Zuozong would be fine too. This was the result of a group of dragons without a leader. If they were not facing a major event that could affect the trend of Bailiang, and even the entire world, great ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, and even the young Bailiang military talents like Ningame of Qidong could take charge alone and decide the outcome of a state war. They would not have such a headache. Thinking of this, Chen Yunchue suddenly felt sad. He remembered the military years when he was young. At that time, there were so many fierce generals and strategists gathered together. Li Yishan, Zhao Chongling, Yan Wenwan Wu Yong Su Pu, Wei Taizhan Lu Yuanji Zhong Hanggu, Chen Jibao Yuan Zuozong Chu Lushan. But at that time, there would be someone who would make the final decision. There would never be such an unfamiliar situation that was close to internal strife. Unfortunately, the prince had to go to Liuzhou in person to put out the fire. And Chu Lushan, the #1 person of the border army who guarded Huayang Pass, for some reason, did not make any decisions about the complicated military affairs of Heavy Tomb behind him. Chen Yinchue knew that if he did not act as a peacemaker, there might be a big fight in the conference hall today. While Chen Yinchue was more inclined towards Zhou Kong taking the initiative to attack, great ancestor Gu was the leading figure of the infantry in Liangzhou. Chen Yinchue could not help but feel some sympathy towards Jean Partridge's unbridled humiliation and suppression. In the end, this was not a conflict between Zhou and Gu, but a natural conflict between Bailiang cavalry and infantry. Even Yan Wenwan could not change this conflict. Bailiang had more infantry, but in the war with Beimang, the main characters were always the cavalry. In the end, it was also the cavalry that decided victory. Just like when Bailiang was changing between the old and the new, the Longxiang army and the Great Snow Dragon cavalry had each attacked Beimang and shone brilliantly. Later on, in Yuzhou, which was known as the main camp of Bailiang infantry, it was the 10,000-strong cavalry led by the young General Yu Wandao that shook the world. Chen Yunchue took a few steps closer to the table and pressed his hands lightly on the table. He said softly, "The situation in Liangzhou is not good. Liuzhou is the same. Even Wang Yi has to go there personally to face Lu Gui's army. Maybe he will also face that Tuoba Bodhisattva. Let's not make trouble for Wang Yi. If you have something to say, say it. If you are angry, don't say it." Chapter 1581. Chen Yunchue paused for a moment and glanced at Zhou Kong and great ancestor Gu, who were standing opposite each other. "Everyone, allow me to remind you that this is the Border Military Conference Hall, which is second only to the Northern Liang Protectorate. This is not the Liang Temple where civil officials talk and military officials run errands. We are also not those civil officials who stay out of the affairs and glorify themselves as strategists. You and I are both leading troops to war. Perhaps someone will personally go to the battlefield tomorrow. Perhaps today will be the last time I, Chen Yunchue, will see you. I believe in General Gu's cautiousness, and I also believe in General Zhou's decisiveness. Whether the Heavy Tomb cavalry will fight or defend, from the looks of it, there are pros and cons. General Gu and General Zhou have already discussed a lot. Right now, we can't get in touch with Huayang Pass. Commander Yuan is not in Liangzhou, and Prince has also gone to Liuzhou where the situation is urgent. Can we attack and defend at the same time? For example, If General Gu thinks that General Zhou's 30,000 left cavalry, General Qi's 6,000 iron stupas and General Yuan's white feather guards are too radical, then Great Ancestor Gu hesitated for a second and said firmly, Commander Qin, to be honest, we not only have to defend the heavy tomb cavalry, but also have to leave enough cavalry for Beiliang. This is not a question of radical or conservative, but we can't fight this battle in the first place. At the very least, even if the heavy tomb cavalry can kill more than 100,000 enemies, even if we lose more than 30,000 of our own, the left cavalry can't form an absolute fighting force within a year. In that case, Beiliang has already lost. What's more, facing Dong Zhuo's well-prepared cavalry and Dong Zhuo's well-prepared left cavalry and General Qi's and General Yuan's two elite cavalry armies, can we really guarantee a complete victory without any losses? Great Ancestor Gu picked up the special bamboo pole and drew a big circle south of the heavy tomb cavalry and north of the border of Liangzhou. Why is he Zhonghu's 40,000 right cavalry still not moving? He didn't hear the bad news about Huta City, so he went north to the heavy tomb cavalry? The reason is very simple. Whether or not the new city, which cost half of northern Liang's resources, can be successfully built will determine whether or not northern Liang can once again fight outside the pass. Under this premise, Huayang Pass can be lost, and even the grave that we are in can be lost. However, before we break through the city, we must do our best to stop northern Meng's army to the north of the new city. The longer, the better. It doesn't matter how many enemies our Beiliang frontier army kills during this period of time. It doesn't matter if Commander Chu, Great Ancestor Gu, Chun, Qinyun, or Zhou Kong. Great Ancestor Gu smiled bitterly and said, Dong Zhuo can't wait for us to take the initiative to fight him and exchange forces with him. As the king of the South Courtyard, he is very happy. To put it bluntly, the Beimeng barbarians in Xijing and Norland only care about how many Beiliang frontier army Dong Zhuo has killed, but they don't care too much about how many Beimeng soldiers have died. Look at the Hulu Pass on the eastern front. That young general called Zhong Tan has killed many Beimeng siege troops. No matter how many people have died, as long as he breached Wugong City and Wanhe City, he will be promoted by Old Lady Morong and become the new Beimeng, Xiajumo. I don't mind asserting that as long as the left cavalry is mobilized, even if more than 10,000 people are killed in battle, the throne of the king of the South Courtyard under Dong Zhuo's, but will be stabilized for another half a year. Great Ancestor Gu lowered his head and looked at the sand table as he said in a hoarse voice, I know, except for me, everyone else in the room thinks that Heavy Tomb has let down the Beiliang frontier army, Huda City and Lu Jinu since they chose to avoid the battle despite having so many soldiers. At this moment, a slightly indifferent voice sounded from the gate of the conference hall. Enough! Not only Great Ancestor Gu raised his head abruptly, but all the generals including Zhou Kong and Chen Yunshui also turned their heads to look at that slender figure. The young man looked travel-worn, but he made people feel very reassured. This person was Su Fengnian, who came to Heavy Tomb military town from Courtyard Pasture alone, in order to arrive at Huayang Pass as soon as possible and bring more soldiers to Liuzhou province for Shifu. The general of Liangzhou province who had regained his power, Su Fengnian didn't even take a white horse attendant with him. Su Fengnian, one of the four grandmasters, had an ugly look on his face. However, what really made Su Fengnian angry was the storm in the conference hall. Qi Jiajia sword Qi, which had been suppressed, had been stirred up again. Huta City in Liangzhou province had fallen, Lu Jinu had died in battle, and Liuzhou province was very likely to be completely annihilated by the Longxiang army. It was hard to say whether Yang Yuanzhan's army in Yuzhou province could be completely surrounded by Yang Yuanzhan's army. The new city on the border of Liangzhou province had not been built yet, and there were no huge cities to rely on and no reliable passes in Liangzhou province. However, Su Fengnian, who was one of the mainstays of Liangzhou province's cavalry, was suddenly critically ill, and Su Fengnian couldn't join the battle for the time being. It could be imagined how bad Su Fengnian's mood was at this moment. However, the young lord who strode into the conference hall still tried his best to restrain himself. Even so, Su Fengnian didn't show any intention of denouncing anyone. Even Zhou Kong, the fearless deputy general of cavalry, lost his arrogance and felt a little guilty for the first time. Su Fengnian gently exhaled. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. I also want to go to Chingsong City in Liuzhou province and beat Tuoba Bodhisattva to death. It would be best if I could kill Lu Gui as well. However, I can't do that now. Moreover, Liangzhou province is more important than Liuzhou province. Therefore, I could only come here without stopping. Then I stood outside the door and listened to your quarrel for about 15 minutes. It's a pity that I didn't get to see Commander Gu and Commander Zhou fight. It's a pity. Embarrassed, Zhou Kong coughed a few times. When some of the young captains saw this scene, they tried their best to hold back their laughter, but it was difficult for them to do so. Su Fengnian did not continue to dig at the old generals. He walked to the north of the table and faced the south. The generals of the left and right factions naturally held their breaths and stood solemnly. Su Fengnian said, "Subduing the enemy without fighting is the specialty of the civil officials. We Bailiang don't like this. If the Beimeng barbarians want to go south, then we will fight and win. We will beat them until they can't even return to Beimeng." Fighting and winning has always been the self-confidence of our Bailiang, or perhaps the Su family's iron cavalry. It's not arrogance. However, even Su Xiao has never felt that a smooth victory is worth being happy about. Which battle was the battle that established our Bailiang Frontier Army as the #1 army in the Spring and Autumn War? It was Su Xiao who told me personally that it was the Battle of the Western Rampart that was the most bitter, the most tragic, and the most casualties. There were many times when he couldn't even see hope and almost wanted to give up. Now, our Bailiang will face the second battle of the Western Rampart. Su Xiao is no longer here. Li Yishan, Zhao Chongling, Chen Jibao, Wu Qi Supu Zhong Honggu, and others have either left or died. But now by my side there are Yu Qinyunchui Zhou Kong, Yuan Nanting, Qi Dangua Ningame and great ancestor Gu who just entered Bailiang. To the north, there are Chu Lushan at Huayang Pass. To the east, there are Yan Wenwan's infantry and Yu Wandao's cavalry in Yuzhou. There are also Hu Kuei and Huang Fujin. In the mouth of the gourd, there are 2 heavy cavalry troops led by Yuan Zuozong. To the west there are Su Longxiang Li Mofen and Wang Lingbao's Longxiang army, and Yang Guangdou and Qin Shiliang's Liuzhou provincial governor's office. To the south, there are even more. Not to mention Bailiang's local civil and military officials, there are even thousands of foreign scholars. The retired Wei Taizhan, Lu Yuanji and the others, including the old soldier Lin Dofang, have all made it clear that they want to come back and return to the Bailiang Frontier Army. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and said, "Whether there will be such a story about Bailiang fighting against a country in the history books in the future is the civil and military officials of Liang. It's none of our business. They can write whatever they want. But at least I think that after a few years, everyone here should strive to survive and tell their descendants and juniors about their military life. It's always good. Probably just like what Su Xiao nagged me about all those years ago. If by any chance someone here were to die in battle, he wouldn't have the fortune to show off to the young people." At this point Su Fengnian looked at Zhou Kong. "For example, if you Zhou Kong were to die in battle, I believe that in the future, there would be an old man surnamed Gu. If he met a young man surnamed Zhou, he might sit down and casually chat for a bit. While drinking wine, he would say that old man Zhou Kong from your family back then. His words were always unpleasant, but he was a hero who was willing to die for Bailiang." Su Fengnian's expression became absent-minded for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "If I were to die in battle and any of you survived, then please tell your descendants that Bailiang lost in a battle to the death, not without a fight.